in the area. A resident of Marysville, Kentucky, had sighted unfamiliar aircrafts flying over their city. At 1:15 p.m., the Kentucky Highway Patrol called the control towers at Godman and asked if they have any craft that might be flying over Marysville and troubling the city's residents. Goodman Field checked with flight service at Wright-Patterson and received a negative response in their query of test craft in the area. Within about 20 minutes, however, the Highway Patrol informed the tower operators of Goodman Field that they were now receiving reports of strange aircraft circular about 250 to 300 feet in diameters over Owensboro and Ivington. In another 10 minutes, the tower operators of Goodman were sighting the object for themselves. Once they were satisfied that they were not seeing an aeroplane or a weather balloon, they put in calls to the base operations officer, the base intelligence officer, and several other high-ranking personnel. At 2:30 p.m., 45 minutes later, base personnel were still discussing among themselves what course of action would be best to direct against UFOs. At that time, 4 F-51s were sighted approaching Goodman Field from the south. The tower radioed Flight Leader Captain Thomas Mantle and requested that he take a closer look at the flying saucer and attempt to identify it or prove a more complete description of the object. Mantle was still climbing at 10,000 feet when he made his last radio contact with the tower at Goodman Field. It looks metallic. It's tremendous in size. It's above me, and I'm gaining on it. I'm going to 20,000 feet. Those were Mantell's last words. His wing saw him disappear into, clouds. A few minutes later, Mantell crashed to the earth in his F-51 and was killed. The Air Force issued an official explanation that Captain Mantell, experienced though pilot he was, had unfortunately been killed while trying to reach the planet Venus. Such an explanation of Captain Mantell's tragic demise remains a controversial story, of course, as it was 1948. If Mantell, an experienced pilot, misidentified the planet Venus for an unidentified flying object, then, in addition to Captain Mantell's fatal misidentifications, the crew in the control tower, the base operations officer, the base intelligence officer, and several high-ranking personnel had all been deceived by the planet Venus. The official explanation would have us believe that even Mantell found himself below the object and described it as metallic and tremendous in size. He was actually aiming his F-51 at a planet that was millions of miles distant in outer space. Another attack over Fargo, North Dakota. October the 1st, 1948. George F. Gorman, a 25-year-old second lieutenant in the North Dakota Air National Guard, was waiting his turn to land at Fargo when he was startled by the sudden appearance of a bright light that made a pass at him. When he called the tower to complain about the irresponsible pilot who had nearly collided with him, he was informed that the only aircraft in the vicinity was a Piper Cub that was just touching down on the landing field, and his own F-51. Baffled, Gorman scanned the skies and found that he could still see the mysterious light off to one side. More than a little irritated by the careless pilot's near-fatal misjudgment, he decided to investigate and determine the undeclared aircraft's identity. Within moments, he found himself under attack when the strange light put itself into collision course with the F-51. Gorman had to take his craft into a dive to escape the unswerving globe of light. Then, to his horror, the UFO repeated its charge. Once again, he just managed to escape collision. When the UFO at last disappeared and ceased its passes at the F-51, Gorman was left shaken and convinced that its maneuvers were controlled by thought or by reason. Memories of World War II and fears of the Cold War added to the concern over flying saucers. Late 1940s were the early days of the Cold War, and for a time, the possibility that the flying discs might be Russians in origin, the product of kidnapped German scientists, seemed very real in the Air Force, said Hayden C. Hughes, a longtime UFO researcher. By the summer of 1948, the Air Force began to consider the possibility that the discs were implementary in origin. By the end of 1949, the Air Force had decided there was nothing to flying saucers that a good dose of ignoring them wouldn't cure. The pesky saucers kept returning, however, and by the fall of 1951, the Air Force was back in the saucer-chasing business once again. Yep, and that is the story of, well, it's a little bit of history of the flying saucers. I guess the disc-shaped objects that people see in the sky. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to more stories. If you hear any snoring in the background, it'll be one of the dogs, and I apologise. This one's called Heartland Hike by Adam Hughes. Zombie horror, it's under that category. I almost didn't see the old coot standing there by the side of the road. And now I wish that I hadn't. Coming out of a sharp curve, my headlights gleamed against the metal rim of his glasses, and I caught a flash of his full figure. Overalls, straw hat, something long and thin in his left hand, and, unbelievably, what looked like a corncob pipe dangling from his mouth. He was also moving his craggy right hand above his head in a slow and swooming "Hey Jude" wave that seemed to indicate he was looking for help. Normally, I don't pick up hitchhikers, not only because the risk is large, but also because they're generally boring and smelly. People with interesting lives don't usually leave them behind a thumb ride, and a long stretch on the road doesn't do much for the personal hygiene. The sight of this guy, though, it took me back to my childhood in rural Indiana, where farmers spent long days building up the dirt on their bodies, but always seemed clean somehow. They were gruff in their manner and harsh with their words, but they had hearts of gold, and they fed the world and their communities. How many summer meals of fresh corn on the cob and beef roast and soft, warm rolls had I eaten as a kid, either at a farmer's table or thanks for a farmer's generosity. My stomach suddenly rumbled as I remembered all the help that these salt-of-the-earth types had given my family so many years ago. In other words, the old man in front of me was getting a ride. Jackson was his name, he said. Jackson Todd. And he'd driven out to Stiper early in the morning to buy another old tractor to help with some basic chores around the farm. He decided to come home through the country because his loaded trailer was precarious and armed with an ancient army compass in lieu of the map. He'd gotten lost. As daylight waned, his old truck started to shimmy, and then something popped under the hood and steam rolled out as Jackson jerked it over to the beam. He poked around the engine for a while and decided that he likely blown a head gasket. Not fixable from the side of the road, in other words. Now, Mr. Todd didn't know exactly where he was, but he did know that this part of northwestern Kansas was sparsely travelled on a Sunday evening, and that he didn't have a cell phone. These circumstances meant that he would have to hoof it home, and I certainly wouldn't have bet against him, because he was fit for his age, and he had that hard-as-nails look that I remember so well from my youth. He didn't want to leave himself completely susceptible to varmints or muggers, as he called them, so he grabbed his rusty wrench for protection and hit the road. By the time I came round the bend and stopped to pick him up, Jackson estimated he'd been walking for more than 4 hours and didn't really know how far he'd come. Amazingly, mine was the first vehicle to cross his path in that whole time, so he decided to wave me down, against his better judgment. He apparently was wary of the whole hitchhiking scene as well. As we sat, talking in the bucket seats on my stylish little sports car, heading in the direction of his hometown, I grew uneasy, looking at the wrench clutched tightly in Mr. Todd's hand, smelling the stench of the day on his body, and listening to his unlikely story of endurance. I began to feel queasy. I'm not sure why. Maybe my blood sugar was crashing. Maybe the desolation of the road was good in my imagination, but my mood darkened, and I knew that I had to end this ride with us before something bad happened. I didn't act fast enough. Not everyone believes in zombies. Those that do have varying opinions about how the undead behave and what they look like. Some say that zombies come out at night and sleep in graves during the day. Some say they eat human brains and walk slowly with their super strong arms extended straight ahead of them. The story's gone forever. As for me, I know that zombies exist, but they're not easy to identify as Hollywood would have you believe. Sometimes they are your next door neighbours, the same ones who blow their leaves onto your lawn in the fall. Sometimes they are people who run those convenience stores that you occasionally visit in the middle of the night to get milk or diapers when the baby won't stop crying. Sometimes they are the little old men who hitch along the side of the road, and there is always a transformation. Tonight, when Mr. Todd looked up from the floor mat in front of his seat with its simple Mercedes emblem, which he seemed to be studying intently, that transformation was abrupt. Eyes glazing over, a pallor coming over his skin, muscles first tensing and then spasming. His wild gaze was surely matched by his own, as a terrible rumble grew in an animal growl, and then it was over. I'm pretty sure that Jackson Todd believes in zombies too. Or I should say that I'm sure he did believe in zombies for those last few fleeting seconds of his life. In fact, he could have had no doubt. As for me, I'm still driving along this lonely road, wiping the last bits of brain from the corners of my mouth. My gut is already starting to cramp now. Too late. I remember that grain-fed animals always gave me diarrhea. I really wish I'd never seen that old man at the side of the road tonight. And that's the end of that quirky little story. If you hadn't guessed it, the one driving was the zombie, not the old guy. Thanks for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to another story. This one's called All Clear. It's by Brian Manning and it says zombie horror. Caitlin and Kyle looked up at the tattered orange cloth on the central watchtower. It was their signal to take perch at the south gate, just outside of the perimeter. An elevator platform, about 5 feet above the ground, giving them a good field of view. At 16 years old, they were allowed to work the perch as a team. Kyle pulled out his vintage Bushnell binoculars, taking position as a spotter. He didn't need them once the undead reached the kill radius, but it made him feel safe spotting the threats as soon as they broke the tree line. Caitlin kneeled on the platform and unzipped a soft fabric case, pulling out the components for a take-down recurve bow. Her fingers worked on instinct, snapping the fiberglass limbs into the central riser while watching Kyle scan the far edge of the perimeter. Caitlin stood to string her bow. With a draw weight of 35 pounds, it was enough to get the job done, but not too much for extended clearing missions. Good to go, she nudged Kyle with the toe of her foot and tied the chestnut brown hair back into a ponytail. Kyle lowered the binoculars and nodded, letting them hang by the strap. He turned and dropped to his knee, opening a large plastic case, giving him quick access to his modern, out-of-the-box compound bow. Kyle was the spotter today, but he felt safer having it for backup. A pair of zombies broke cover, shambling across the open field. We've got a couple of these headed our way, Kyle said, watching through the binoculars. Caitlin took a sip from a plastic water bottle. The label had long worn off from repeated refills in the nearby creek. The crinkling of the soft plastic calmed her. As she twisted the cap back on, she pulled an arrow, a carbon shaft with feather fletching, from the quiver, seating the knock of the string with a faint plastic click. 40 yards out, Kyle said. With her left shoulder facing the kill zone, Caitlin placed 3 fingers underneath the knock of the arrow. She straightened her body, raised the bow, and drew her arm back. She held the bow's riser in a gentle grip. As her right index finger touched the corner of her mouth, her anchor point, signalling a concisive draw. Caitlin was anxious, struggling to control her breathing. She relaxed, exhaling slowly, and eased the tension in her fingers, letting the arrow slip into its flight path. The bow's fiberglass limbs hummed and rattled. The arrow sank deep into the lead zombie's eye socket. The creature collapsed in an instant, its viral marionette strings severed. Nice shot, Cal said, lowering his binoculars, but chill. Let the second one get closer. Caitlin had shook the nervous energy from her arms. A slight tremor in her bow arm pulled the next shot left, carving a deep gouge into the flesh of the zombie's cheekbone. She wiped the back of her hand across her brow and pulled another arrow. Caitlin knelt, canting the bow and aiming between the platform's railing. Thrup, twang. The shot struck the creature below its left eye. She smiled at Kyle, placed a recurve bow on the platform, and slid underneath the railing. "Where are you going?" "I never see one up close," Caitlin said. I've got to get over my fears." The creature lay still on its side. Its milky eyes were unfocused. Even with most of its lean mass rotted away, it was still a big walker, built like a truck. She crouched, leaning forward and breathing through her mouth. "Is that deep enough for a kill shot?" Caitlin placed a hand on the zombie's forehead, grasped the arrow with the other. She pulled the steel tip free, just as the bony claw shot out and grabbed a ponytail. Caitlin braced both hands on the ghoul's chest, pinning it to the ground. Her left arm collapsed, slamming her elbow into the zombie's jaw, sending a sharp burning pain through her body. Kyle's arrow appeared in the zombie's temple, just as the sound of the wet thunk registered, sapping the strength from the creature's body. "Are you all right?" Kyle's voice, a bit of a tremble in it, said. Caitlin pulled her hair free and stood, turning to face him. She could see the colour drained from his face. He wasn't looking at Caitlin in the eyes. Kyle was looking at her arm. Caitlin dropped her gaze, once again aware of the sharp sting above the left elbow. The sleeve of her flannel shirt was torn. The fabric was stained red with blood. "I think you nicked me with that last shot," Caitlin said. When she looked back up, she saw Kyle knocking an arrow. "You were bitten, weren't you? Weren't you, Kate?" Kyle said. "No." Caitlin's voice was low. "It was probably from the arrow when I pulled it out." She placed her hand over the wound and approached the perch. Kyle aimed his bow at her chest. If Caitlin was bitten, she knew he couldn't let her back in camp. It would be putting dozens of lives at risk. Caitlin reached the platform and climbed back up, under the railing. The point of Kyle's arrow tracked her movement. Caitlin kept her eyes low and braced the bow, bending it over her leg to unstring it. She looked up into Kyle's eyes, wiping away a tear with the sleeve of her shirt. Kyle relaxed and lowered his bow. He dropped it onto the metal grate and fell to his knees, a tear streaming down his face. Caitlin pulled the camp's outer door open, and Kyle's radio crackled to life. "Southgate, what's your status?" He plucked the radio from his belt and held it up to his mouth, locking eyes with Caitlin. After several deep breaths, the voice on the radio asked again. He wet his lips with his tongue and took another breath. Caitlin shook her head. "Southgate, all clear." And that's the end of that one. Obviously, it's not all clear because she actually may have been bitten, and it takes time before the infection spreads, so it may not be all clear. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to another story. This one's called The Infected. It's by Marilyn Vicks. Again, it comes under zombie horror. It had taken a long time to find this apartment. I was proud of the high warehouse windows that made the loft homey. A picture from my photo shoots decorated the blinds. I wanted to create change by showing people the problems in society. Pictures of homeless and poor surrounded me on the walls. That day I basked in the glory of finally having my own loft studio. Hands on my hips, I stood back to look at the Art Deco furniture. That was my answer to style. White couches and a glass coffee table outlined my living room area. The kitchenette was to the side of my studio, set up as a refreshment area. It would come in handy. I never liked to cook and didn't need to. We were even lucky to have an Italian place below me, though fat was my enemy then. Everyone would be over to celebrate soon. Bobby was coming. He was the bonus for working with top models. Diane and Mark were coming too. She'd be thrilled to know I was having it all delivered from the Italian restaurant. My friends knew my cooking was bad. I didn't get the cooking gene. I headed over to the wine rack when the elevator loft started to move. And when I buzzed, its recognizable wine directed me to look at the elevator cam. A guy with a blue baseball cap holding bags of styrofoam containers rode up with a dazed look. The wine stopped, and I saw the door move open. Hi. That was really fast service. Can you put the food in the kitchen? Thanks. He didn't say a word, but staggered as he followed my orders. I walked over. So, how much is it? I reached for my purse on the counter. He stared at me holding the containers. If you put the bags on the counter, that would be great. There was a pause as if he was thinking about it. Slowly followed my directions. I repeated, so how much? Still no answer. That's when I noticed the bite mark on his neck. Blood was trickling down. Yep, down his t-shirt. He was looking at me, and not in a good way. The elevator started again. When I looked over at the doors, he rushed me, grabbing my arms. He tried to bite my shoulder. My self-defense classes came back to me in a blinding flash, and I pulled a move that kicked him back. The doors of the elevator opened, and my friend Mike yelled, "Robin, get back! He's infected!" I moved backwards, keeping my eye on the distressed delivery boy. His eyes moved back and forth to me, then Mike. "Robin, move behind me. They can't move fast once they've been bitten." I followed Mike's instructions. He pulled a baseball bat from behind his back. "I'm sorry, Robin, but this is going to get messy." He rushed at the delivery boy and swung at his head. The crack of the boy's skull ripped through the room as blood splattered all over my new marble counter. There was a growl from the boy as he staggered to rise, but Mike didn't give him a chance as he swung down and beat the top of his head in. The kitchenette was a tomb. "Mike, what the hell is going on?" I was expecting the knight in shining armor save, and not full-out murder. "He's infected, Robin. Have you turned on your TV?" "No, I've been working on my latest project all day, getting things sorted for my dinner party tonight." "You said you couldn't make it. What changed your mind?" I was trying to make light of the situation, but I was still grossed out by the splattered brains all around my sink. "Just turn on your TV." Mike slumped onto the couch. I grabbed the remote and saw the ticket tape usually reserved for emergencies. Scrolling at the bottom of the screen was a message: "Stay in your homes. Infectious disease is spreading from an unknown source. Lock all your doors and windows." And it appears that the spread occurs just by one bite from a victim. The news anchor continued in an anxious monotone. "News of the disease is still being reported, but most victims cannot speak or communicate. They will viciously attack and bite. Board up windows and doors and stay in your home." The screen cut to a picture of a victim coming at a person, recording on their phone. The same vacant stare beckoned as they reached out towards the person. The struggle ends with the phone being dropped and the sound of screaming. "Stop biting me! Hell, what the—" "Oh, just turn it off, Robin. That's enough. You should believe me now." I hit the remote. "So, why did you have to beat his head in, Mike?" I tried not to let the iron smell of blood get to me. It's the only way to stop them once they're inside. They get out of rooms, come at you, and they're strong. It's not the only time I've done this today. Now, I had a bat in my hand and was hidden behind a barrier of furniture, waiting to take out whatever diseased people came our way. We call them the infected. We had to fight to not get bitten, and it came at a price. We'd already lost my friend Mike today. Sometimes I wish we were back in that loft, dressed warmly and feeling sane. I couldn't go back. I looked at the single photo I had left from the Wall of Honor back in my old loft. It was a picture of New York Street before the infected spread. I smiled at the memory and threw it on the fire for warmth. After all, it was so long ago. And that's the end of that story. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to more stories. If you hear any snoring in the background, it's just my dogs. This story is called FTS by J. David Coe. It's under mystery. Lupus Schwartz is an ass, but he's an effective ass. I've seen him hold back just enough information on a witness stand to coerce a confession from the accused, all without perjuring himself. I've seen him read a newspaper article and instantly solve a cold case over 2,000 miles away. I've even seen him trick an assassin into murdering his own partner. He's smart, calculating, and absolutely unconcerned with how others view him. But that's what makes him so good, I guess. Schwartz conducts business in his home, a large Victorian in Pittsburgh, Squirrel Hill, where I've worked as his personal biographer ever since leaving Cleveland after the death of my ex-husband. That's our deal. He gives me fodder for the magazine I write for, and I give him publicity. More often than not, I also give him cover, colouring him in a favourable light that hides his blemishes. Schwartz sees clients in his study, which one enters to the left of the great hall. On the right is a large teak desk, abuts and sits, perpendicular to the near wall. Running the length of the wall beyond the desk is a small computer stand. On that stand sits a softball-sized globe, concealing a webcam. If the globe is turned so that the visitor is facing Antarctica, it means Schwartz is recording their session without their knowledge. The lens is in the South Pole. My seat is always to the left of the entrance on a small bench under the hanging fern. If it was from that vantage that I watched a Mr. Carruthers speaking to Schwartz and unwittingly to Robert Bride. As their meeting concluded and Mr. Carruthers drove away, Schwartz loaded the video file to a jump drive. Then he and I rushed to the police headquarters to prevent a murder. On our way, Schwartz had me phone and insist that the autopsy of Carruthers' wife be halted. There were 3 of us gathered around the monitor at Detective Trevor's John's workstation watching the interview for the second time. The first viewing had been for continuity and context. The second was so that Schwartz could parse the facts. Trevor was a good man, smart enough to know what he didn't know, and he trusted Schwartz's talents. This was why Schwartz preferred dealing with him over all the other members of the force. I had other reasons to prefer working with him, not the least of which was how sexy he was when he played clarinet in his off hours. As the video played through, we watched Carruthers explain his situation. Somebody, he claimed, had strangled his wife earlier that morning, and the police were going to probably charge him with the deed. He wanted to pay Schwartz a $10,000 retainer to find evidence and, if needed, offer testimony absolving him of the crime. Why did the police think he did it? Schwartz asked. They always suspect the husband. Do you have any actual evidence? I can't provide an alibi. We were going through a divorce. That's not evidence, it's motive, and maybe opportunity. How was she strangled? Somebody used the tubing from one of my aquariums to make a noose, and they twisted it from behind, like a cravat. You know a lot of assassin terms, Carruthers sneered. Doesn't make me a killer. What kind of fish do you keep? I don't. I keep amphibians. Schwartz nodded. Herpetologist? Bacteriologist. So just amphibians, no snakes, lizards, turtles. That's right. Frogs, toads, salamanders. Yes. Is that why your wife was leaving you? I was leaving her, Carruthers said, with a confident squint. If you must know, I have a girlfriend. Somebody you work with, Schwartz asked. A fellow herper. Actually, she's a pharmacologist, but we do work at the same university. How long have you and this toxology been seeing each other? 6 months, Carruthers said. Then as an afterthought, and she's a pharmacologist. Schwartz reached forward and stopped the video. Did you catch it? He asked. Trevor shifted his eyes between Schwartz and me, but I was as close as he was. Catch what? He finally asked. Start the video again, Schwartz said. I have a story to tell. That was amazing, I said to Schwartz as I drove home from the station. Not really, he said. Everybody knows that certain toads have toxins in their skins. Yes, I agreed, but you knew that his wife wasn't dead, and that he wanted to be accused of strangling her. Well, that was obvious, Schwartz said. Not to me. It should have been, Schwartz insisted. Think about it. He carefully laid out a scenario where my investigation could only lead to a conclusion that he murdered his wife. I would then have to return his retainer, and the state would subpoena me as a witness against him. Then once he was convicted, he could easily provide evidence that his wife was not dead when she was autopsied, but was under the effects of a bufotoxin derived from amphibian glands, which gave her the appearance of death. But that she'd actually died when the coroner drained her blood. He'd have to be freed because a double jeopardy would apply, since he'd been convicted of spousal strangulation, a murder he didn't commit. And you knew that because he corrected you when you called his girlfriend a toxicologist? She is a toxicologist, Watts said. He used her to learn dosages and distillation. He called her a pharmacologist to distract from her speciality. But his own speciality was something he insisted upon. So his vanity did him in, I asked. Swartz nodded. But now he's going away for attempted murder, and his wife is going to be fine in the long run? Precisely. A perfect ending, I said with a flourish. Do you know what the best part is? Swartz asked. I shrugged. I proved he didn't strangle his wife and get to keep the 10,000. Like I said, he's also an ass. Well, that's very interesting indeed. Geesh. The next one is Murder in the Neighborhood by J. Campbell. Mystery. I was babysitting for the Murrays. Their 10-month-old was a great sleeper, easily drifting off before I laid him down in his cradle. Grabbing the baby monitor, I flicked off the light and headed back to the mountain of homework I needed to work through during the night. It was my senior year, which seemed to translate to so much homework. I didn't have time for a social life. Babysitting little Liam was about as exciting as it got. I placed the baby monitor on the table and settled in for a night of calculus. What did they say? Time flies when you're having fun. My night was going to be really, really long. After the first assignment, I was ready for a snack. Just as I was about to get up, a blood-curdling scream shot through the baby monitor, quickly followed by the sound of gunshots. My blood turned to ice before melting into sheer panic. I ran for Liam's room, barging through the door and expecting to see something awful. I mentally prepared myself for it with no real plan ready in my head. But there was nothing. Liam was still sound asleep in his cradle, his eyelids fluttering with whatever baby's dreams he was conjuring up. He was breathing. It was completely fine. My gaze travelled from him to the slightly open window. If the scream wasn't coming from the room, it had to be coming from something outside. The monitor had good range on it. It could have easily picked up something else in the hearing distance. I didn't want to go outside and follow the sound of the scream, not to mention the gunshots. What I really wanted was for the Murrays to come home so I could get the hell out of there. But someone had screamed. A gun had fired, and they would definitely need help. I grabbed my cell phone, the monitor receiver, and crept outside. The moon was perched high in the sky, the light casting long shadows over the yard. Everything looked creepy in the darkness, making every hair on my neck stand on end. All my instincts told me to turn around and let the police discover what was going on. But what would I say to the 911 operator? That someone screamed? I didn't know why or where. They'd laugh at me, probably issue a fine for being a paranoid pest. The sound of the scream still echoed in my head. It was so painful and desperate. Someone needed help out here, and I needed to locate them. Hopefully I would find them before I found a serial killer. I headed for the window outside of Liam's room. It was open, just like his was. I didn't know anything about the Murray neighbours. Mrs. Murray was often referred to them as the Sinclairs. I'd seen them once or twice passing, but they didn't look friendly enough to speak with. Had Mr. Sinclair shot his wife? Was it her that screamed so loudly? It could have woken the dead. I crouched underneath their window, too scared to look inside yet. Once I saw what was inside, I wouldn't be able to unsee it. The scene would be burned into my corneas for the rest of my life. I'd never seen a dead body before. Would Mrs. Sinclair be stretched out on the floor with her brains matted against the wall behind her? Would Mr. Sinclair be staring back at me, ready to eliminate any witnesses? My stomach churned with all the different scenarios that could play out before me. Everything could go horribly wrong, and I was frozen with fear. I needed a plan. All I had to do was to take a quick peek and make sure I wasn't imagining things. Then I could call the police and they would take care of everything. I could lock myself in the house and pretend I hadn't seen a thing. Mr. Sinclair would never have to know it was me that ratted him out. Or I could peek and the owner of the gun could see me and start sending bullets my way. I felt sick with it all. To end my misery, I needed to peer into the window. Once done, then I could take my appropriate action. If that meant running to save my life, I would have to do it. Maybe I should have called the police. It was better to be safe than sorry, right? Would they take me seriously? I could imagine the conversation in my head, and it always ended with a stern lecture about wasting their time. There was nothing more I could do. My time had run out. I couldn't sit there all night. I kneeled, preparing myself for a quick peek and then a fast run. I rose slowly. My eyes finally reached the windowsill. Then I saw it all. Mrs. Sinclair, Mr. Sinclair. They were watching Law and Order on television, intent on murder being solved before their very eyes. They both faced the screen, so I could see the backs of their heads clearly. Relief flooded through me. It was a fictitious murder I had heard. An actress screamed. Fake bullets hit her. Thank goodness I hadn't called the police. I would have been a laughingstock. I returned to the house, checking in on Liam again, before getting back to my homework. I never gave the Sinclairs another thought until a few hours later, when I heard another noise. Creeping to the window that overlooked the yard, I saw a figure moving. It was a stocky, overweight figure of Mr. Sinclair. He was carrying a shovel. On the ground was a blanket wrapped. Something large was in it. He placed a lantern next to him, giving me enough light in the darkness. He started digging. It was a funny time for gardening. It was indeed a funny time for gardening, wasn't it? And that's the end of that story. Those are two mystery stories, both quite good. I enjoyed them both. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. So we're heading on to some short romance stories now. I don't do a lot of romance stories, so I figured, why not? If you hear any snoring in the background, it's just my dogs. The Bull Rider's Proposal by Jennifer Lewis. I live my life 8 seconds at a time. I can count those seconds out in my head with accuracy. I would impress a NASA scientist. From the moment the whistle blows to the sound of the final buzzer, I have only one thought in my mind, hanging there. The rest is up to the bull. This time there's no bull to blame if things don't go my way. Lucy. My heart starts to pound as I picture myself wrapping the rope around my hand, tying myself only to 1,600 pounds of grey muscle. Hey, Bowie. She's grooming the Palomino horse, sweeping long strokes across his back, while he snoozes on the crusties. Doesn't even turn. How's it going? Great. My gut clenches, and I get ready to take the bull by the horns. I have something to ask you. Smooth, dude. Real smooth. She'll think I want to borrow a truck. What's that? Still not even a glance. Maybe now isn't the right time. The ring box in my back pocket is pressing into my butt. Ask her. In my head, the buzzer sounds and the gate opens. I step toward her. Lucy. Now she turns, hearing something in my voice. An undercurrent of panic. As our eyes meet, I'm struck by the force of my love for her. Warmth and compassion fill her soft brown gaze. She blows away the familiar stray lock that always wants to dance across her face. Then a pretty smile starts to sneak across her face. She knows something's up. But I really, truly don't know how she's going to respond. It was only meant to be a one-night stand. I love you. The words burst out of my mouth as emotions buck hard inside me. Surprised a little. I never told her I love her before. I never told anyone that. Never felt it, either. But with Lucy, my heart spins as I watch her face. Is she trying to decide whether she loves me too, or whether she dares to admit it? Or is she trying to figure out how to let me down gently? I reach into my back pocket and put my hand on the ring box. She wasn't supposed to get pregnant. That kind of news could make a guy run for the fence. She cocks her head. You love me? I bet you say that to all the girls. The defensive play. My reputation does precede me, and she doesn't want to be one for a long line of buckle bunnies. I've never said it in my life before, I confess, and I've never said this either. Now or never. I pull the ring box out of my pocket and watch her eyes widen, excitement or horror. Hold on tight and don't let go. Lucy, will you marry me? She blinks and her lips move, but no words come out. Then she bites her lip in that way that sends a rush of heat straight to my groin. 1, 2... My stomach somersaults and I shift my weight in my boots, feeling like a strong gust of wind could blow me over. 3, I never knew I could have such strong feelings for any human on this earth. The prospect of a life without Lucy. Oh, it scares the heck out of me. 4, why won't she answer? 5, panic rips through me, and my heart starts pounding like a busted engine. 6, should I ask again? 7, my whole life flashes before my eyes. Not the part I've already lived, but the part I want to live with Lucy. Building our home together. The birth of our child. Sleeping together every night, waking together every morning, laughing over things that go wrong, and sighing over the things that go right. What will I do if none of that ever happens? Just as my hopes are about to hit the floor with a dull thud, she looks up. I love you too, she says softly. And yes, I'll marry you. Something roars through me, a thrill of victory. A triumphant war cry of joy rips from my throat. A sweet smile spreads across her face as I pull the ring from its velvet cocoon and slip it onto her soft finger. It fits perfectly, as well it should, since I secretly borrowed one of her other rings to get the size just right. I wasn't sure you were going to say yes. The confession rushed out of me. I try to act pretty cool most of the time, but around Lucy, I can just be myself and say what's on my mind. I love that about her. A grin reaches into a cute dimple in her cheek. I wasn't sure I would either. You're a lot of man to handle. I tried to look rueful. I'm well broke. I just need finishing. I've got my hands full with half-broke horses, she shrugged, a smile shining in her eyes. So, what's one more challenge? I slide my arms around her waist, and my chest swells with joy. Our lips meet, and the honeyed taste of her fills my senses. I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you. Impatient, aren't you? She teases. Okay, maybe I can wait, I sigh, and try to pay attention to every awesome thing that's happening right now. Lucy here in my arms, our baby in a belly between us, the sun behind the barn, and a Palomino mare getting ornery and stamping a foot. I'll try to take life 8 seconds at a time, starting now. Now, she kisses me so long and hard my breath gets lost somewhere, and I have to gasp when she finally pulls back. And don't fall off, cowboy. Wow, okay, that's an interesting story. I guess it's just about a proposal. The next story is called The Poet in the Park by Andrew K. Lawston. The poet sat on his favourite bench, surveying the well-tended gardens happily. It was not a warm day, and there were not many people. It didn't matter. This place was his muse, and the people around him would form the stanzas of his masterpiece. That couple over there, for example, standing a few feet apart and shouting, waving their arms in intricate patterns. Their argument over, the couple left the park, keeping close, reconciled or just resigned. The poet didn't know, but he didn't really care. It was emotion that enthralled him. Repressed, simmering frustration that had finally erupted into the torrent of rage that had almost shattered the park's serenity. Yes, this was excellent material. But it wasn't just the couple that was captivating. The poet reflected as he gazed at his other revelations. The pigeons were on fine form. 20 or 30 of the demented birds pottered around, bullying sparrows. Occasionally, one would struggle in the air for a determined wobble fight to the next piece of ground that appealed to its mystifying priorities. That bloody pigeons, the poet thought, chuckling. But they were canny little things. He watched spellbound as the gibbering flock converged on a single bench. A little old lady had just sat down, and her gnarled hand was reaching towards a brightly coloured plastic bag. You know what's coming, thought the poet, as the birds shuffled onto the expectant throng. The old lady took out her knitting and continued working on a straggly scarf, oblivious to the indignant rage she had provoked around her feet. The poet, however, had been concentrating so entirely on the birds that their disappointment struck him like a palpable blow. For one wild second, he shared the pigeon's impulse to peck the old hag's toes. The pigeons considered it longer than he. He eventually dispersed grumpily. How dare a daft old woman come and sit in their park without bringing bread? It was a disgrace. Serves you right, decided the poet. For judging by appearances, something in the banal observation struck a sad chord within him, and he glowered at the nearest pigeon until it waddled away. He was distracted again within a minute. Another couple arguing. Perfect. All human life is here, reflected the poet happily. All pigeon life quite forgotten for the moment. And his heart leaped still further when he realized that their angry path would take them past his bench. These two seemed angrier than the previous quarrelling lovers, but their rage was expressed with restraint. They hissed and snarled rather than yelling outright. The closer they came, the pot began to catch the occasional phrase, something to do with their car. Then, as they were almost level with the poet's bench, the voices stopped. Puzzled, the poet raised his head. He recoiled with dismay from the accusing glares that the couple directed at him as they stalked past in silence. They had noticed his scrutiny, evidently. The poet cursed softly as they wandered away. Was it Heidelberg who said it was impossible to observe something without changing it? He had to relax and become one with the little park, if he wished to learn its deepest secrets. The poet slouched lower in his seat, closed his eyes, and listened with an intensity that surprised even him. He was quickly rewarded. A teenage girl sat on a bench near him. She was wearing dull clothes and a sad frown. She clutched half a loaf of sliced bread, but the pigeons didn't care. She was between the ages of 7 and 70. Pigeon logic put her bread-bearing potential at negligible. There was no room for her in their world. The pot watched, moved in spite of himself, as the girl desperately threw a few dry crusts on the path. They lay there, ignored, stumped by the damn pigeon. How wretched must that feel? The girl started to cry. It was as though the whole park had sensed her misery, and the poet gasped as a sparrow darted from yonder the distant fountains, homing in on the crusty wholemeal snack, decorating the pathway. And of course, if there's one thing pigeons hate more than tight-fisted grannies, it's sparrows getting a lucky break. Within a minute, the ground around the girl was boiling with squabbling birds. The poet started to chuckle as he felt the girl's spirits rising with all the simple attention she was receiving. Wouldn't this make the perfect crescendo? The poet smoothed sword, and he looked away from the happy scene. It was too contrived, too saturine. He wanted nothing to do with it. He looked instead at the small child that was dashing towards him, desperate to show the poet the four-leaf clover he had plucked from the lawns with his chubby hands. The poet didn't want to get involved with his poem subjects, but he smiled at the excited little boy in any case. Then he heard the mother's voice, careworn and shrill. "James, be a good boy. Don't bother the man." The poet nodded at James to indicate that he should probably listen to his mother. Then he nodded at the lady in question before forgetting them both. He settled back to ponder on an interesting rhyme scheme that had just occurred. Well, that's a strange one, isn't it? I'm not sure what to say about that one, and I'm not sure what to make of it. Make what you will, I guess. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, to another quirky story. Please excuse any snoring in the background. That's Storm, and yes, she's very loud. Death or Eternity by Lydia Bell, a paranormal fantasy. June 26th. To whomever finds this, I fell in love with a vampire. That was a mistake. I admit it now. There's only one outcome that can come of it. Okay, there are two. Death or eternity. I never thought Quinn would allow anything else. In the end, I had a choice. He showed up after our night at the vampire brothel, the bordello of vampire pleasure. He'd promised, after our night together, that he wanted to see me again. My friends told him my address. Seeing Quinn standing in my doorway was a shock and a relief at the same time. I gave him permission to enter. It was very old-school Buffy the Vampire Slayer stuff. But some of that old stuff is true, especially since vampires came out of the paranormal closet 15 years ago. It made them a minority, fighting for their rights in today's society. One night in a vampire brothel, it had taught me there were more than just human. Quinn picked me up and carried me to the bedroom. I could get lost in those blue depths of his eyes. His light brown hair and hard body made my insides quiver. I had all these questions as he lowered me to the bed. His plump and kissable lips called to mine. I couldn't help but feel the pull between us. The weight of his body pinned me to the bed. I wanted it to go on forever. You have a choice to make. Quinn's voice drove shivers through my limbs as his lips caressed my mouth. And that would be? He lowered himself down on his elbows. Balancing above me, he stroked my cheek. Do you want to be with me for eternity? Do I have time to think about it? It's best not to. But it's such a big decision. Much bigger than something permanent, like a tattoo. He kissed me again. Do you want to be with me forever? You're making it hard to think. You know what I want. His kiss shot jolts through my body. I reached up to him and caressed his face. It was cold and hard. Do I want to be like that forever? What would happen to me if I decide to say no? He caressed his lips against my neck. I felt an electric jolt shoot up my spine. You don't want to say no, Sasha. I arched my back, leaning my head back into the pillows as the kiss moved down my neck to my shoulder. He started to move back the material on my blouse. He undid a button. I stopped him by holding his hand. We could be together. I could remain human. He grabbed my hand and kissed my fingertips. I can't risk killing another human. If you remain how you are, his teeth pressed into the palm of my hand, the years will eventually be your death. If you choose now, I'll seal your beauty and youth. He eased over the top of my body. You'd have it forever. He looked into my eyes. Don't make the mistake of waiting. I licked my lips, trying to think. How old are you, Quinn? I've lived long enough to see that waiting is a mistake. His eyes full with longing. Dying in his arms would be worth it. Living would be a challenge. Or was I up to it? I wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him towards me. Does it hurt much? He whispered. No. Dying. Dying is the easy part. I'll help you with the rest. His lips danced over mine. His breath hit my face, spilling a spicy scent that revved my body into a decision. Is it fast or slow? I know how to make it glorious. The transformation can be an event all in itself. Our bodies cradled in unison. He waited patiently over me. I closed my eyes. I could feel him above me. Death or eternity lingering, waiting for an answer. I chose to be with you, Quinn, forever. He bit into my neck so fast that there wasn't time for a second thought. Each pull of his mouth brought shudders through my body. I swooned as his hands wrapped around me. Our embrace spelled my death. I tried to hold on to any of the memories as he took my life. Nothing would stay. My mind emptied with my blood until I drifted towards darkness. I started to hear a voice. I felt like I was falling and landed somewhere. My limbs were heavy. The fog in my mind was so heavy that I wanted to just drift away to nothing. Be nothing. Stay in peace. Sasha, come back to me. Drink. A flash of light hit my eyes, and I felt a rush of energy flood my body. My tongue tasted the metallic blood. That's it. Taste my blood. You must take it from me now. Something was pushed against my mouth. I sucked at the source, pulling deep from it. Each pull brought clarity to my mind. My eyes opened. I was sucking from Quinn's arm. The room was dancing with lights around me, assaulting my senses of sight and smell. I could detect his musky scent. I wanted to drink him up. Salt wine and the taste of all my favourite foods combined in Quinn's blood. Nothing had tasted anything like this. We were locked in an embrace of two vampires. All I could think of was blood and more. That's enough. You've got to stop. You've got to stop when drinking from a vampire. He pulled his arm away from me, and I tried to grab it. I want more. Of course you do. It's what every fledgling craves. You'll be greedy for it, like this for years. The thirst for blood will take up residence, and you'll know the full pleasures of being a vampire. How long will it take? Amazingly not long. He kissed me, and my lips caressed it slowly. I could feel the individual movement of skin cells caressing over me. My nerves were so sensitive, they echoed the feeling of him caressing my face and holding me after the kiss. Everything seemed to slow down and turn into a micro-environment for me to explore. I could hear the movement of his hair as he moved to lean down next to me. What's happening? Your senses are adjusting to your new body's abilities. It might take a while for it to take over your whole body. The blood is still working its way through you. Give it a little more time, and it should stop. It's a human side and its death throes. Any vampire side, well, it will consume it. Consumes. Eats away all your humanity. He pulled me towards him and kissed my forehead. My hands moved behind him as he slipped his hands underneath my robe. They eased at my back, pulling me closer to him. I snuggled in his embrace. His presence eased my cravings for blood. Now what happens? I stared into his eyes. Then a pull I felt was erasing all doubt about my decision. We made love for eternity. Besides that, the thought made me smile. He kissed me one more time, sealing our union, sealing my servitude. You become mine forever. That was the part I didn't count on. I didn't know I'd be his forever bound. Forever is a very long time. And to be honest, you think you do stupid things when you're young. A tattoo can be removed, but being a vampire is forever. So to all those out there thinking that this is the choice for you now, especially since vampires have arrived on the scene, you know what to expect. Make sure it's the right person that you give yourself to, because there simply isn't a second chance. And that's the end of that story. Again, I'm sorry for the snoring. She's on a little, but she has a big mouth. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. And to another story. This one's called The First Dragon Charmer by J.C. Kang. Yan Yan might have enjoyed flying if she weren't enveloped in a dragon's folklore, with trembling arms. She hugged shaking knees to her chest. Sweat gathered on her brow as she panted the oppressively hot hair. Careful to avoid the razor tips, each as large as a torso and sharp as an oak sword. She nudged her face out between iron-scaled fingers. The cold wind roared in her ears and whipped through her hair. She squinted as freezing air pricked at her eyes. Far below, the hills, rivers, and forests drifted by. Maybe it would be her last sight. Unlike her homeland's mythical dragon guardian, the last dragon was far from benevolent. Legends of its appetite for young women abounded. To think she'd volunteered for this. Yan Yan retreated into the confines of its claws. It must have been the rush of wind in her eyes that coaxed the tears out, not the fear of being torn limb from limb and devoured. If she were just a snack, it would have eaten her by now. It's not like she, all skin and bones from a life of hard labour, could even begin to sate the appetite of such an immense creature. Yan Yan suppressed a wry laugh. Only she would think of such a silly notion. She closed her eyes and listened. The dragon's gem pulsated from deep within its body, just as the elf angel, Aralis, said it would. Rapid as the dragonfly's wings, violent as a summer thunderstorm, it was the dragon's source of energy, the key to vanquishing it. Her stomach lurched into her throat, blood rushed from her head, her ears clogged, sounds muffled with a hard swallow. Her hearing cleared. Braving the wind and cold, she peeked out again. They now descended in lazy circles toward a lone mountain. The rocky crag jutted up from the vast plains, the likes of which had never been seen before. Villages dotted the expanse, each supposedly home to people with round eyes and walnut-toned skin. Like her own people, they were slaves to the orcs. That's what Aralis has said. Would these strangers join in the effort to overthrow humanity's all-masters? A well-travelled lover believed they would. He taught them martial arts and martial magic in hopes they'd join in the worldwide slave revolt. But first, she had to subdue the dragon, to prevent it from interfering. A poof of hair, like the whipping of gigantic sheets, roared in her ears. Her heart sank into her stomach of the sudden declaration. Despite its enormity, the dragon landed lightly near the top of the peak, close to a gaping hole in the rock. It crawled inside, plunging her into darkness. Yan Yan's heart jittered as she listened. With each of the dragon's quaking steps, the floor jiggled and clinked. From somewhere deep within the mountain, a rapid vibration hummed. The dragon opened its foreclaw. She tumbled out and fell to her side on the cool, shifting ground, heart racing faster. She pattered around for a solid surface. It uttered one guttural word, its breath reeking of burnt flesh. The cavern flared into brightness. Mounds of gold, silver, and jewels sparkled. So much treasure, creating a priceless landscape across the enormous cavern. She gasped. It was enough to gild a dozen of the oak gods' enormous flaming chariots. The dragon loomed above, red like cinnabar. It marred the cave's glittering beauty. It bared its fangs, each as long as she was tall. Its glowing blue eyes bored into her. Yan scuttled back several steps, her chest constricted, forcing short breaths. Its laugh shook the cave. Strip, it said. Strip? What? Did it not want to taste her rough spun shirt when it ate her? Hands trembling, Yan pulled her dress tighter around her shoulders. The dragon's hideous form shimmered and shrunk. Its wing disappeared into its body, and its limbs shortened and thinned. Now standing bipedal at twice her height, it looked almost human, save for the scarlet scales and horned reptilian head, and the spade-tipped tail which whipped out and entangled her ankle. With a single tug, the dragon thing dragged her closer. His hand seized both her wrists. The vice grip chafed as it yanked her arms above her head and jerked her to her feet. He pressed his scaly face to hers. The stench of immolating death filled Yan Yan's nose. Her heart pounded in her ears, drowning out any coherent thought. There was no escape, unless she regained her wits. Using the breathing technique Sorales taught her, she closed her eyes and inhaled a slow draught of air. Her heart slowed. Coolness washed over her. There it was. The torrential vibrations from the dragon thing's gem ringing in her ears. As strong and rapid as when it was still a dragon. You will entertain me, it said, with a malevolent grin. It extended a finger to her shift and drew the talon down. It sliced the fabric with a slow rasp, tearing down to the swell of her chest. Her voice trembled. Let me sing for you. The dragon man's hand withdrew and it cocked its head. Sing. She nodded. A song like you've never heard before. Or here again, if she succeeded. It loosened its grips on her wrists. Pins and needles flared in her arms as Yan lowered them. She grabbed the savaged neckline of her dress and pulled the severed flaps together. Such a perfect cut. Not a single fray thread. Those claws could do the same to her flesh. Well, its luminous blue eyes entangled her reflection, magnifying and distorting her trembling lips. An icy tendril crawled up her spine. No way to draw breath, let alone sink. She was doomed to a slow and torturous death. Tears blurred her vision. No. Aralis had descended from the heavens and come to her, taught her the fate of humanity depended on her. Yan blinked away the tears. Sinking to her knees, she pressed her forehead to the ground, just as she would to one of the orc overseers. Glorious Avarax, you honor me by hearing my song. Rise. Its voice echoed into her, the vibrations of its gemstone bending the frequency of her heartbeat. Compelled, she rose to her feet, like a puppet pulled by its master. Undoubtedly the effects of a command, just as Aralis had taught her to use on it. The gemstone buzzed like an angry swarm of bees, barely perceptible to her exceptional hearing, just like Aralis said. She sung, enunciating dozens of notes in rapid succession, tying her voice to its gemstone. With each verse, she slowed her cadence just a little, lulling river torrents into a meandering stream, just as Aralis had instructed her. On quivering legs, its eyelids drooped, its breath lightened. Aralis had been right. Of course it would work. Soon, very soon, they would be together. Averek's eyes flared open, then narrowed. Its gemstone pulsations quickened. No, she couldn't let the power slip away. She raised a voice. The gemstone vibrated faster. The dragon's forked tongue darted over jagged teeth. She'd followed Orala's instructions exactly. Sung the music he'd taught. How could it go wrong? He was an angel, a servant of the true gods, infallible. Yet his song failed her. Nothing could save her now, except her own wits. Listen, Oralis had said. Still singing, she closed her eyes. Each note she sang reverberated into Avarax's gemstone, making the vibrations stronger, the opposite of when he'd compelled her to stand. Yan abandoned the elf angel's song, subtly transitioning to a lullaby her mother taught her, sweet, heartfelt lulling. Its gemstone responded. Avarax's eyes sagged again. Its upright frame slouched over, note by note. She unwound the dragonman's vibrations and bound them up with her own, slower and slower, weaker and weaker. Its eyes fluttered again. Its legs buckled. Shoulders slumping, it crashed to the floor, sending coins and jewels jingling motionless. Yan blew out her breath. Heavens, it had worked. For now. She turned and fled toward the cave entrance. Oralis, she screamed. With a pop, the elf angel materialized out of thin air. Your song didn't work. She showed him. It did little more than send a ripple through his golden locks. A smile brightened his beautiful features. How could she stay angry, with her heart fluttering like butterfly wings? You succeeded where I would have failed. His violet eyes tilted toward the cave. Then he pointed up, to where an orc-god chariot blazed across the sky. When the history of the rebellion is written, they will say it started here, when the dragon charmer sang Avarax to sleep. And that's the end of that story. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to some more odd stories. This one's called Raven 9 by George Donnelly. I do like George Donnelly, he does some really good stories. This one's science fiction, this one. Raven number 9. My streets, my city, my prey, mine. I alone defend it now, for the ancestors. It was all black. Rona pushed herself against the wall behind a dusty, bannerless stairwell and sobbed. Relax. Dane tapped his ear. Wolf to Roundhouse, come in. He paused, but no answer came back. The deep, guttural throom of the floating vehicle zoomed towards them. Rona threw herself into Dane. You said it would be in and out. You said... Dane pushed her back into the corner behind the stairwell and grimaced. He charged his weapon. I'll take care of it. I bear the mission of the ancestors. Will defend, destroy, wipe out. Do you approve, ancestors? Respond. After the noise stopped, Rona peeked an eye out from behind the staircase. Dane's body lay on the debris-strewn street like a flat tire. Its legs folded back on themselves, its face a rubber mask of anguish. Black tire treads running across the forehead and cheeks. Puddles of goo oozed from raised eye sockets. She recoiled deeper into a hiding place. You're gonna die here. Her hands jittered. She stood up, her balance precarious, and walked a few steps to the edge of the darkening street. You worthless heap of scrap. He was a good man. They all were. You're evil, bad, wrong. Raven 9 requires guidance. Destroyed invaders per orders. Told it wrong was bad. Need instructions, confirmation. Ancestors? Rona looked around the corner. The sleek black beast hung millimeters above the rubbly ground, still and silent. She stuck her arm out and waved. No response. Her heart fluttered. You're going to get yourself killed. The short, busty scientist burst out of her hiding spot and ran towards the beta site. She tapped her chest. Rona to Archlight. I need transport. Her chest rose and fell. Fetid dust permeated her mouth and desperate breath burned her throat. A circular pool of air shimmered ahead of her. Her energy flagged, legs heavier, lungs aching. She urged her short limbs on. The atmosphere rattled around her. Dust flew and the planet spun, all feeling lost. Her mind struggled to assign meaning to the black four-legged thing entering the shimmering pool. Lights. Too much. Hurt. No sky. Hard cage. Not the ancestors. Hate me. Destroy them. Consume. Kill. And destroy. Rona spit dust from her mouth. She moved her knee to stand, and a cacophony of pain erupted from all parts. The portal. My team. My God. It sparked not 10 meters from her. She jerked her hand forward into a pile of powdery rubble. A shining disc reflected the light of Beta Persei into her eye, and she flinched. She crawled forward. The thick, heavy disc filled the palm of her hand. The beast, its forelegs fully extended, his head upright and proud, occupied the center in relief. Squiggles surrounded it. The dark giant of the binary system passed in front of the smaller blue brother. Night fell over the street, shadows reaching their misshapen arms to grasp her. Rona bit into the pain, limped forward and threw herself through the portal. Done, masters? Enemies dead. What's this? Another. Again. Destroy. The beast flew at Rona from across the bridge, its deep throne vibrating, a solid rectangular block of glowing pitch blackness. Her teeth clacked. The sound seemed to come from inside her now. Her palm faced outward, outward at the dog, her fingers grasping the heavy disc. The beast smoothed now. Curves emerged. A thin rectangle cropped up out of the front of its snaky torso. 4 legs extended down and alighted on the bloody metal deck of the ESS Archlight. A wave of nausea blew up inside of Rona, and she crashed to the floor. Master. The words intruded on her mind, at rest. The thought popped into her awareness, and she whirled it at the beast. Its legs retracted, the torso descended to the floor. The stick-like head remained attentive. Rona grinned. She lifted the disc to her face. The beast's head followed. Ancestors returned. New master, serve you, yours. Love you, worship you. Do what you say, only you. Forever beautiful. What now? What now? What now? Adventure coming. Rona directed the thought of the prostrate beast. Its torso rose slightly, and its head quivered. She stepped over Offner, the navigator, dead, his neck ripped open and crushed. Blood still trickled from the gaping wound. She punched up the navigation charts, her back turned to the creature. A chill breeze hit her from behind as she froze. Is this it? It glided past her and took up a station again in front of her, waiting, guarding. Is it living? Machine? Does it have feelings? Rona set those worries aside. Only one course now. She found the planet, programmed the navcom and engaged. A shower of sparks erupted on the view screen, then the cloudless, empty brown surface of MZ458-C. Rona glanced at the beast. Master, what now? Its words and frenetic emotions beat like a drum under her temples. She opened a portal, the air shimmering behind the beast, a dry heat searing her eyes. Go through, check for enemies, will follow. She willed the words to it. Her stomach throbbed and her hands shook. The beast rose. Its legs hit the floor and its head took a proud angle. Will protect master. Love master. Alone no more. It turned and jumped through the opening without hesitation. Rona's relief mixed with the creature's transferred joy. She tapped the nav panel, then collapsed next to it. Raven 9 analyzed the blue star. It was hotter than the previous one. He adjusted his operating parameters to maintain a safe internal temperature. Master. He sat and waited her arrival. He had a good feeling about this one. He'd already proven his worth. She was different. The shimmering circle closed, disappeared. Far above him, sparks exploded. Master. And that's the end of that. Now, that's a science fiction one, so yeah, a bit strange, but there you go. The next is called A Report to the Commissioner by Griffin Carmichael, again science fiction. The small interstellar scout craft arrived unnoticed at the system's outer planet and took up a standard close observation position. The unexpectedly easy transition from hyperspace after the troubled journey led to much celebration. At last they arrived. The mission's leader called the crew together for a meal, proudly wearing the tunic and badges that announced his duties. He waved the rowdy crowd to silence and stood up for a speech. My fellow. He had to pound his dish on the table for a moment before anyone paid any attention to him. Please, please, attend to me. I have something to say. The noise finally settled to a dull rumble, accompanied by the slurping sounds of those who continued to eat, uninterested in what the mission leader had to say. There are some in every mission. Gradzinsk's oil tugged his tunic and patted himself smooth. This was his first official act as mission commander, due to the untimely transition of the former commander, which arrived unscheduled and somewhat unexpectedly. Good for all, of course, but to blot on the former commander's record. It would be duly included in the report, of course. Now that we have safely arrived at our destination, despite everything the universe has thrown in our way, we must make sure that all goes according to plan, without any further errors or delay. Several of the crew snorted, some nodded their heads in agreement, others continued to eat heartily. Only about 2/3 of the crew was present due to several incidences of gender shift and the accompanying mating directive. Normally this sort of thing wouldn't happen, all crew being carefully screened to prevent those close to their shift from being selected. But there had been nothing approaching normal on this mission. All cringed as he recalled the first sign the voyage was going to be troubled. All communications had failed, followed shortly by issues with the FTL drive, all serving to delay the arrival at their target by several years. With no way to communicate, no chance to return to the home base, the first mission leader had ordered the ship to continue to their destination. Something could be salvaged from the mission, or he'd know the reason why, he screamed. The first mission leader was now in hastily constructed family quarters, nursing a fine litter, which she was more than wont to declare to anyone who would still listen. 3 mission leaders later, Ol was the last qualified person to be promoted, and the sight of their destination shining brightly only a short distance away, relatively speaking, had brightened his mood. He hoped that the mission could be completed, and the ship turned towards home before any crew shifted genders and began exhibiting the mating urge. His hopes were dashed the morning after the celebratory meal. A crew member in charge of the communications study of the designated planet bowed and stumbled his way before all. All took one look at him and put both limbs out, digits trembling. Don't say it, don't. I will not hear of another system failure, nor any rumours of gender shifting and unauthorised mating rituals. But, fine sir, I simply must report this issue at once. It's my duty, and on my life, I will not fail to deliver my report. All groaned. Stop the dramatics. I think we'd all had enough of those the last centuries. The crewman nodded. There had been quite a lot of dramatic and even hysterical behaviour aboard the ship, and with half the crew out of sorts and whelping in every available corner, he wasn't pleased to have upset his commanding officer. But duty must be performed, or shame taken on. After a few minutes pretending to ignore the crewman, all knew he had to take the report, no matter how terrible it would be. He sighed deeply and motioned the crewman to come before him. The crewman dragged his lower limbs, flexible digits almost digging into the craft's flooring, in his reluctance to advance. Now all was impatient to hear the report. Stop delaying, and just eject the words. I assure you, I can handle whatever it is you found. The crewman swallowed, his lips pinched, nose slits narrowed. He had to force himself to stand straight and look directly at the mission leader. We finally managed to retrieve the process the signals coming from the target planet. Fine, sir. But we find ourselves at a loss to understand what's happened. Perhaps we've arrived at the target too late? due to our unfortunate circumstances? By the 7 stones, man, spit it out, or you might wish have taken the gender shift with your crochet mates. That's only made it harder to get the report out, though. The crewman admirably pushed it past his thin lips. The images we've seen are not what was supposed to be possible when the first crews left this world. A humanoid species had begun to advance, and it's believed they would soon have society built that was advanced enough to interact with. The society is certainly of a level we anticipated, but unless something dramatic happened during the species evolution, well, I can only explain it by theorizing that somehow another humanoid species leaped over the one we'd made contact with. Hull had been staring at the crewman, eyes even larger than normal. He was feeling an unpleasant tingling in his extremities, and there was a distinct ringing in his auditory system. "Show me," he ordered. His voice was higher than usual. When he saw what was captured, the broadcast made him ill. It was all he could do to look and lean, sharp features of the humanoids on screen, long, straight noses, pale skin, nearly hairless bodies. It wasn't right at all. Where were the heavy jaws, the thick brow bones, the strong teeth, superior physiques? Oh, this was terrible. All dropped his head into the hot embrace of the trembling digits. The mission had been a disaster since the ship left the home system. Whatever had happened during their journey, it bode ill for the entire crew. The last clear thought he had as the gender shift took him was one of jubilation. He surrendered himself to the call of the mating urge as the other crew watched numbly. At least I won't have to write this report to the commissioner. And that's the end of that story. Well, there's 2 interesting science fiction stories. If you're a science fiction fan, you'll probably like them. If you're not, then you probably won't. Anyhow, many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to another story. Excuse any snoring in the background, that will be Storm, she's very loud. This one's called Teddy Bear Defenders by Tom Jaman. More of them were coming. Hideous misshapen black blobs that look like horrible caricatures of clowns. Big noses over huge mouths full of gigantic, razor-sharp teeth. Their arms were grotesquely bulging, with huge muscles and too many joints. There were no real hands at the end of those arms, just collections of spikes. There must have been 30 or more in this wave. They came rushing forward, silently spreading out just a bit, but they couldn't help but start bunching up as they saw the lone figure standing ahead of them, blocking their way. Grrr brought his two-handed sword around into a basic guard position and took a deep breath. He pulled the sword back and started rushing forward, roaring as he went. Just before he hit the main group, he flicked his one wrist, and the small buckler attached to his arm shifted into a more comfortable position. He threw his entire body into the swing of the sword, turning almost completely around in the process. Everything that the sword touched was smashed in two. Clown after clown was torn apart. As the clowns were mutilated, the bodies fell, and they started dissolving back into the strange, stinking darkness that they all seemed to be made from. His berserker charge ended. Gurr had cut his way through the heart of the clowns. Almost half of them were down and dissolving, their charge broken. The rest turned toward the warrior that had stopped. His breathing sounded like bellows of an ancient forge. Gurr had adjusted his helmet and buckler again. The enemy was not smart enough to run through the head for their final target. All they saw was one lone defender, winded and looking like an easy target. Even though many of their number were down, they focused on the defender. All they saw was something to lash out at. As one, they turned away from the exit and faced the defender. They didn't even regroup. They simply charged. Then they were destroyed. As they started running toward the lone warrior, who had brought his sword up, a flash came from the side. It moved faster than the eye could see behind the evil creatures. A leg came off, a head went flying there, and then several were just cut in half by a fast-moving shadow of death. By the time the clowns had reached Gur, as many had been cut down by the blur of motion as Gur himself had destroyed. Time seemed to pause for a second, and then a sultry voice called out, "Oh, poor little baby clowns, having such a hard time with one warrior and a cat. Maybe you should have brought more friends." The remaining clowns stopped and looked to the side, noticing for the first time the cat standing there. Her fur was fine grey and her eyes were green. The katana in her paws was long and razor sharp, and with a few deft moves she had it sweeping through the air with a fine whistling. Her smile exposed pointed teeth, and there was no real warmth expressed toward the creatures that were preparing to attack her now. "You see, girl, I told you that if you just charged in the middle of them, they would follow you back in, and then we would finish them off. Little Susie never needs to even have a hint that these weaklings were here." Gur took another deep breath. The bear warrior with his Viking helm and massive sword did not look impressed. Of course, they're stupid. They are darkness and fear. Yet, attacking as I did, I stopped a third of them like a true warrior. Your skulking ways have no humour. Kitty laughed, which seemed to enrage the clowns. "I am not here for humour. Neither are you. We're here to defend the cuddler and stop this vileness, like so." Kitty thrust her one arm out, and silver darts seemed to fly. The thrown blades hit four of the clowns, and then both she and Gur charged. Seconds later, the last of the clowns were down and dissolving away to nothingness. Gur looked around, gripping his sword tight. This should have been the last wave of attackers. By the stuffer. Do the parents of Susan not understand that clowns are the stuff of nightmares? Eesh! He shuddered as he turned and started walking towards the distant opening. Kitty followed. After they exited the underbed, Kitty frowned and then touched Gur's arm. When he stopped, she stepped around his side and carefully flicked a bit of smelly dark material off his back. Then she carefully adjusted her harness. She stepped back to admire the handiwork, and then shook a single long, carving nail at Gur in admonishment. "Do not think for a moment that you're going to climb back into that crib with Susan, looking anything than your best. The child loves you, and a warrior must look their best for those that they protect. You're the shining symbol of nobility for her." Gur sheepishly kicked the floor with his toe. "Thank you, Kitty." Then he looked at her more carefully. "But what about you? She loves you too. But you do not seem jealous. Jealous of attention that she gives me." Kitty turned, moving with the speed of lightning, her outflung arm throwing another small silver dart. The small clown creature, pulling itself up, the side of the crib was sliced almost in half. It slipped and fell to the floor, where it dissolved. Kitty turned back to Gur, sheathed her katana, pulled out a small elaborate fan, and flicked it open, fanning herself delicately. Gur. She hugs me and purrs loudly. It drowns out any jealousy that I could have for any other stuffed animal. She loves me. That is enough. I am, after all, ninja. I operate in the shadows. We will keep our cuddlers safe. Her parents, as silly as they are, will be bringing more guardians soon enough. Both guardians carefully climbed up the side of the crib, careful to stay out of the view of the video camera that Daddy had set up, climbed on the mattress, and, moving like ghosts, they crept up next to Susan, who was sleeping peacefully. Gur frowned at the child sleeping on her stomach, and, gesturing at Kitty, they both carefully levered her onto her side. Gur snuggled down behind her and sighed contentedly. Kitty went prone in front of Susan and made sure that she was facing her. A small hand came up and clutched Kitty to her and the delicate stuffed animal smiled at the feeling of love, while the clock chimed 12, and Halloween ended for yet another year. And that's the end of that story. That's interesting indeed, isn't it? I quite like that story. Obviously, I'll leave a link in the description where you can go see other books by the same author. And I'm sure there's a fuller book to this, as this is just parts from it. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. And welcome to Storytime. This one's called All That Glitters Isn't Gold by N.D. Iverson. No touching the girls, the beefy security guard said, after placing a stern hand on Gerald's shoulder. Gerald threw his offending hands in the air. We're all good here, man. Right, Chrissy? He winked at the stripper in his lap. She gave Gerald a skeptical glance before turning to Big Bob and nodding. Big Bob stabbed a finger right into Gerald's face. If I have to come back here, man, you ain't gonna like what happens next. The music was so loud that a man couldn't hear his cell phone go off, which of course was the point. But somehow a scream reached little Pow Pow. Big Bob's back went straight. You should probably attend to that, yeah? Gerald said, hoping the bouncer would let him get back to his lap dance. Big Bob took off to the VIP area to investigate, and Chrissy resumed a wriggling in his lap. He was enjoying the friction until Big Bob came dashing back through the VIP velvet curtain with a stripper on his back. Oh, sure, they can touch the girls, Gerald thought. Chrissy bolted from his lap, almost taking out his VIP. Very important, P.S. As Chrissy fled, Gerald yelled at her, Hey, that wasn't 20 minutes. He would have complained, but the DJ was also the manager, and if his playlist was any indication, he would be an ear-bleedingly terrible manager. Gerald focused his attention on the spectacle that was causing a bunch of laps to go undanced. Big Bob was not giving the glitter-coated stripper a piggyback, as Gerald thought. No, Big Bob was trying to dislodge the stripper like his clothes were on fire, and her an oil-stained rag, in this attempt to get the feral stripper off him. Big Bob stumbled into a set of the tables and chairs before he fell to the ground, forcing the occupants to flee and leave behind their plate of buffet chicken wings. Probably a smart choice, Gerald thought. Last time he ate the food here, he ended up with, DEFCON Chipola's level of, diarrhea. Big Bob rolled over so that he was on top of the stripper, then violently ripped away from her by rolling to the left. She was still moving, but didn't bother to get up, as she was busy nosing and noshing on something. Big Bob shot to his feet, despite his larger stature. His hand flew to the back of his neck, and now he screamed. Sensing something gross, Gerald moved in closer for a peek. There was a chunk of Big Bob's neck fat missing, and Gerald had a sick hunch that the stripper was gnawing on the piece of fresh Big Bob jerky. That bitch bit me, Big Bob bellowed, confirming Gerald's suspicion. As if offended by his language, the stripper rolled herself over and hobbled to a standing position. Everyone stood still, waiting to see what she would do next. Her eyes darted around like a kid at Disneyland, unsure where to start first. Her mouth was a gash of red from Big Bob's blood, and her skin had taken on a waxy hue under the top layer of glitter. She looked like she was sick. Really sick? Not just like herpes. Like some type of sick. Another stripper, dressed like a sexy Hillary Clinton, slowly walked up to the wide-eyed, bloody stripper. Angel, you okay? She asked. Angel whirled around and launched herself at sexy Hillary Clinton stripper, who screamed like a banshee. That was when everyone decided it was time to leave. This party foul was too much, even for the sad, lonely men willing to throw their paychecks at naked girls for a moment of their time. Hey, I'm one of those guys, Gerald thought before he too started towards the exit. Now that people were leaving, the front door was wide open, letting the light in like a beacon. Gerald and the others spilled out into the parking lot, momentarily disorientated by the blinding sunlight. Gerald was forced to dive onto the pavement at some arsehole who'd tried to take him out with their crawler, in an attempt to get out of the parking lot. All was calm when Gerald had entered the Tasty Biscuit. The name was rather misleading, giving pet owners a startle when they would wander in looking for dog food. But now it was chaos. Car horns were blaring, sirens were going off, helicopters were zooming overhead, and most alarmingly, there was a pair of Girl Scouts trying to sell their cookies in the strip club parking lot. "Get out of here!" Gerald yelled at the two kids. They screamed in unison when they saw Angel go after one of the regulars, after following the crowd out into the parking lot. Gerald let out a scream too. Angel was not near as hot as she had seemed inside the dark club, even if she wasn't currently covered in blood and gristle and glitter. Gerald couldn't believe the difference sunlight made. He wouldn't be buying any more dances from her. The two Girl Scouts had abandoned their table of cookies and were already running down the sidewalk. Gerald ran to his F-150 and jumped into the front seat. The truck started and he was about to back up when something slammed into the passenger side door. He may have peed himself a little, but he would never admit it. The door opened and Chrissy threw herself into the cab, slamming the door behind her. "Holy shit!" she yelled, far too loud for such a tiny space. Gerald looked at her. At least she was still hot out in the daylight. "You okay?" She sucked in her lips and nodded. "We need to get out of here." On a normal day, leaving the club with a stripper would have been legendary, but not when they were fleeing from the horror scene inside. Gerald reversed just as Angel threw herself on the hood of the truck, coating the windshield in spit and blood. Chrissy screamed, and in a state of panic, Gerald floored the gas pedal, sending Angel rolling to the pavement as they reversed, going 20 miles an hour. Gerald turned on the wipers, smearing the bodily fluids into thin streaks. Neither he nor Chrissy commented on it. Angel had gotten herself up, paying no mind to the bone now jutting out of her forearm. "Oh, God," Chrissy said, into the back of her hand. Gerald pulled the truck in drive and joined the rest of the survivors, trying to make it into the steady flow of traffic. They drove for what seemed like hours, but had only been a few minutes. What are we going to do? I have no idea. All I know is Gerald did a completely inappropriate air pump with his fist. "I don't have to go to work tomorrow." And that's the end of that story. Geesh. Wow. Interesting. And yeah, that's literally the end. It's by N.D. Iverson. And I do believe you can actually get the whole book when you research for him. I will pop it in the description below, where you can actually go visit where he does his other books and his full books, etc. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel and to Storytime. Please excuse the loud snoring in the background. That's actually Storm, and Storm is now 6 months old. For those who know who Storm is, she's my Alapa Blue Blood Bulldog. Alapaha Blue Blood Bulldog. She's 6 months old and she has a tiny nose, but her snores are louder than Dougal's. And for those of you who follow me, you will know how big Dougal is. So yeah, she's really loud. Anyway, this story is called Oh My Darling by Jolita Clegg. I slammed my pick into the wall of the cavern, the one hidden in a crack on a forsaken mountainside deep in the craggy blues. Old Codger Martin told me about the gold there, man to man over whiskey in the back of an old saloon south of Frisco. I hopped on a mule and rode up to check it out and stake a claim. So far, all I'd found was quartz. I hit the wall again. Rocks tumbled to the ground and a gleam of yellowish metal caught my eye. Maybe Codger wasn't a two-headed lion snake. I crouched, my fingers reaching. The cavern shook, caving. It shook again. Dust shifted down onto my head. The shaking came once more, like a giant stomping its way up from the depths to confront me. Rocks creaked. I thought about running for the exit, but that promising rock had my attention. I palmed it to hide the metallic luster as the steps approached. What are you doing, human? A voice snapped over me, shaking more dust loose. It was deeper than the pits of hell itself. Might have come from there, too. Who knew where the other end of the caverns led? I rose to my feet and faced the denizen of the depths. The creature was huge, covered in green, scaly skin, with giant tusks poking from his fat lips and enormous claws on his hands. He sported a twisted crown of dead rats. Just a cave troll. Nothing too spectacular. Not like the dragon that ate Jim Balfour and his entire effete exploration expedition. Their fault for tramping into the dragon's front room and smoking those vile cheroots. This, my cave. The troll thumped a massive fist onto the floor. Posted mine. He flung his other hand out, pointing deeper into the cave. You, trespassing. Now that's where you're wrong, my good troll. I extended my hand. Name's Barnabas Whittle. I filed a legal claim to this section of mountain, but I don't see why we can't work this together anyway. Everything I knew about trolls ran quickly through my head. It didn't take long. Trolls were a secretive bunch. According to Brim Bartle, the accepted authorities on cave dwellers. Their entry on trolls included a warning to avoid them and not much else. The troll shook his head. A dead rat bounced over one eye. I file claim. My caves. Posted. No trespassing. Down there. He pointed into the darkness of the cave. I posted up there, I said, pointing to the entrance I'd blasted just last week. There must be a way we can work this out. Let's think about this for a moment, shall we? The troll furrowed his brow. I took the chance and risked a peek at my rock sample. Gold. Not fool's gold either. Though some might call me a fool for stealing a troll's claim. That, mine, the troll said, reaching for the stone. I took one look at the claws and let him have the rock. He used one claw to delicately scrape the metal out of it, as if it were putty. He smiled, showing his impressive tusks, as he flicked gold to the ground. Now it valuable. He showed me the mass of quartz crystals. That? I wrinkled my brow. Yes, I see. Most valuable. Well, this is a dilemma. I tell you what, I'll give you half of all those I find. Plus, I'll clean up all the garbage for you. I nurtured the nuggets of gold, littering the ground. The troll narrowed his eyes. What I do? Why I not keep all? I need you to smash the rocks open. I'll extract the crystals. As sure as my name's Barnabas Whittle, I've got a patent pending on the best crystal extractor you've ever seen. We'll be partners. Partners help each other and share. We can be partners, can't we? Both of us get rich. The troll thought for a long moment, then nodded. But one condition. I smiled my best smile. I was about to become rich, and all it cost me was the worthless quartz. Yes, worthless quartz marrying my gold. Name it. Got daughter. Clementine. You marry. Troll showed me his tusks again, or I smash your face. I swallowed. Marry a troll? I eyed the gold on the ground. How bad could it be? I shook the troll's paw. You got yourself a deal, partner. Clementine was as sweet as a daisy, although her face could curdle milk. She was a troll, green-skinned, giant feet, tusks, and all. But since she didn't wear rats on her head and preferred a good calico for her dresses, we got along just fine. She took to the miner's wife role like a natural. She lived in a ramshackle little cabin where she baked cornbread and brewed moonshine to her heart's content. After the first taste of her cooking, I didn't mind that she outweighed any prize bowl and could probably wrestle it into the dust. Her food was divine. She planted a garden, tended it lovingly. Most of it was weeds, but I wasn't about to tell my darling bride that. She was happy, and she made me happy. I was the luckiest man alive, of course. The steady stream of fist-sized gold nugget trash her father kept handing me only made her green warts more attractive. I bought Clementine a dozen ducklings for her birthday. She squealed with excitement. The little birds cowered in terror. She cradled them gently in her massive hands, her claws delicately stroking their downy feathers. By the end of summer, they were a sight to see. Clementine trundled at the front, giant feet in their box shoes stomping down the path to the mill pond below my cabin. The ducks waddled behind, quacking and bossing everything else out of their way. Every morning, Clementine took them to the pond for a swim. I followed, carrying my sack of gold nuggets to hand off to the Asaya, who set up shop with the miller. Neither of them ever said much about my green-skinned beauty, not after she punched a moose that threatened the ducklings. We all enjoyed the meat from that bounty. I was late that August morning. I arrived at the mill just in time to see Clementine trip over a log. She tumbled into a mill pond with a tremendous splash. Ducks' water went flying. I ran to the shore, expecting to see my bride rise from the depths. Her face did rise briefly, lips pursed as she sucked in air. Trolls are made of stone. It's embedded in the flesh. Clementine didn't stand a chance. I threw myself into the pond, but I was no swimmer. I splashed mightily, thrashing about as I reached for her. I shouted for help, but no one heard over the, creaking of the old mill wheel. I watched her sink beneath the water. Her ruby lips blew a last stream of bubbles. The ducks circled me, quacking as I struggled for the shore. I'd lost my Clementine. My heart would never mend. Her father waited for me at the cavern when I returned. With heavy heart, I told my green friend what happened to his daughter. I even cried. He grunted when I finished my tale of woe. She good daughter. She happy with you. He smacked me on the back hard enough that I bounced off the wall. She got sister, though. He lifted one eyebrow aggressively. Clementine had been a marvellous wife. How can her sister possibly compare? Does she cook human food? I mean? He grimaced. All time. Nasty breads, cake, pies, all that garbage. My mouth watered. My friend, nothing can ever replace your daughter Clementine in my heart. But I think I might have room for a sister in there too. I shook his gnarled paw, except in the bargain. The giant gold nugget he handed me didn't hurt either. I'd marry all of his daughters, and their cousins, and their friends, if he kept gifting me his garbage gold. I'd love Clementine. She was better than I deserved. I think on my troll bride fondly every time I hold a sack of gold to the mill or lift a glass of moonshine in a memory. Oh, my darling Clementine, thou art lost and gone forever. Dreadful sorry, Clementine, but your sister Rosemary makes apple pie and men would gladly die for. The end. And that is the end of that story by Gilletta Clegg. And of course, I will leave a link in the description where you can find more of her stories and the whole story which goes with this, as this is just like parts of the bigger picture. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to another story time. If you hear snoring in the background, that's just Storm and I apologise. She's very loud. This story is called What I Did at Halloween by Edward M. Grant. The man stood on the doorstep in the cool evening air. As the orange sun sank behind the houses across the street, the glowing plastic pumpkin lights that Daddy had hung from the patio for Halloween reflected from the drizzling rain that tapped on the man's wide, black umbrella, then dripped down onto his arms from the tips of his metal frame, soaking the cuffs of his cheap grey suit. Bubble-like music floated along the hallway from the living room. Caitlin had left the Happy Unicorn DVD playing on the TV when she rushed to the door with her pink, fluffy princess dress flapping around her legs. After he interrupted her with his constant banging. Now his dark eyes stared down at her as she held the door open. "Hello, little girl. What's your name?" "Don't talk to strangers," Mummy had said. By the way he smiled at her, he didn't feel like a stranger. He looked like a nice man, a friendly man, a man she could trust. "Caitlin, can I speak to Mummy or Daddy?" "They went shopping to get more chocolate and crisps for tonight." "And left you alone?" Caitlin sneezed and rubbed her nose on the arm of her dress. "I got sniffles, and Daddy said I'm old enough to stay home and sneeze by myself." "Then perhaps you can help me instead. I buy gold and jewels." "Do your Mummy and Daddy have any?" Caitlin bit her lip. Should she tell him? No, of course not. Mummy and Daddy would tell her off. But the more he smiled that big wide smile at her, the more his gaze bore into her eyes, the more she wanted to. He pushed against the door and Caitlin stepped back as it opened wider. "I could tell you how much it's worth, so they'll have a nice surprise when they get home." He looked through the living room door at the cartoon playing on TV. "Maybe they'd buy you a pony, a white one, whatever colour you want." That did it. She glanced towards the stairs. "Mummy has some shiny stuff in their bedroom?" She closed the door after he passed her and followed him upstairs. He peered through the door into her bedroom and at her crayoned unicorn drawings on the wall above the bed, then stepped into her parents' room at the end of the landing. The plastic sheet covering the carpet crunched beneath his feet. "What's that for?" "To stop it getting messy." He glanced toward the jewellery box on the shelf. "Is that where your Mummy keeps the gold?" Caitlin nodded. He grabbed the box and opened it, and lifted out the chain that sparkled in his hand. "Nice. Very nice. Is it worth a pony?" He picked up a ring, gold with inlaid diamonds. "I think they could be. Why don't you make me a nice cup of tea while I value these?" Caitlin smiled, quietly closed the door and slid her fingers around the key. The lock clunked as she turned it, and he looked up as she pulled the key out and clasped it in her hand. "What are you doing?" "Bob says you robbed Mrs. Doolittle's house while she made your tea." "Who's Bob?" "Bob's my very best friend." "You shouldn't be friends with liars." "Bob says you're here to rob us." He held out his hand. "Come on, give me the key." "Bob says you're an asshole." And Bob was right too. That big, friendly smile became a scowl. The man's forehead grew red and his eyes bulged. He motioned with his fingers. "Give it to me before I have to smack you for being a naughty little girl." She tossed the key toward him. He lunged for it, but it passed an inch from his fingertips and clinked as it banged off the window frame before it flew out the open window. "Oops. What the hell did you do that for?" He barged past her and twisted the door handle, then banged on the door. It rattled against the lock, but stayed shut. "Bob will get the key when you're done." "Done what?" "Done. What was the word? Repenting." "What's that supposed to mean?" "He said you have to give back what you stole." "If I stole anything, why would I do that?" She squinted at him and scowled a nastier scowl, much nastier than his. She'd been practicing it all day. "If you don't, Bob will eat your brains." "You're not a nice little girl, are you?" She pouted. "I'm very nice." Then shook her head and frowned. "But Bob's not so nice." She leaned closer. "Bob's not nice at all." He crossed to the window and leaned out, looking down. Bob said it was too high to jump without breaking something. He turned away, returned to the door and smacked his shoulder into it. The door shook and the lock creaked. Oh, Mummy will tell me off if you break the door. He grabbed Caitlin and wrapped her fingers around her neck. His face glowed red. You're lucky I don't kill you. Bob wouldn't like that. And where's Bob? She looked toward the bed and smiled. The man's brow furrowed. Then he released her. He tossed back the quilt and found nothing beneath, then crouched by the bed and peered into the darkness below it. Something long and thin flickered out and wrapped around his neck. Big teeth flashed in the darkness. He screamed and jumped to his feet as Bob's tentacles wrapped around his head, and Bob's long, curved teeth bit into his nose. Then Bob's tentacles popped out the man's eyes, and he screamed and screamed as Bob shoved a tentacle into each ear, then pulled and pulled and pulled until his head went pop. Caitlin, that's enough, Miss Morgan said. Caitlin looked up from the scroll in her exercise book. Most of the other girls in the classroom were grimacing, while the boys laughed and nudged each other, or scribbled pictures of heads wrapped in tentacles, and on the covers of their exercise books or on the desks. Miss Morgan just scowled as she grabbed Caitlin's arm and pulled her to the corner of the classroom. Did you really write that? Miss Morgan whispered. Should she admit it? Caitlin stared into Miss Morgan's eyes. They bulged from her head, the way they always did when she was sure something had cheated on their own work. Caitlin looked down. She'll not get in more trouble if she lied. Bob did the long words. Miss Morgan pushed her toward the door. Headmaster's office, now. Right now. And I will be speaking to your parents. And that's the end of that story. Jeez. By Edward M. Grant. Interesting story indeed. And of course, I will leave a link in the description where you can go find Edward M. Grant's books or the whole book to this, what he's wrote, etc. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to some fantasy stories that we're on at the moment. If you hear any snoring in the background, that's just Storm, I'm afraid. She's very loud. This one's called Blood of Harodar by J.T. Williams. I hear the crunch of boots trudging through the snow. My friend is coming. I push the lock bar to the side and open the gate. At least there will be one that will share this place with me until the end. In the middle of the road appears a stout dwarf, a proud warrior and a veteran of many battles. My friend, one of my last friends. I hear the snap of bowstrings. Jinro? He is tired. He begins to run, blood already running down his face and a steady stream rolling off his arm. 3 arrows slam into his back, and he stumbles and falls just before the gate. I reach down and grab him under his armor. When I go to pull him into the gateway, he slaps me. No! Shut the damn gates! We have the lower trap set, and the doors to keep are sealed. It is done. Gimro draws a small axe and smiles. Let them come for me. I will split their pretty faces. I release my grip and nod to him. Fight well, brother. I will. Try not to die before me. I close the gate and lock it back. Jimro shouts from the other side of the gateway, and then I hear several thuds as more arrows strike my friend. Goodbye, Gimro. I stand upon the upper summit of the great dwarf city of Harodor. This is the last tower. The perimeter defense in the mountains where our war drums vibrated in the rocks beneath my feet ended only a few hours ago. Those dwarves were the last upon the stairs to the mountain paths. The enemy cannot yet reach my spot, but when they do, I will do what is necessary. We last defenders are the Hammer Song, the Dwarven High Guard. Our home has been under siege, and now the wretched forces of men have assailed our holiest grounds. My only happiness is that some time ago, those unable to fight fled this place. Many went with them, but we could not leave our sacred city to burn without dwarf blood to flow into the hills as a last defence. For 5 nights we fought to hold the tower stairwells, and now the gateway is all that remains. Some remain within the inner sanctums, but I cannot say for how long. I have command of the outward traps, a duty I shall fulfill, the last duty of my life. Horns sound in the deep, and I hear the scalding flames of the forge. Fires rush down the northern cliffs, burning those that tried that doorway. That was Rufador, my second cousin. If I know it, he barreled hammer first into the shield line after switching the release valves of our molten smiling rivers. He joins his brothers and children that died yesterday. The northern way into the mountain is now sealed under hardening rock. I see their banners cresting near the convergence of the rivers. They come, all the snarling chest suckers. I must release the first traps. With switch in hand, I twist the knob. A rope snaps on a distant hill, and a trio of boulders drops, springing down the mountain. The entire attacking force halts for a moment. They're like ants frozen by an object in its path. Hacking, I hear hacking. I look over to the doorway and see the wood shaking. Someone's trying to get in. The legions of men are at it again. They're now halfway up the stairwells. I flip another switch, and the dragonfires ignite. A boiling blast of arcane fire, mixed by our very own dwarf wizard, Runthel. The smoke rises and I smile. I swear I can hear the sizzle of the flesh. The hacking continues. As the legions are forced to wade through the slurry of burning bodies, I prepare for another trap. We had saved this one. It is the crystal guardians of Horodar. The men reach the upper level of the stairwells now. There are so many, but it is the last of the magic in the mountain that shall play against them. In an electrifying brilliance, the storm of the dwarves shoot out from carved crystals and take down wave after wave of men. But it's not enough. They still come, for we are evil. Also, as the hammer being measured to us in their eyes. The hacking continues. I see a man's face through the splintered wood, looking back over the walls to the stairwells. I know they've reached the gates. I wonder how long they will hold. I take a small axe in hand. They're still hacking their way in, but I am ready. As the gate frame shudders and falls, I take a breath, ready to fight them. But it's not yet time. A flurry of arrow fire strikes the doorway. I glance to my left and see Areva, one of the elves from the south. She releases a continual barrage, taking down each of the attackers until at last they are all dead. In that moment, she pauses. Lowering her bow, I catch the light of smoke-hazed moon pierce through her hair and forget all the past sins of our two races. She's truly beautiful. I remember all the fighting between dwarves and elves. Why had we wasted so much life and war at one another? I spot blood and see a horrid gash on a lower leg. Arriva, you've been stroked. I have, but the halls of Haradar are ready. The vines of my people guard the inner sanctum. None of the men shall defile this place for some time. The elves and the dwarves have fought for years, but as men deemed our use of magic as reasons for the problems of the world, we became evil. We were dragged into the streets and tortured. Our parade of bodies taken to the capital cities and spat upon. Many have died, but some have escaped to a sacred snow dwarf refuge. A place for all peoples. A place I hope my son to reach soon. Dear Slanicha, how I will miss you. They are coming, Arriva says. A bow is taut, and I take a second axe in hand. This path is a halt and not easy to reach. Up the mountains, a perilous journey made worse by coarse icy winds and avalanches. These warriors that approach were sent for one purpose, to destroy us. They cannot get down through this way. We are the last defenders. The elf releases a shot. I throw my axes. 3 men fall and I take my double-headed axe in hand. Its name is Blackblood, named for the oaks that it was forged to fight. Now it will be bathed in the red blood of men. A spear pierces her Iva as she falls, stammering towards the enemy. As she draws her own blade, she rises to continue forwards when an arrow pierces her eye. Hammer song strung. I die for my people, her people, and all of magic that have been persecuted to this end. We are descendants of angels. I burst into a sprint, lift my axe above me. This is the end of my story. I am Ron Nishio, last of the hammer song. May I be avenged. Oh, and that's the end of that wonderful story. The next story is called Hair of the Dog by Connie B. Dowell. It's a fantasy, obviously. I'd injured both gobs of my left pinky installing the camera, but it was all going to be worth it for Squibbles and Flopsy and my peace of mind. I opened the app. Guys, come look. I waved to them across the deck. This is what I was talking about. The doggy cam. Rita, Ned and Carla turned from the railing, where they'd been watching the light dim on the beach below. A camera, asked Ed. Aren't you just going home in an hour or two? Rita nudged him in the ribs. Carla trotted across the deck and peered over my shoulder. Let's have a look. It's in night vision now, I explained, as I zoomed in. Rita appeared at my other side, with Ned standing a little way off. Look, you can see one of them move that big bone into the living room, and there's yes, there's Flopsy, curled in the corner. Where? Carla leaned in, squinting. Right there, I pointed. Oh, and there's Squibbles, too. My two corgis weren't mere lumps on the screen at first. Only when they moved could I make out their forms. Nice, Carla muttered. She took my hand. Come over to the railing. I shook my head. Rita made an indistinct noise. They all moved away. I heard Ned under his breath. Is he going to run home if they chew on a couch? I rolled my eyes and smiled at the two corgi lumps on the screen. Just because I wanted to check on them didn't mean I'd run off at the littlest thing. I took a sip of my scotch. The full moon glinted on the surface of the amber liquid. Something changed. The lumps leapt from their cosy blankets and began writhing on the ground. I straightened my chair. The moonlight fell on the dogs, wriggling. Forms. Something happened. I could not interpret. It seemed their legs were extending. That couldn't be right. I gotta go. I leapt from my chair. I heard Ned mutter, typical, as I raced to my car. The drive home was excruciatingly slow. My paw puppies, they could be having a seizure, twisted dog food, or I don't know. I certainly wasn't prepared for the scene when I arrived. Cars all over the lawn, an SUV even parked right in my begonias, and people young and loud, college kids everywhere, plastic cups in hand. They must have broken into my house, poisoned my dogs, had a party to celebrate the only explanation I could think of. I pushed through the beer-swilling crowd and threw the door open. Dude, you made it! I'd never seen the young man before me, but he had a familiarity. It wasn't the messy blonde hair, nor the acne-speckled face, but those brown eyes. I spotted his odd bracelet, a red colour wrapped around the wrist. Flopsy, I breathed. Yeah, dude, he chuckled. Of course it's me. Party time. He grabbed my arm and pulled me forward. I must admit, even underneath my utter wonder at Flopsy's new form, I had a strong desire to shout or call the cops as I witnessed the chaos in my home. Partygoers reclined on countertops and tugged at cabinet doors. A keg sat in a bucket of ice on my newly installed carpet, not the tile floor of the kitchen, mere steps away. To top it all, two young ladies eyed my chandelier, wondering audibly whether it was real crystal or whether the taller of the two would be able to touch it if she jumped with all her might. Don't drag your feet, bro. Flopsy took my wrist. Squibbles is waiting on us. We wended our way out the back door to the deck. I scanned the crowd, the faces, sparsely lit by tiki torches, somewhat by there was obscured smoke. He's kind of nervous, said Flopsy, but I told him you'd be cool about it. He cleared his throat. Squibbles, he called. It's okay. The young man stood up straighter. It was unmistakably Squibbles. He was much taller, Broader of shoulder than Flopsy, dark-haired and wide-jawed, and handsome. I shook my head. It seemed wrong to think about this. I mean, that was my, dog? But it was true. The eyes of several girls, and a few guys, on the deck were drawn to him as soon as he stepped into the light. Scribble's eyes met mine, and he hunched over. If he still had a tail, he'd have put it between his legs. He'd always been the more timid of the two, running away at the sound of a doorbell. Oh, dude, it's cool, Squibbles. Flopsy motioned for him to come closer. What I tell you is... He took a tiny step forward. Is it really okay? Of course, Flopsy turned to me. Right, bro? I looked at the noisy crowd, dropping plastic cups and spilling beer. I stared into the dog's eyes, big brown eyes. Scribbles made a squeak and backed up a step. I guess I'd rather you told me first, but it's all right. Really? Said Scribbles. Really? I put on a smile. It's party time. Well, wow. That's, interesting. I had never heard of a dog turning into people before. Anyway, thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to another story. This one's called Dog Dealings by Tricia Owens, and it's an urban fantasy. I need to sell this immediately. While I'd heard my share of sale pitches from people trying to pawn or sell me complete junk, I never had someone put a rush order on it. What's the worst it could be, Anne? An Egyptian death curse, the Black Plague in a perfume bottle. And could have been all of the above, actually. Las Vegas attracted some pretty dodgy magical beings, and they often gravitated towards my shop, Moonlight Porn. Let me see what you've got, I said, to the big man who'd come in. He wore a black Metallica t-shirt, as large as my bedspread, ratty cargo shorts, and the, well, obligatory socks with Crocs. His eyes were red-rimmed and heavy-lidded. He looked about ready to pass out. Maybe the guy's just eager to return to his hotel and, take a nap. Yeah, right. And I wasn't a dragon sorceress, with the world's worst luck when it came to black magic. Mr. Sleepy pulled something out of his wallet, and it was attached to his shorts by a chain. He slid what looked like a trading card onto the glass case between us. It wasn't covered by a protective sleeve, and I could tell this thing had been some use. It had been passed around for quite a while. The card's corners were bent and frayed, and a crease ran up the centre of its length, as though someone had folded it in half at one point. But let's face it, who cared what condition it was in? It was what was printed on the card that caused me to hastily back away from it. Where did you get that? I demanded. Sleepy looked at me with a fearful look on his face. Someone gave it to me. I thought they were a friend, but... I called up my magic, which took the form of a Chinese dragon I called Lucky. His golden serpentine form flew a slow circle through the shop behind my would-be customer, trailing cold air in his wake. I eyed the guy with suspicion. What are you? But sometimes you could tell what kind of magic a person wielded, though not that often. My best friend, Melanie, was a monkey shifter, and unless you were trapped in an elevator with her for 10 minutes, you never would have guessed it. You'd think she needed to cut back on her sugar consumption. My boyfriend Vale was a gargoyle, and in fact was sitting on the shelf behind me in his stone statue form. But he looked like any of the cheap resin D&D statue. Sorry, Vale. What are you? I demanded again. The guy held up his hands. I don't know what you're talking about, lady. He pointed at the card. I have to get rid of it. I think it's been bringing me bad luck. I don't want it anywhere near me. No kidding, I snapped. Exasperated, I was sweating. I told myself to calm down. I was a powerful sorceress. I fought off 2 warlocks myself. I'd recently defeated the demon Aglacis. There was no slob in the demon department. Surely I could handle this. But my gaze slid uneasily to the cord and I couldn't suppress a shiver. That was some bad mojo. Will you buy it? The guy asked. I asked around and someone told me that this sort of thing you're not supposed to give away. That just makes it stronger and more evil. Whoever takes it has to want it. They have to be willing. I thought, you buy all sorts of things. Maybe you'd want this. Are you crazy? What the hell would I sell it to? I never inflict that on someone. I ran a shaky hand across my mouth. Listen, you need to take that out of here. You need to find someone who specializes in black magic. Someone who can send this thing back to hell where it belongs. Black magic. Sleepy's eyes finally reached their full size as he gaped at me. It made me begin to suspect that he wasn't magical being at all. He was just stupid. Please, he stammered. You gotta take it from me. My life hasn't been the same since I got it. He blinked at me hopefully. Someone told me you can handle things like this. And this place is special. And so are you. Nice try with a flattery, buddy. But the truth was he was right. If he wasn't a member of the magical community, then he had no idea how to deal with this. Bad luck would band him and hound him. Next, he would get run over by a taxi or beaten unconscious by little kids in the circus. Fine, I bit out. I'll take it. I punched open the register and yanked out $1. Free and clear, so we cover any curse that's on it. And it was definitely cursed. I didn't need to touch the thing to know it was absolutely seething with bad energy. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. The guy, clutching the $1, lumbered out, leaving me alone, in a cursed pawn shop with that thing lying on the counter in front of me. I called Lucky over. My magical dragon reared up over the card, spitting sparks in anticipation of action. Okay, Lucky. We're going to blast the hell out of this thing. You got that? Before we could do it, the door of the shop opened and Celestina, who ran the fortune-telling shop next door, stepped inside. Be careful, I shrieked at her. She frowned at my expression, and at the sight of Lucky hovering in the air, she approached the counter cautiously. She gasped when she saw the card lying on the counter. Anne, do you know what this is? I blinked, sweat out of my eyes. It's okay. I'm about to incinerate it. It's a limited edition Baywatch card featuring David Hasselhoff. She snatched it up. It's worth a fortune, even in this poor condition. I looked at the card. I looked at her. You can have it for 1,000. The end. What a quirky tale indeed. Thanks for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to another quirky story. Sorry if you hear any snoring in the background, that's just Storm. This one's called A Question of Blood. Baraka Leon, Paranormal Fantasy. She hadn't looked anything like I expected. The pull of her presence had drawn me to her, but I was convinced I'd made a mistake. She didn't belong, not with me. I could snap her slight frame in two, with one hand if I so desired. How could she be the one to break me? My father had told me I would know, that when the right girl came along, I would feel it, and she would feel it too. There would be no denying it, no fighting it. That was the way. I hadn't believed him, but he was right. And when I saw her, I did feel something, a loss of control, and I didn't like it. For someone like me, control is everything. Losing, it is not an option. Discovering one small woman held that kind of power angered and confused me. I walked away intending never to return, but her intoxicating scent stayed with me. Her image burned in my mind until she was all I could think about. Like it or not, I had to have her. At first, she spurned my advances, but driven by a force older than time, I ignored her protest and continued to pursue her, grinding her down until she, too, could no longer avoid the inevitable. It may be a downfall. It may be mine. I do not know. All I know is it takes a certain kind of woman to deal with the life I lead. And one fact is undeniable. Our paths have entwined, and our destinies cannot be broken. Till death us do part. I waited for the right moment to tell her, knowing the truth might scare her away. But she took the news well, or appears to have. Maybe she's hiding her true self, the way I hide mine. It matters not. What matters is that she's here, and that fate stepped in to keep her here, covering her exit with a blanket of snow when she wanted to leave. She doesn't need to know I could free her, navigate the icy terrain with ease. Were I not determined she'd stay close to me, here in my room and in my bed. I need her here. It's where she belongs, if only for the briefest of moments. I drift asleep, listen to her gentle breaths, warm air escaping her lips and caressing my cheek. How easy it would be to go that extra inch and claim her mouth my own. But I have made a promise, and it is one I intend to keep, at least for now. When I awaken, her fingers are softly tracing down my side. She's toying with me, and I usually toy with my prey, and I can't help but wonder who the prey is today. I roll over and meet her eyes. There's a twinkle of silent longing in their depths that tells me the time has come. She pulls up the sheet, attempting to cover her curves, but there's no place for modesty between us now. Her fingers have awakened a fire, and her body is warm and inviting. If I so desire, my eyes will feast upon every inch of her as I make her mine. I take hold of her hands, stopping them in their tracks, and search for her eyes again, just to be sure. She doesn't need to speak. Listening to her tiny sighs and moans, I dip my head to the rise of her breasts and taste my way up to her creamy neck, noting the quickening beat of her pulse. There's no denying the truth. I hear her blood rushing through her veins, and I smell her hunger. She desires me as much as I desire her. Her lips part and I devour them fiercely, shocked when she responds with an eagerness belying her frame. Her body quivers and she curves into me, eager for more. She could be the one, after all. As strange as it is, I already love her, but she doesn't deserve me. A life with me will bring heartache and pain, darkness and solitude. She would better off without me. I should end it, but I can't let her go. My lips trail back to her neck, and I brush my teeth over her smooth skin as their animal cousins strain to burst from my jaw. Now is the time to decide. Do I ravish her or rip her throat out? The end. So I'm guessing that's a vampire. Oh dear, what should I do? I do not know. Thanks for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and bite-sized stories. This is called The Angel by Richard Crawford. It's late. The night slides vodka sodden towards its end. I'm behind the bar, rolling a cigarette, the filter stashed between my lips. But some instinct always warns me to his presence. He comes in late, when the club is winding down. The dead pre-dawn hours are his time. There are many of the club's regulars you wouldn't want to meet in a dark alley. But something about him sets my teeth on edge. My fingers take a pinch of baccy, and thoughtless I continue. Routine task as I follow his progress through the crowd. I see there's a girl with him tonight. She's tall, whisper thin, and moves like a supermodel. Long, easy stride, killer confidence. But even from a distance I feel the pain behind the show. As she comes close, I see it in her eyes. A broken angel. Innocence and pain. The same as all his women. I've never seen him with the same one twice. The filter dangles between my lips, the roll-up forgotten. I snap my mouth shut and pick up the packaging. My fingers shake a little as I stash at the roll-up. He leads her up to the bar. It's tight, packed, but a space clears as he approaches. A mane of shaggy dark hair hangs down his back, and the writhing dragon tat on his neck disappears beneath a worn leather jacket. There's always something familiar in him. Our eyes meet and hackles rise, like to like. Tequila shots, he says, staring down at me. I pour the shots and watch the angel. Beneath the strobing lights, her hair gleams silver, slicked down close to her skull like a douche from one of those old movies. It makes her look porcelain fragile. Silver studs in her nose and ears. She wears a silver bracelet, more like an intricately engraved glove, on her right hand. I've never seen anything like it before. Some sort of bondage antique jewellery piece, maybe. The lights give it a shimmering life of its own, and, for a moment, I can't seem to tear my eyes away. She moves when he moves, like she can't stay close enough to him. The pack of guys leer as she gives the tiniest of shivers. The guys move towards her, like filings to a magnet. He lets them come. Then one look from dead eyes and they ooze backwards. The angel leans into him, grateful. He's turned away to talk to some bloke, paying no attention to her, and she catches me staring. Aquamarine eyes hold mine for a moment, and she gives me a little smile. I want to come over the bar and take her away from him. He turns back, sees me looking, and his cold black eyes shrivel my nuts. I look away. Coward and worse. He stares at the bar. She's on him like skin, and he smiles when he sees me hopelessly watching. Waves me back over. Another round. I take his money and walk away. Down the bar, Josie's serving a crowd of loudmouth girls. I slide behind her and put a hand on her arse. Get lost, she growls. And I wonder what she's seen. When I glance back, he has his fingers curled loosely round the angel's neck. My breath catches. Josie shoots me a look. I need a smoke, I say. Are you okay? She nods casually. Never any doubt. She has the bar covered. I lean close, avoiding her gaze, and whisper thanks in her ears. At the door, I turn for a last look at my angel. Outside, bins crowd the alley. The air hangs sick with the smell of rotting food and rats. Beneath it all, the stink of the river, running hard and only a few yards away. I don't even know her name. I don't want to know her name. I think about Josie, smart-mouthed, easygoing. No punter can get the better of her. Hard as nails till you know her. Then a heart bigger than the London bus. But it doesn't work. Aquamarine eyes and smiling lips took my attention away. I stay outside with the rats, start another cigarette and watch the river. It's silent. An unfed monster waiting to swallow up the city. I flick the cigarette butt into the dark water and turn back. Josie will be pissed off if I leave her, and the bouncers to deal with the end of the night drunks. The door opens before I reach it. It swings softly back, hangs waiting. I slide into the shadows, knowing, sensing her like a familiar scent on the air. He leads her out, and his tequila husky voice is as soft as a whisper. I have something for you. A promise made without looking back. No doubt she will follow, drawn to him and the promise. It's not one I would want to redeem. The angel doesn't hear what I hear. He guides her ahead of him and moves up close behind her. His hands are on her, and they pass me, a shadow among shadows, and walk down to the river. He grips her arm, and she stops. lets him press her up against the wall. He comes up close, catches her wrists and lifts her arms above her head as he kisses her. Silver and fragile, the fabric of her shirt quivers in invitation. With one hand he reaches out to undo the buttons. Pale skin glimmers as he draws her away from the wall. The shirt falls. She slides her arms around his neck and melts against him. He presses her against the wall again. They kiss. I feel sick. A mix of lust and disgust and fear. The kiss is long and greedy. It holds him motionless, and only when she draws away do his hands rise to touch her. She's still, her breath shallow, as his hands slide down across her skin. His eyes are locked on hers. I watch as his hand reaches for the blade. He slowly raises it. If she sees it, there's no sign. I'm glad she has no fear in these last moments. I hear her gasp as the metal touches her skin. Shush, he smiles and presses the flat blade against her neck. Blood oozes, red against her white skin. Her head tilts back in some sort of surrender, and he snarls with pleasure. I feel the same urge of power. He wants the final moment to last forever. But the blade trembles as his control weakens. He sighs and his fingers tighten on the hilt. He enjoys it for one last lingering moment. With the grace of a dancer, she lowers her right arm, the one with the bracelet, fingers splayed in some sort of plea. He shakes his head. Her hand drops lower. As I watch, silver shimmers and springs towards his ribs. The spring-mounted blade rips deep, though she stands motionless, emotionless. He makes a soft noise. No time for more. The knife twitches and drops from his hand. The tableau holds for a moment. Then a hand twists, jerks upwards towards his heart. A slight smile on her lips as she looks into his eyes. Some silent, final communion. Before he falls, she walks him back towards the river. He can't resist her. His hands clutch and flail at empty air. With a last push, he's gone. The night is silent apart from distant sirens and the roar of traffic. The city is never silent. The quiet beats in my heart. She bends, picks up her shirt, and holds it in one hand. Blood drips from the other, a darkness running from the blade. She watches the river for a moment, and then turns and strides towards me. I wait on her judgment. She comes close. Aquamarine eyes search my soul, and I forgot how to breathe. He was rotten bad, she says, but you know that. She is tall as I am. A finger traces a line of my jaw. The bloodied blade glistening close to my eye. The world's a better place. Something like humour in her voice, but cold, so cold. I look into her eyes and I cannot look away. She waits, holding all the power, and I nod. Her other hand comes up fast and she smiles as I flinch. The coldest smile in the world. She touches my face, soft but not to caress. Next time, her fingers rest cold against my skin. You'll tell me. I nod. A pact is made. Good, she says as she watches me for a moment longer, until she's certain I understand the gift she's giving. She turns away and disappears into the night. Josie's face flashes before my eyes. I find an old paper and see the headline a few days later. A photo of it, but his face beneath the headline. Manhunt of after 2 women attacked. The paper's torn. I spread it on the bar, piece it together. The text blurs. 2 women attacked in London Park. 1 dead, 1 critical. I remember the look in the angel's eyes. And no, she'll be back. The end. And that's the end of The Angel. If you didn't understand the story, he was a murderer. He was attacking women and murdering them. She was the angel of vengeance. And so When he slit her throat, he could not kill her because she's immortal, she's an angel. So she ripped out his heart and pushed him in the river. That's what happened. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and Bite-Size Stories. This is called Deborah a Night Off by Lincoln Cole. Did you see where he went? Dominic asked, stepping up alongside his friend and glancing over the crowd. The Halloween party at the Rusty Nail was in full swing and everyone was wearing a costume. The likelihood of spotting their demonic target in the crowd was getting less likely by the second. No, Curtis replied, but I know where he's heading. Dominic could barely hear him over the sound of the music. Curtis dropped down off of the raised dance platform and pushed his way through the club, heading for the alleyway out back. Dominic followed, glancing behind them to make sure they weren't being followed. The music disappeared when they stepped outside and closed the door behind them. It was a cool night, and the wind whipping over his skin refreshed him. Just once, he said. I would like to come to one of these parties when we're not working. We're always on the job. Freda needs us to handle this tonight. You would think we would get at least Halloween night off, right? Curtis ignored him and began walking down the alley. Their target was ahead of them, by maybe 50 meters, hands tucked into his pockets of his sweatshirt and hood pulled over his shoulder. He was heading for the street and didn't know he was being followed. Curtis slipped a pistol out of his pocket, picking up the pace. I thought we need him alive, Dominic whispered, falling into step beside his friend. That's the best case. I'm not taking any chances. They were maybe 10 meters behind when Dominic's foot scuffed across the pavement. The man glanced back at them, and time seemed to stop when he recognized them. Crap, Dominic said. Everything happened all at once. The man in the hoodie turned and sprinted down the alley, and Curtis raised his pistol. He fired 3 shots. The first 2 missed, but the third tagged the demon in the collarbone. He barely even flinched and kept sprinting towards the mouth of the alley. The 2 hunters took off after him, and now Dominic slid his gun free as well. We can't let him get away, Curtis said. Dominic didn't reply. Their target was a ruthless and conniving creature that had already wrecked 3 bodies in the last 2 months. If he got away now, he would simply find a new person to inhabit and disappear, wasting months of tracking. He didn't know why Freda needed him, but it was something big. The demon ran down the street to the right, weaving through traffic. It was late at night, or early morning, depending on who you asked. But there were still people out and about. It was, after all, Halloween. They dodged through the crowd after him, only a few steps behind. The demon reached an intersection and ran into the middle of the road, forcing traffic to stop and swerve around him. Horns blared, and drivers shouted in anger, but the demon ignored them. Dominic slid over the hood of one of the cars, closing the distance to his prey. The demon made it to a construction area with a wooden overhang protecting the sidewalk. Instead of running under the overhang, it leapt into the air and landed on top of it, climbing the scaffolding up the front of the building. Great, Dominic mumbled, climbing up the fence to chase after it. I'll go around. Curtis ran down the road to try and cut the demon off. That left Dominic in pursuit alone, scaling the side of a building in pursuit of the demon. His target found an opening inside on the 3rd floor and jumped in, running toward the far side of the building. Dominic rolled in after it, raising his pistol to fire. He didn't aim for the body, but instead went for the leg. His second shot pegged the demon in the calf, and it stumbled forward as the muscles of the body it was inhabiting gave out. He staggered to the ground, giving Dominic enough time to catch up. He came in hard, kicking and punching at the demon. The demon deflected and dodged his attacks, finding its footing and backing away. It encountered deflection. It deflected a kick from Dominic, and punching him first in the kidney and then the chest. It followed it by a roundhouse kick to the side of the head, throwing him into the wall. Then He turned to run again, reaching the other side of the building and stepping out of one of the open windows. Dominic moved to follow, dazed and staggered, but he was still going after it. This could have gone better. Outside, he saw the demon climbing down the scaffolding towards another overhang 2 floors below. It was moving slowly, barely having use of its leg, but it had a decent head start. Down the street, Dominic could see Curtis, rounding the corner, coming to help. He slipped out the window and moved quickly down the scaffolding, ended up near the second floor just as the demon stepped onto the wooden overhang. "Here goes nothing," he mumbled, taking a steadying breath. He leapt off the scaffolding onto the demon, landing heavily on it and slamming them both down onto the overhang. They landed hard and he felt the structure wobbling beneath them. The demon rolled over, elbowing Dominic in the ear, and then it tried to crawl away. He grabbed the demon by the leg, shifted, and then threw him sideways off the overhang. It slammed onto the roadway and lay still. Curtis ran up to it, kneeling over top the demon and checking if it was still alive. Dominic climbed down off the railing, landing on the road next to them. Together, they dragged the demon onto the sidewalk. "Nice job," Curtis said, short of breath. "Let's get him back to Frida." "Just once," Dominic reiterated, shaking his head. "I would like to pretend we have normal jobs." The end. And that is the end of that bite-sized story. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. This bite-sized story is called Jealous, A Wolf's Heart. Camilla Cross is the author. He told her he was busy that evening, which was about 2 weeks before the Halloween dance. His mother also had him already running errands for her, while she went out with her friends for some kind of night out on the town. He sounded disgusted with the very idea, as if it repulsed him to know that his mother had a social life. "I could come over and cheer you up, you know," Lindy purred, her gravelly voice even scratchier than usual. Gabe had laughed at that, but it was different this time around. Something in the tone of his voice was off. Her acute hearing had picked it up the second he answered the phone, but she ignored it, decided it was all in her head. He told her his errands would take all night and that maybe they could go out tomorrow. His mother would likely sleep until noon, which would allow him to sneak out of the house in the morning. "Maybe we can go to the lake," he suggested. "Do you know how to swim?" He was trying to distract her, and she knew it. But Lindy played along and even planned to fish out last year's swimsuit. She and Gabe began dating at the start of summer. She hadn't told him yet about her affliction, but prayed that he wouldn't be too put off by it. After all, the small population of werewolves in their town was peaceful, so long as they were able to get their hands on enough raw meat during the full moon. She remembered being a puppy and running round under the light of the first golden moon, chasing bunnies and deer. Her father had caught her in one big claw and stuffed a small steak in her mouth. She was 5 when she turned. Her mother was human and hadn't really wanted the werewolf life for a daughter. As peaceful as they were, there were still people who didn't quite understand their kind. But Lindley had gotten into a wrestling match with a baby cousin, who was already a full werewolf, and he accidentally bit her. The rest was history. Now she used all her heightened senses in order to figure out why a new boyfriend was lying to her. He seemed to really like her, and she was quickly falling in love with him, which was dangerous. Her mother had warned her about falling in love with the humans when you were any part werewolf, let alone fully changed, but she couldn't help it. To her, Gabe was a perfect guy and very handsome. She already dreamed of having his babies. They would get his tan skin and light brown curly hair, maybe her button nose and blue-violet eyes. But God, she was only 16. And if he was acting so strange after barely a few months, what would he be like after a year or a decade? She decided she had to fix this now, before it all went to shit. Wasn't too hard to track him down. She still had the sweater he'd wrapped her in one night during the last week of the humid summer evenings, when she pretended to be cold just to snuggle up to him. She could practically feel her tail wag that night, even though there wasn't a full moon then. She shook those thoughts off her head, because really, what would they matter if she had to tear his limbs off for cheating on her, and began to follow his scent. This wasn't right, using her senses to track down her boyfriend and not trusting him like a girlfriend was supposed to do. He had lied to her and betrayed her trust anyway, so this was really all his fault. She spotted him walking down the street with a bouquet of flowers in his hand and his hair slicked back, actually combed for once. Lindy felt her heart drop. The bastard was cheating on her. She growled low in her throat and began stomping after him, keeping her distance so she could out him in front of whatever hussy she paused. He wasn't walking towards any restaurant or even the movie theatre. He made a sharp left into the cemetery. Lindy frowned as she crept after Gabe, following his scent so that she could stay far enough away and not be seen. He didn't even pause for a second. He knew exactly where he was going. She continued to follow him as he walked through the gravestones until he came to a big marble cross. It looked relatively new and uncracked among the rest. Gabe stopped in front of it, placed his flowers at the base, then got on his knees and pressed his forehead against the cool stone. She could hear him murmuring something, a prayer, maybe before he pulled away and sat cross-legged, right there in the damp grass. "Hey, Dad," he said, and Lindy's paw flew to her mouth, reflexively, to stifle a gasp that sounded more like a faint yelp. A long time no see. "Boy, have I got a lot to tell you. My girlfriend and I." Lindy smiled with tears misting in her eyes and turned around, making her way back quickly through the cemetery. She took a deep breath when she hit the streets and gave a relieved sigh. She started to make a list of all the ways she could make this up to him. Perhaps a few dozen cookies would do it. Or she could cook him his favourite dinner, if she had to. There were thousands of possibilities, and each one sounded better than the last. She had a big to-do list. The end. And that is the tale of, I guess it's a werewolf in love with a human. Interesting story. But the author has, obviously, the full version of that book, which I can put in the description where you can find it. That is just a bite-size section from the whole story. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. This bite-sized tale is called In the Eye of the Beholder by Bill Hyatt. Inga gave him another musical sounding laugh. "You're not a monster." Diablo looked back at her, his expression as serious as a train wreck. "It's all a question of perspective. Of course, when your parents name you after the devil, it's hard not to wonder what's wrong with you." Inga chuckled this time and took a sip of her red wine. He noticed she had hardly touched her food. That was annoying, since he'd taken her to the most expensive place in town for their Halloween date. Annoying, but expected. "Ah, your parents aren't the only ones with no common sense about baby names. My family was Romanian, but my mother insisted on Inga, which sounds Scandinavian." Diablo had to agree. The beautiful olive-skinned brunette across from him did not look particularly Scandinavian. She picked the name because Inga means angel in Romanian. "You're lovely enough to be an angel," he told her. That wasn't just a line. He really meant it, despite his unemotional tone. Inga gave him a Mona Lisa smile. "You're certainly not ugly enough to be the devil, though, for all I know, you may be horny." That got a flicker of a smile from Diablo. Inga had begun to think he didn't know how to smile. "When I was 12, I killed one of my friends," he said. Without a trace of emotion in his voice, Inga's smile vanished. That's not funny, she said, looking into his dark eyes, darker even than hers. They complemented his dark hair and skin that was almost like ebony to her ivory. It wasn't meant to be. It was an accident, surely, she protested, still not certain if he was joking or not. He sighed. It was an accident. I gave him too much of what I have. Inga raised an eyebrow. If you don't want to talk about it. No, I do. I've never talked about it with anyone before. I don't really know how to explain what I am. I guess you could say I'm an inverse vampire. Inga leaned closer. Is that some kind of dig at my Romanian background? Even in folklore of the old country, there's no such thing as an inverse vampire. What do you do? Make other people drink your blood? Not exactly, Diablo replied slowly. Vampires lack a life force of their own and have to keep drawing it from others by drinking their blood. Vampires aren't real, Inga said. Diablo ignored her. Not a problem she usually had with men. I, on the other hand, produce too much life force. If I don't offload, is the best word I can think of. If I don't offload some of it onto someone else every so often, I'd explode. You've got to be kidding, she protested. I've had this problem ever since puberty, he continued, again acting as if she had said nothing. But I didn't really know what I was doing at first. Diablo, she snapped, thinking that perhaps saying his name would get his attention. He stopped, looked at her. I would think giving people more life force would be a good thing, she said, beginning to wonder if she was having dinner with a madman. Wouldn't it make them stronger? Maybe even heal them if they were injured in some way? Diablo nodded. Yeah, it would, in small enough doses. My problem was I didn't know how to control the flow from me to someone else at first. That's why my friend died. I gave him too much, and his heart couldn't take the strain. Inga noticed his eyes almost seemed to glow. Must be a trick of a light. The reflection of the flickering candle flames. I cried for days, Diablo said. But then I knew I'd have to try again. I could feel the life force building up, burning me inside. I practiced on animals. I killed my poor dog. A couple of our neighbourhood pets. That made me feel even worse. But I did eventually get the hang of how much I could safely transfer to any person at any time. Inga leaned in even closer. But how? How do you transfer part of your life force to another? Blood? Diablo chuckled to himself then, but it was a cold chuckle. I think Santiago would have balked at drinking my blood. Balked and lived. No, I can do it by touch. Skin on skin does the trick. But you've touched me, and thank God it doesn't happen automatically, or I'd probably have killed more people when I was young. I have to will it to happen. It's safe when you do it. Now, though? Asked Inga, staring at him intensely. There's no danger. I haven't killed a human since poor Santiago, replied Diablo. Inga started looking at him as if she was starving, and he was an enormous steak. Ironic, since the filet mignon lay practically untouched on the plate in front of her. Prove it to me, Diablo. Let's make love tonight. When we lie together skin on skin, as you said, give me some of your life force. There's no need to wait, said Diablo, grabbing her hand roughly. Instinctively, she wanted to pull away, but it was already too late. By the time her muscles started to react, she could feel the life force flowing into her, burning her. She went from mild discomfort to agony in seconds. Only self-control, honed by long practice, prevented her from screaming. She wrenched her hand away from his, but she knew she was too late. No, I haven't harmed any humans since Santiago, said Diablo calmly. But I do have an interesting effect on vampires. He abruptly rehumanized, body shook as he realized what she'd lost. You are a monster, she whispered. It's all a matter of perspective, replied Diablo, voice cold as ice. As far back as he can remember, Bill Hyatt had a love for reading, so intense he eventually ended up owning 8,000 books, not counting e-books. He was an ex-English teacher, it says. He had little time to write, though he always felt it was something he wanted to get out of his system. But this story is from his book, but it's part of a bigger fantasy book, which I would assume is about vampires. But that's all we get because it's just a bite-sized bit. So the idea of that is she's a vampire and he's, well, I guess he's a vampire, but is an internal vampire. So he gives life force, she takes life force. That's why it was burning her when he did it to her at the table. But yeah, thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is the last bite-sized tale from this particular selection anyway, and it's called Hunting Party by A.E. Wasp. Sunset Cloud loves the way they look. All the different coloured tents spread out in the snowy glade. You never know what you're going to get when you pick up one of those brightly coloured coverings. Generally, the bigger ones have some good stuff inside, but not always. Sometimes they have only one human and a bunch of inedible things, but that one human is often the sweet, melt-in-your-mouth kind. Sunset Cloud stays away from the smallest containers. The cramped, they only come to your shin ones. They're inevitably filled with the stringy beef jerky humans. She hates those. Old Tree Breaker likes those the most. Says they keep his jaw strong. But more likely his constant talking is the reason for his jaw strength. She likes little fat with the meals. It's good for a coat. Alpenglow said her hair shined like the river in the moonlight. Maybe she'll invite him for a swim in the moonlight when he thaws the hit. Treebreaker pushes closer to her. She growls at him, showing fang as she does. Sorry, he says. She grabs his arm. Her claws like daggers on this dull grey fur. She remembers when his fur was as bright as the leaves of the aspen before the snow. But that was a long time ago, when she could still walk under her mother's legs and her feet were smaller than a human's. Now she's the tallest in the clan, and her footprints draw spotters from all directions. Don't move. He stops, head hung eyes downcast. She pities him, his strength leached away by the last 100 years. She knows it will be her one day. The more cubs she bears, the more she feels the passing of time and the weight of mortality. So she fights it the only way she knows how, by ensuring that the name of the Sunrise Clan, Sasquatch on the Middle Mountains, will go down in legend. For too many years, the Sasquatches of Western Water Clan have been prominent along clans. They hold records for both the closest encounter with humans and for the number of encounters, and don't think they don't brag about that at every gathering. She getting tired of hearing how they found the perfect time of day and lighting to show just enough to keep the humans coming back, but never enough for absolute proof. And the Western Water Clan is wasteful too. They eat almost none of the humans they find, preferring to play with them instead. They get the humans all hopped up and excite them and then just let them go. Of course, they can live on loggers and bear alone. Food's a little more scarce here in the high Rockies. The Sunset Cloud's expectations for tonight are sky high. The last path she made over rocks through piles of fallen pine needles, with the occasional enormous print just clear enough to get hopes up, was a work of art. The humans started entering the glade an hour or so ago, after a 2-day walk from the nearest road. Humans walk slowly, and ponderously in the snow. Nightfall forces them to stop and settle. Tomorrow she'll get up early to look for her. She counts 11 containers, all bright colours. A few of the humans move around, doing whatever it is humans do. A loud shuffling from behind her announces Alpenglow's arrival. Snow falls from the tree with a soft pitter-patter as he slides to a stop behind her. Muted as the sound is, it still attracts the attention of at least one of the humans in the clearing below. She grabs Alpenglow, pressing him deeper into the shadows. "Quiet," she hisses. He peers around her shoulder. "So many. Are we going to get one tonight? I hear it's easy when they're in dens. The bears do it all the time." "That's why bears get hunted," Sunset Cloud answers. His mouth opens in an O of understanding, and he nods. He's not the brightest squatch, but he's strong and good-looking. She probably should have left him behind on this trip, but the nights are long and cold this time of year. A little company makes them warmer and brighter. His red hair feels silky under her hands, and she pats him reassuringly. "Don't worry, we'll get one tomorrow, after we play with them for a while." Alpenglow hugs her, smiling, and she leans into him. He's almost as tall as she is, his feet almost as large. Maybe he'll be a good father for her cubs. If she's lucky, they'll have his looks and her brains. "Back to the cave," she says. "I'll meet you there after I lay some more tracks." Alpenglow leaves with a nose nuzzle. Treebreaker with a grumble, she ignores both of them, caught up in the fantasy of knocking the western water-clan off their high perch. As the sun slips behind the mountains, a flash of light catches her eye. Two humans watch her from across the snow. The game is on. From the other side of the glade, the man and woman watch her go. The man drops his high-powered binoculars. The woman looks through her scope a little longer. "Should we go after them?" he asks. "There's three of them, two of us, but we have guns." He points, rifle up slope. "One of them is 10 feet tall," she says. "Good point. I just can't wait to show up at the BRFO conference with an actual capture. Screw those Washington guys and their unfocused videos." Tomorrow, she smiles. What he likes in planning, he makes up for in enthusiasm and looks. "Don't count your Sasquatches before they're caught," she cautions. They head back down to the tents. "I hate winter camping," the guy complains. "I bet we can find a way to get it warm." "Now you're talking." He grabs her arm, hurrying her. She looks back up the hill. Tomorrow. The end. And that's the last of the stories. And if you didn't understand, that's basically a story saying that Sasquatches leave their tracks and such to lure humans into their dens where they eat them. Basically. But it's just a fictional story, by the way. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and bite-size stories. This one is called Hero by George Donnelly. I am their hero. I feed them when they're hungry. I clothe them when they're cold. I kill the beasts when they threaten them. Maria and Josh, that is, my wife and big boy, the loves of my life. A beast's finger clawed at the blackstop where I dropped him before. I drew and turned those digits into zeros. Monsters. We had a life, not this one. Before. Green lawns. Children squealing, fruit salad on the deck, and a quickie before work. I did things then. Meaningful work. I employed thousands and healed millions. I had to move them. I kicked a rotten liver out of my way and took a watch with my back to them. I'll die in this last stand. I'll die before letting. No. Now I was an animal, not unlike the monsters. Products of the corruption I founded. The fountainhead of all my good fortune turned to a cistern of decomposing shit with razor claws and chomping teeth, hungry for me and mine, all because I trusted the wrong man. The beasts rustled and scratched, both from the north and the south, ahead of me, Rustling cars piled up between us and Lake Michigan to the east. The buildings of downtown Chicago I once admired from my 76th floor, now a funnel that concentrated the stinking hungry hordes. Behind me? No. A beast stumbled around the corner between a blown-out bus and a fire-blackened hatchback. When will you stop? What must you take from me? What do you want? Ma poured over the Jeep and the Tesla I'd arranged on the makeshift wall on the other side. Leering, lidless eyes, flapping rags smeared with liquefied organs. The stench assaulted my nose, a choking miasma. My heart thumped in my throat and my mouth went dry. It happened just like this. The day I flew here, on the Gulfstream to Paris with that question on my mind. My throat closed and my tongue stopped working at that critical moment. But she said yes, before I could get the words out. That's Maria. Knows what I want before I can put it into words. The perfect team. That's what we were. A mass of the sick bastards turned the corner of the Michigan Avenue from the south and sprinted towards me. A small group from the north merged into them. I had to move them. I turned, but no. I snatched the detonator off my belt, twisted it and prepared to plunge carbon fiber steel into the ignition switch. Maria and Josh moved behind me, their plastic parkas scraping and crackling. Just be still. Just wait. The hordes converged and became one all-biting, all-screaming mass, their bulging eyes universally on me, hungry, aching, consuming me in their twisted mind's eyes. The first ones passed the lines. My hand twitched. Dirty nails uncut, not unlike those of the beast. Hold, man, hold. If ever there was a time to exercise your patience, it's now. Maria groaned behind me. I felt their fear. I slammed my hands together like a single clap. The last applauding I might ever do for this world. In appreciation, not just for Maria's soul, love, but also in grudging admiration for the ingenious depths of hopelessness that stalked me at every step. The line of grenades exploded as one, the shockwave throwing body parts and blood into the air like a spray of an ocean wave, wrecking everything ahead of it, cleaning, clearing, and preparing the way for new life. The shrapnel came next, razoring through the rotten flesh, clinking into the skyscraper steel and catching in the oozing August blacktop. I reached into my back pocket for my handkerchief and wiped their filth from me. Far away, more of the beast rumbled, like a distant thunderstorm. They'd be here soon, and I had nothing now but my Glock 23 and a half, a dozen's hoarding rounds. We'd scavenged from a rotting cop. The world grew clearer. The air turned crisp, and each rise of my lungs lasted an eternity. It was time to decide. You have to choose. We can save the mother or the baby, not both. The doctor's words burned in my mind like a funeral pyre. That were the cities after the outbreak. But even that decision hardly compared to this one. Then, at least, I was guaranteed one of them. Now, I turned. No. The hordes assembled again, hungrier this time, arms outstretched, sprinting, teeth mashing. Maria and Josh are my everything, but this was different now. This was about me. I can't do, not like, but I'm alone. Not without. I wanted the world to end, again this time for me too. But what if there was something else? What if I was needed? What if there was still some respite to be had? I turned. Josh crawled in slow motion, his baby blue cotton hoodie blood-soaked, his eyes white. Maria lay next to him, her womb cooking on the hot cement. The smell. I mustn't forget that smell. It's all I had left. I burned the image into my mind, I wanted to remember the cost of failure, the cost of my screw-up, the only one that mattered. I wanted it to hurt. The pain must never end, because I was their hero, and then I failed them. My Glock shook. I exposed Josh's brain to the cruel summer air. I did the same for Maria. I stepped over them and moved on. And that's the end of that story. Yeah, it's quite cruel and sad, the ending. He did kill his own family. So that's got to be hard for anyone, I think. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and Bite-Size Stories. So these come more under humour than anything else, and that does not mean they're like incredibly funny, but instead of just being a straightforward monster story, I guess they're a monster story that's not quite believable. It's quite silly in that sort of aspect. And this is called Skin Deep by J. Naomi A. Lester had no clue what to do with his life until he was well into his 22nd year. Get a job, his mother snapped every morning before Lester even climbed out of his basement bed. I will, he mumbled, usually after his mother had slammed the door, her footsteps already stomping up the stairs. For a few more moments he laid there, listening to the sound of the washing machine across the room, the hiss of the hot water heater as it flamed and boiled. Sometimes, if he was not too sleepy, Lester would accompany these sounds with his voice, singing a tune that he usually made upon the spot. In the kitchen above, Lester's mother would give pause to listen to her son's yet undiscovered and amazingly magnificent tenor. Often, the glasses would tremble upon the shelves as Lester's vibrato resonated throughout the household. It's such a pity, she would mutter, stacking the dishwater full of coffee cups, an unbidden tear threatening at her eye. He's so talented, and yet so useless. And this life is so unfair. Sometime during the mid-morning, Lester would rouse himself, and with a wave of his hand, he'd tell his mother he was off to find that elusive job. 10 minutes later, Lester seated at his usual table and down the street in the coffee shop with the mermaid logo on the front door. There he spent the rest of the morning, and sometimes well into the mid-afternoon, sipping a double mocha-venti brew and observing people. Silently, he noted their mannerisms, the inflection of their voices, and the way their eyes regarded each other. All this he locked in his brain, closeting away for a future time, and for a purpose that, as of yet, was unknown. At midday, Lester returned home, laden with false promises of soon-to-be-acquired jobs, before skipping down to the basement where he studied his book collection, his pride and joy. Since his earliest memory, Lester had loved insects, especially exoskeleton types. Mosquitoes, spiders, even common houseflies were his pets. They all had names, they all had histories, albeit made up. Lester's favourite by far was Robert, a mosquito who would settle in his ear at night, singing the young man to sleep with the whine of his tiny wings. The defining moment in Lester's life came on the occasion of his mother's birthday, when she requested the young man's presence at a performance of Othello. "What's that?" Lester asked, barely moving his eyes from his insect collection. "Shakespeare," his mother said, "and if Lester should know of such a thing, put that away and come with me." Begrudgingly, Lester complied, and to his great surprise, the show was transforming, enlightening, and altogether life-altering for the young man. Even after returning home, in fact, well into the next day, Lester was still weeping with Othello's pain, as if it were his own. It was then that he realized his true life calling was to perform, to evoke these same passions, these same joys in someone else. "I am an actor," he announced the next morning in a deep theatrical voice, as his mother boiled his breakfast egg and burnt his toast. "That you are. The poor put-upon woman agreed, sniffling loudly and sighing at the same time. Every day you pretend to look for a job, but it's just a show. Today I will find work. Today I know exactly what to do. Fortified and fueled, Lester headed out the door in search of a theatre company and parts to play. Unfortunately, in his town, his country, and in fact, upon his entire planet, acting was considered a profession non grata. Lester was not deterred. He was determined to realize his dream. While staying at the bus stop, he spied an advert that could not be anything less than a sign from above. Join the Galactic Service Organization, it read. Above the picture of a chorus of costume dancers. Entertain the troops and serve. We need you. That's it, Lester declared, bolting to his feet, much to the consternation of the old man sharing his bench. I'm going to join the GSO. I'll travel across the galaxy spreading joy through my song. More likely you'll spread fear and disgust, his elderly neighbour snorted. Have you looked in the mirror lately, kid? You're a prepostero. Your outsides are in and your insides are out. You look like a monster. 6 months later, Lester was so excited. His outsides were positively quivering as he stood before the stage door of the GSO Theatre Company on Space Base 37B. During the intertwining months, he had prepared, memorizing every musical in the book, reciting Shakespeare, learning tap dance, and honing his voice enough so he was cast in the chorus of the outer space version of Oklahoma. Destiny was calling him. The future portended something bright. In fact, Lester was certain to become a star unlike any the galaxy had ever seen. The only issue that remained was how to overcome his hideous looks, how to ensure that the audience became blind to his grossness. Okay, I'm ready, he told himself. I made it this far. I can go in. Reaching for the knob, he pulled the stage door open. Unfortunately for Lester and for Cordelia, the leading lady of the show, who coincidentally was about to exit from the other side, the door swung outward with far greater speed and force than the propostero expected. Lester was knocked off his feet, falling upon his bag and the buckle which held it shut. The pointed latch struck and pierced his virtually unprotected kidney. Oh, I'm so sorry, Cordelia gasped, hearing the thump and seeing the blood spill all over the stage floor. Although Cordelia wasn't a particularly large woman, Lester's exposed organs simply couldn't bear the addition of her weight when she collapsed upon him in a faint. While Lester recuperated in the base's hospital, an amazingly quick process equivalent to putting a band-aid on one's skin, Robert, his pet mosquito, devised a plan. Being a rare type of alien insect, he reproduced faster than the speed of light. Within 24 hours, the entire cast of Oklahoma was covered in red, oozing welts and itchy boils. However, and as with any theatre company, the show must go on, especially with an entire space base waiting to be entertained. Stop complaining, Mr. Goff, the director shouted, his 20 fingernails dragging bloody tracks across his skin. We're going to put on the show tonight if it's the last thing we do. But we can't, the cast wept and moaned dramatically, because after all, they were actors. Fortunately, at just that moment, the door opened again to admit a completely recuperated Lester. I can still do the show, he offered. How about it, Mr. Goff? Having no other choice, the director agreed, assigning Lester every single part. The propostero had it all. He had it all memorized, including every song, and so, with a modicum of blocking, rehearsing and costuming, he was ready to perform. After the show, Lester was alone in the cast dressing room when Cordelia walked in, her face blistered and crusty, covered in mosquito bites. When she spied herself in the mirror, a scream erupted from her throat. Oh, God, I look hideous. I'm a monster. No, you're beautiful, Lester replied, leaping to his feet, thinking she looked better than before. Lester, Cordelia snapped, backing away, her hands raised. Please, I came for my sweater. She pointed at a chair with a pink-flowered cardigan draped over the back. Lester had seen it and known it was hers. While alone, he had touched it, stroking the nylon fibres as if they were her hair. He had been hoping she'd come get it. He'd been hoping they'd get this chance to talk and fall in love, even though it seemed preposterous. "Please, my sweater," Cordelia begged, hugging her arms tightly to her chest. The presbytero held out the cardigan, disappointed, and yet unsurprised, a heavy sigh escaping from his inside-out lips. "The show was good," Cordelia muttered, feeling a tiny note of sadness in her soul, offering Lester the only thing she had to give. Lester nodded. "It seems so irrelevant now. Without love, what was the point of anything?" "Cordelia," he cried, "do you think there might be a chance—" "What?" Cordelia raised her eyes, seeing Lester as he truly was, a skeleton, muscles, tissues, veins, an inside-out body, albeit with amazing talent. No, not at all." The door slammed shut behind her. Lester's head dropped as his heart fell, while Robert settled back in his ear. "I guess this is how it is," the young man whispered, to which the mosquito seemed to respond, "Don't worry, Lester, you've still got me." The end. Well, that's different, isn't it? So he was a man, and his skin was inside out, his organs were inside out, and he was performing in a different galaxy. Wowzers. That's definitely different. Thank you for listening to this bizarre tale, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and some wonderful bite-sized stories. This is called Shades of Hell. Wanda and McClintock retreated to the wheelhouse. Wanda to monitor the video feeds and McClintock to sneak a plug of whiskey from the paper bag beneath the captain's chair. I was the last person to drop into the water. The newly discovered monument waited beneath the waves. We were the first people to explore it. I thought of Marianne as I drifted into the tepid, top-lit blues and greens that encroached on the shores of Yonaguni Island. Here, in the first meters of the sea, light and darkness mingled as old friends, parted lovers. Here, in the weightless climbs, arcane forces riddled with perception. The sky was a ceiling of rippled glass at my feet, inverted and disorientating, a barrier between sea and air. The forms of Sven and Meadows, of Amanda and my colleagues, swam in the darkness above me. I was not falling, but risking and rising, paddling smoothly into a dark sky. Hell above, heaven below, and falling from hell, shapes began to appear in the water. Thump, thump. The noise startled me from sleep, yanked against the comforting lull of the ship's motions. I listened for it to repeat itself so I could discern its source. And again came the muffled knock on wood from above me on the deck. Thump. The sound was familiar, yet the memory of its origin evaded me, slipped away with the tattered remnants of my slumber. Perhaps the others would investigate, I thought, although I had no searching footsteps, no questioning calls. I would do it then. As I swung my feet to the rough planking, my dream came back to me. Marianne, young, in university. I remember her in hues, blues, and oceanic greens, white skin, dark hair, the dynamic orange of sunsets. The bunk above me was occupied, I saw, by Sven, so deep in sleep, he appeared dead. His arm dangled, rocking gently like the waves. No, not so as to appear dead. Dead? A chill raked my spine. Blood caked the swinging arm. The creature had come in at night to finish the job, and it spared me. Why? Thump. The bunk room was brightly lit by a swinging electric lamp bolted to the ceiling. Blood covered my sheets, my own arms. Was it still alive? Unfamiliar with the rocking waves, I stumbled into the stairway beyond, clambered onto deck where the moon shone silver. The air smelled of salt. It dried my throat, clung painfully to my skin. Captain McClintock lolled on the deck beside the retaining wall, brown paper bag in one hand, fire axe in the other. His detached head rested on the deck, astride the axe, single eye gleaming in the moonshine. At the sight, fear overcame me. What had we awoken in the deep? It had followed us to the ship. Damned fools we'd been. Thump. I armed myself with McClintock's axe. I ventured deeper amidships, one unwilling footstep at a time, shivering at the thought of the horrors ahead. The raised wheelhouse loomed, casting blankets of darkness which yawned to swallow me up with black teeth. It was becoming hard to breathe. Thump. Was it wounded? Had we managed that much? Was the grotesque beast itself the source of frantic, muffled pounding? Closer I came, stepping into the shadows beneath the wheelhouse, and stumbled over a soft form slick with oil. The axe tumbled from my grip. My hand slipped in the viscous puddle. I crashed down on the hateful form and stared into the wide, terrified eyes, frozen in death, of Reverend Meadows. His hand clutched to the wooden crucifix as it was fixed to his chest, his mouth carved with a horrifying grimace. And all the shades of hell are awake before you. Thump. My fingers reached desperately for the axe, now bathed in Reverend Meadows' blood. And I was, in our blood, in our guilt. Dear God, what had we done? Past the shadow of the wheelhouse, the bow deck was a shimmer of silvery light. The creature was not in sight. It was hunting me. Thump. I could see now the source of the sound. A wooden locker on the bow, used for storing gear, and the little fishing vessel shook with irritation at it. Marianne, I whispered. Marianne, I hissed. Wanda Everett, who'd organized our scientific expedition, was nailed to the front of the locker with arms outstretched, crucified. A torso bent against the deck, legs splayed away from the box, alive. A throat rasped, a single word, lost to the ocean breeze. A demon of dark intelligence. It was a trap. A trap designed to lure me into the open. Even now, the beast would be slipping around the wheelhouse to catch me from behind. My skin felt dry, scaly in the salty air. Thump. Marianne! At risk of my own death, I had to save her. My footsteps were light across the decking, moving easily now with the rocking of the ship. At my approach, Wanda's eyes widened in fear. The creature's behind me. I swung, axe raised, to an empty ship. A thump and a muffled scream. Ignoring the old woman's fearful whimpers, I reached for the latch of the wooden locker. Marianne? No, this wasn't right. I didn't recognize the young woman in the box. That was not Marianne. Please, Ben, please, the creature in the box whispered. Putrid beast. I closed the lid, re-engaged the lock. Her whisper turned to screams behind me. Fists pounded the wooden lid. The air, it suffocated me. The deep beckoned. Whatever had taken up residence inside me yearned for its home. For the first time, I took notice of my hand. The skin had become mottled green, black claws carved from shrinking fingertips. With one talon, I slit the throat of the creature, nailed to the box, finishing it. My secret was safe. I could sleep again. I slipped over the railing and swam into the comforting blackness, my own memories already fading as the demon fully became me. A single sound followed my descent, though soon even that faded. Thump, thump. And that is the end of that creepy tale. It's an interesting one though, isn't it? The author of this tale is Eli Nixon, or Eli Nixon. Depends how you pronounce it, actually. But it's E-L-I. Now pop the information in the description below, because there's many other books by the same person. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and the Bite-Sized Tales. This one's called Monster in My Room by Alexa Grave. A nice, long, luxurious bath. That's all I can think of as I insert my key into my apartment door lock. And when I say long, I mean 3 hours at least. Hey, what do you expect? I am a sea nymph. But I realise that's not meant to be when I step into the living room and find it's filled up to the cathedral's ceiling with a monster. I drop my keys. All I want is to relax after work. I was working at the strip club and it was an early shift. Fine by me. It's less crowded in the afternoon anyway, which means fewer men ogling my fake goodies. Fake, as in illusions, not plastic surgery. My normal seashell-covered breasts don't appeal to most humans, so I have to whip up a little immortal world magic. The two nitwit fairies are trick-or-treating with my best not-so-giant friend, Sindago. Having these drunken, naked mood killers out of my hair is a rarity. At least, I think they're gone. Tamar? Tamara? Are you here? Is this your monster? Is it? Probably their idea of a joke. Trying to make your pal Grinka explode a few light bulbs for your entertainment. My little power of destruction is raring to go as always. Though the monster's already shattered the ceiling lamp. The fairies don't know the definition of quiet, so if they're hiding, I'd hear giggling. Nothing. Not even a peep from the monster, but it stares at me with large red eyes. Bloodshot whites match well with the shade of its irises. So, Mr. Monster, where exactly are you in my living room? Guess I should have greeted him when I first walked in. I've been hanging around the fairies too long. They have no manners. And I think it's a he. Always hard to tell with monsters. Too much fur. This one's shaggy coat is a lovely shade of olive. Reminds me of Bath. The monster shifts his feet, halting claws scratch the hardwood, and his ample ass knocks the TV off its stand. Great. I just replaced that last week. The fairies destroy at least one a month. He doesn't reply, though. Rude. Hey, buddy, watch the horns. I don't need matching gouges in the ceiling. I wave my hands frantically. Those maze-like twists you got look wicked. At least they aren't anywhere near me, even if I can't die. Being skewered by a horn hurts like hell. Well, I assume it does. Never had actual experience like that. Came close with a unicorn once, though. His gaze follows my gestures, but he keeps his silence. What's up with this idiot? I mean, I don't know a lot of monsters. They're a part of the immortal world, a world I fled. New York is so much better. But usually they keep to themselves. They're immortal recluses, so why is one in my apartment? The urge to blow stuff wanes. It's hard to stay angry when you're facing a monster with claws the size of your head. For once in my pathetic scene of existence, I don't feel the need to explode a light bulb. Nope. Time to admit I'm scared shitless. I laugh and even I hear my nerves. Okay. Yeah, it's nice meeting you. I have plans, so it's about time you head out. Not that I have any hope the monster will leave, just because I ask. He wiggles his pointy nose, throws his head back, then sneezes, a droplet smacking into my aqua hair. Ew. Now I really need a bath. Gesundheit. At least I found my manners. The monster blinks and wipes his nose with a furry claw-tipped finger. Not even a thank you. but my annoyance is drowned out by a panic pounding in my head. Is this goal to stare me to death? Immortals supposedly can't die, and Zindago's tried almost every way imaginable without success. But I'm getting the creeping feeling this monster holds a secret and will enact it on me any moment. Now he's got me thinking crazy. Really? The secret to immortal death? What? Is this a Grim Reaper, barf-coloured monster? I squeak. That sounds too believable right now. Well, if I'm going to die without being able to share the secret with my poor Sindago, I'm not going to die quietly. Not my style. You're freaking me out, Mr. Monster. Look, if you're going to eat me or whatever you're doing or got going on in that fluffy horned head of yours, just get it over with. I can't handle any more. The monster grins, rows of sharp teeth gleaming, and yes, I mean rows, like a shark. Maybe I should have kept my mouth shut. Happy Halloween, he bellows. I jump, then pat myself to make sure I'm still in my skin. This monster gram was from Raina. She wishes you a joyful and scary holiday. He's got the scary right. The monster lays down and lowers his voice. Sorry about the snot. I got allergies. Then he rights himself and smiles that tooth. Sharp, toothed grin again. If you liked this monstergram and would like to hire us, please contact Gravel in the Monster Caves realm. Thank you and have a good day. Guess the monsters are coming out of the caves and becoming entrepreneurs. First time for everything. Off I go to the next job. He blinks out of existence. The sofa cushions rustling as he disappears. Don't ask me why, but furniture is the preferred way of travel between the immortal world and this one. I plop on the floor, trying to get a hold of myself. Hell, I don't even have the energy to explode a light bulb as a reminder of my angry seeing him status. At least the fairies and Sindago aren't here to see my humiliation. Small favours. Hyena, my teen sister, has an awful sense of humour. I'll make sure to send her the bill for the TV. That's a definite. God's sake, why should she have to go and do that? Oh, but I really do need that bath. I have a lot of monster snot to now wash out of my hair. The end. And that is the story of Monster in My Room. And I guess she meant literal monster in her room. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Wisteria here. These are what's known as bite-size stories. The first one is Afternoon Tea and Tentacles by Griffin Carmichael. It came lumbering up the street in broad daylight. People screamed, horrified by the malodorous, decayed creature. One could hardly blame them, though I suspect more than a few took advantage of the commotion to evade paying for lunch, or the contents of their clutching hands. I wonder indeed how tight the grip when the object is an overpriced gadget or popular hat style. At any rate, the creature came on, scattering people, before it could manage to wrap rotting tentacles around anyone. I finished my tea, ignoring the distressing level of noise that accompanies such events as best I could. I'd waited all day for a cup, and no vile creature from places best left undisturbed was going to deny me my one vice. I closed my eyes with a sigh of contentment. This little cafe served the best tea. In fact, had the tastiest afternoon repast I've ever found. The few tables crowded into the small walled patio were always full, but now I found myself quite alone in the direct line of the creature's advancement. Well, almost alone. Sitting directly across from me was a woman in an elegant day attire, a small hat with a respectable veil perched atop the well-coiffed head. She was unaccompanied, only slightly shocking in this day and age. I feared a lack of male companionship would be her doom, but I have more pressing matters to attend to than worrying about forward women being molested by beastly invaders. The beast in question was nearly upon us. I stood and tipped my hat to the lady, a silent apology in advance for leaving her delicate person to whatever fate befell her. She gave me a tiny dip of the head and reached for a parasol, which had been hanging on the table's edge. I turned my attention from her without further thought. My cane was always by my side, and I took a moment before the creature arrived to release the sword inside the shaft. I tossed the ebony sheath aside and brought the sword up in defense position. A sane creature would pause upon sighting the blade's keen edge. This was no sane beast, but a maddened collection of mouldy flesh, dripping with the ichor of its hellish home in its depths. It waved rotting tentacles that ringed its core and came at me. Before I knew it, I was in the fight for my life, slashing and cutting at what seemed to be an endless supply of writhing limbs. I was breathing heavily, intent on the object of my swordsmanship. Would nothing stop this vile monster? As quickly as I had severed one tentacle, it seemed that another grew in its place. I risked to look to see if any help was forthcoming, but it seemed I must face my opponent alone. Where were the gentlemen sworn to defend our fair village from such incursions? Had everyone forsaken me? My arm tied with the constant thrusts and slashes, my lungs struggled to take in enough of the foul-smelling air. I fell backwards to the cafe entrance, hoping the owner would take pity and allow me entrance, if I could only hold the behemoth off long enough. I missed my aim and danced quickly back to avoid a thick tentacle that darted towards my face. I knew as soon as I moved that I wouldn't be fast enough, but the creature was going to wrap its foul appendages around me and resign myself to my fate. There was a flash before my face, and the tentacle fell to the ground, steaming as it dissolved on the cobbles, while I rallied and resumed my attack. Another sword had joined mine, and we soon made short work of the thing. When it was little more than smoking sludge upon the pavement, I turned to extend my gratitudes towards the man who had belatedly come to my aid. Imagine my shock when I beheld not a strong-armed man of good character, but the lady who had shared the dining area just moments before. I had assumed she fled with the other citizens, but it seems she had not. The finely worked fabric of her parasol lay discarded behind her, and in her hand she held a thin rapier of steel. I was speechless and stood watching her as she cleaned the sword to her satisfaction with a piece of fine square linen. She placed the soilcloth in the reticule that still swung from her dainty wrist. She behaved as if her actions were not unusual, but were in fact the normal behaviour for ladies of certain station. I'd heard of women in the lower classes fighting monsters alongside their menfolk, but never had I witnessed such actions amongst my own kind. As the woman turned to retrieve the cover for her parasol, I found my voice at last. Madam, may I say thank you for coming to my aid? I thought myself a goner, for certain. She simply shrugged and reinserted her sword into the casing of the frilly gewgaw. I wanted to ask her to join me in a stiff drink, or perhaps a more dainty and appropriate shot of sherry, but that wouldn't do. Single gentlemen and ladies, unknown to them, didn't associate in such a manner, despite having just participated in joint demon slaying. No matter, as she wasn't waiting for any further conversation, but was preparing to leave. She gave me an arch look, glancing at my sword. I find Damascus steel to be superior in these situations. I looked down at my own blade, forged of good iron, for an ancestor long dead. It approved itself in many situations, but perhaps I should exchange my old companion for something more suitable for rending the flesh of occult horrors. When I looked up again, the lady had vanished. I fought many of the monsters over the years, but I never did see her again. Not once. The end. And that is the short story of Tea and Tentacles. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and these bite-sized stories. This one's called Monsters Like Us by Jeanette. Really. The chasm between who I am and who I long to be seems unsurmountable. I am a monster. Those words don't have the same power to me that they might say to a human. It's the same as saying, I'm a meat eater to a vegetarian. Even a meat eater watches cow killing videos in horror before their trip to the local burger joint. But the cow must feel a special kind of horror, personal and intense. It was a Saturday night, dark and full of possibility. I strolled along huge sidewalks made small by the tall steel buildings overshadowing them. At this time of night, humans, at least the smart ones, sought shelter, while those with a taste for blood hunted. A young woman, a child to my centuries, with a fresh face and jaunty walk, held hands with a fellow whose brains were severely outmatched by his need to show off. She caught my eye and fearfully leaned in to whisper, "We need to get off the street." He laughed, the poor fool, and said, "All of those videos are fake. It's just a way to scare people into staying home. Come on, we're having an adventure." I want to go home. She wasn't petulant or childish when she spoke. If anything, it was an honest request brought on by an intelligence that scanned her surroundings and saw danger, saw me. I'm the shadow that threatens their cozy existence. She was right to fear me. She leaned in and I saw a finger pointing my way. He ignored her and said, "Come on, we just got here. We have to see the bridge. You can't chicken out now." With reluctance, she walked with her boyfriend. They were holding hands. It was sweet, like watching a pair of lambs gamble in a field. That didn't make the lamb chops any less tasty when put on the dinner table, but they were cute nonetheless. I stalked them to the bridge. My hunting grounds crossed those of half a dozen other night terrors who lived in the cities feeding off of humanity. Urban legend said that anyone who saw the bridge at night would die. Urban legend wasn't far off the mark. "Terry, pay attention." He tugged on her hand a bit. She was sensitive, that one. Her eyes roamed the nooks and crannies, the shadowy corners of the buildings, looking for me. My gift left me 10 feet in the air, watching from the balcony of the Italian bistro that closed promptly at 9. "There's something out there," she said. She pulled her hand out of his and turned, searching for the danger she knew existed. "I want to go back." He smirked at her, the pompous, arrogant smile of a guy who knows too much at 18. I wanted to slurp that grin off his face when he mocked Terry's fear. I felt sorry for her. "I'm going back to the car." Terry walked away from her boyfriend, thinking he would follow. With a shrug, he called her back and handed her the keys and continued on his path towards the bridge. I briefly wondered if the vampires had awakened yet. I'm not a vampire. My species aren't well known and don't have a name. Yes, we drink blood, but we aren't the fiction favourite known for showmanship or false declarations of love. We're hardly registered in the shock videos people post, most of which are discounted with the same vehemence as UFO videos. It amuses me that people assume monsters are incapable of using technology. It has been my observation that the predator has the highest intelligence, especially more than the prey, but that may be personal bias. The young woman watched her boyfriend walk away. Terry. My meal had a name. She straightened her shoulders and turned, her eyes frantically scanning every shadow for a monster. I let her pass my hiding place. Her shoulders tightened just a fraction, but I could see her fear. And then, as if she felt me watching, she ran. Again I followed across deserted streets until she turned into the parking garage, glancing over her shoulder. Terry searched for me. I know she could feel me, and suffered that cold, clammy fear, knowing with the base instinct that some shadowy creature watched her. I almost let her go. I nearly turned back to hunt the boyfriend. It was the right thing to do, to reward Terry and punish the boyfriend for leaving her alone. But I am neither parent nor teacher, and I seldom do the right thing. I let my form shift into the dark mist of my kind. You heard of the hag that sits on a person's chest and drinks their essence while they sleep. That hag is a distant cousin, an offshoot monster who lets her prey live. Sinking into the parking garage, I found Terry locking the door with shaking hands. She smelled like adrenaline. She smelled like pure fear. With a sigh, I drew closer. She smelled so good. She tasted better. Climbing into the car, she closed the door with a sigh of relief and locked it up tight. I let the mist of my being sink through the roof of the car, surrounding her and drowning her in her own terror. I killed her with the same cold satisfaction of a 30-year-old woman biting into a cheeseburger and groaning with pleasure. With every last drop of her blood drained, I lifted away, a shadowy darkness with no remorse. I let the wind blow me away from the city into the suburbs where I would sleep. I am a meat eater. I am a monster. As I said, the chasm seems nearly insurmountable. The end. It's a very interesting story indeed. I thought she was going to be a vampire, but clearly not. That's not what she is. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and these bite-sized tales. So this one in particular is called Hounds, and it's by Heather Biederman. Right on time, the woman with the silver hair and shiny blue eyes opened the heavy wooden door. Jake Kincaid smiled easily as he stepped inside. The large stone house was nestled in a dark, forgotten woods. The nearest neighbour had to be over 10 miles away, and the whole property was surrounded by a large stone fence. He was lucky the directions were so good, or he would never have found the gate. An ivy-draped entry that seemed intentionally easy to miss. "Glad to meet you, Mrs. Rochester," he said, and shook her tiny, delicate hand. "Oh, please, call me Mina," the woman said warmly. The house was brightly lit with soft furnishings and happy pictures of children playing on the walls. There were Halloween jack-o'-lanterns decorating tables. A pie was baking somewhere, and Jake felt instantly at home. An unusual painting of a woman whose face was half skeletal blue and half beautiful pink. Skin was hanging on the wall. Mina saw Jake looking at the painting, and she started to explain its meaning. "That is the goddess Her," Mina said. "Like Helen the Devil?" Jake asked. She sighed and shook her head. "No, like Her from the Norse stories. Hel. She rules the underworld." Jake shrugged and tried to fake appreciation. He honestly didn't care all about the history and tried ancient religions. "May I take your coat? Would you like a beverage?" she asked. "Oh, nothing to drink for me." He slipped his coat off his tall frame. "I'm just excited to see the dogs." "How about we get to it?" Mina nodded. "Hounds. Before we see them, I need to ask you a few questions. These animals are very special to me. I don't let just anyone come see them, much less to find a proper home for their pups." Jake, an agent from the USDA in the Center for Animal Welfare, found the ad on an exotic animals website that was sometimes used by the criminal element looking to sell illegal animals to private buyers. He couldn't believe this grandma in front of him was a criminal though. So, from your post to me, you said that you were looking for special animals to care for. A faint howl sounded from not too far away. Jake nodded. Good, good, she continued. Now, tell me, Jake, have you ever cared for big animals? I'm talking maybe the size of a tiger or a small bear. I used to work for an educational animal park up in North Dakota and regularly took care of bears when I was there. That was a lie. Perfect. Do you have a lot of space for a pair of large animals to run around? I live on a farm, about 32 miles from here. Lots of space for animals to run and a sturdy fence to keep them in, he said. She nodded. That is so important, to keep them safe from outsiders. You also need lots of fresh meat to feed them. This is critical. You are serving a noble cause. These beauties grow quickly and quite dangerous to outsiders. Jake pushed a little more. How much are you asking for the dogs? I mean, I don't want to waste your time if I'm in the wrong ballpark. We don't talk price until you meet them. You will see what I mean once you do. Are you still interested? He nodded, but was starting to feel confused. But these are dogs, I mean. Sure, they eat meat, but how much special care do they really need? Her face turned serious. If you get the calling to the hounds, it becomes your purpose in life. The hounds are everything. He remembered his ex-Tammy had been obsessed with her cats. She made up funny voices for the cats and had them say ridiculous things to him. Those little monsters always clawed the hell out of him and dropped decapitated mice in his shoes. No moment of crazy cat lady sex was worth that. He remembered that Tammy always said the cats were everything to her too. Made his skin crawl. Of course they are everything to me, he lied, and put his hand on top of hers. We are servants to our pets after all. She obviously had heard what she wanted to hear from him, and stood up. The hounds will meet you now, Jake. But I warn you that they are dazzling to everyone who encounters them. Astounding, really. Please try to stay calm. Let them come up to you. If they like you, you will know it immediately. We always say let the hounds choose their human companions. It works out best for everyone. Do not feel badly if you are not chosen. It doesn't happen for everyone. They walked down the hall to a large metal door with a complex latch. It was out of place for an old house like this. Mina swung it open, and he saw deep scratch marks on the side of the door into the basement. They walked down stone steps and down another long, brightly lit hallway. At the end was a second metal door. This one was dented on the inside as if something had hit it repeatedly. The room had nice ruins all over the walls, although he had no idea what they could mean. Mina fiddled with the latches. The door opened with a metallic groan. The lights were dim in the room. The illumination from behind them flooded in, and suddenly two sets of eyes blinked in the darkest corner of the room. Skull? Hathi? Mina called out. She let out a whistle and the two hounds approached, their claws clicking on the stone floor. What came out of that darkness was more than astonishing. These were no dogs, but instead giant monstrosities, thick, black, mottled fur covered their complete bodies. They were each 5 feet tall and rippling with muscles. Their feet had sharp claws like those of a tiger. Most disconcerting, however, were their giant yellow fangs, glowing ruby eyes that froze him in place. Skull and Hathi walked up to Jake and sniffed him. His heart quickened and sweat dripped down his brow. He smiled at them and raised his hand up to their noses. Good boys, nice boys. The giant hound sniffed at his hand and his hair and clothes. They panted and relaxed a bit. They sat on the floor and I looked up at him. I bet they are adorable as puppies. Those are the puppies, Jake. Their parents are out for a run on the grounds, she said with a smile. Jake's head spun thinking about how big the full-grown hounds would be. They are large. Some call them vargs or hellhounds, said Mina. Hellhounds born here on Earth, also called Midgard. They choose their human protectors, and we care for them until they change their spectral forms and go over the Rainbow Bridge. They then join the pack, where they live at the place called the Hall of Hounds, which is ruled by the god Loki and his daughter, Hel. As a reward for service, all protectors have a home in the afterlife at the Hall, with the pack until the end of the world, and at the time of Ragnarok. It is the ultimate honour for one who loves animals as I do. What a nutcase. His eyes darted around the room and stopped at the food trough, where there were a big pile of bloody bones. A glint of silver on a pair of shoes in the pile stood out. One of the shoes, the bloody leg stump protruded. He gasped and backed away. What the? Do they eat people? Mina nodded. It's usually cows, sheep and chickens, but hellhounds happen. No way. Jake started laughing in disbelief. This can't be real. Where are the cameras? This is obviously a joke. Jake walked up to one of the hellhounds and started to poke it, looking for some sort of prosthetics or movie animatronics that would give away the con. With that, a growling hellhound pounced up and bit off Jake's probing hand. The other hellhound leaned in and took a chomp out of his leg. Jake fell to the ground, sputtering in shock, trying to crawl away. Oh, Jake, said Mina, I was hopeful that when you saw my babies, you would fall in love too. I guess instead you will just have to be their dinner. The world is really going to the dogs, don't you think? Mina laughed. As she turned to walk out of the room, the door creaked shut and was bolted on the other side. The last thing Jake saw before passing out were two pairs of red glowing eyes leaning in as yellow fangs began to rip at his flesh. The end. I like that story. So if you haven't or do not know, that's all about the Norse following and the Norse gods. And obviously the hellhounds. And then there's Fenrir, different wolves in Norse mythology. But all very interesting indeed. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, Bite-Size Stories. This one's called Last One at the Door by Griffin Carmichael. Trick-or-treaters are so darn cute, especially the little ones. The ones who can barely walk or are carried in the mother's arms, all dressed up as clowns or pumpkins. Most of them are in big groups these days because of the weirdness that some people get up to. Can't be too careful, as they say. I'd pretty much given up on having any more callers at my door. It was getting late, so I turned off the porch light and went to settle down for a B-movie horror fest. I was looking forward to eating all the leftover candy, full-size bars, no skimping this night, at least, and getting in some classic Elvira camp. I'd just gotten comfortable in my recliner when the bell rang. It was surprising, because not having a light on was a signal that the candy-grabbing event was over for the year. Grunting, I set aside my glass of soda and the bowl with the candy. I'd gotten halfway to the door before I remembered it. Probably should bring that along, I muttered. Darn tardy kids. I just knew it was going to cost me at least a handful of Snickers bars before all was said and done. I grabbed the bowl and started back to the door. Unlike most kids, this group didn't ring again. It was quiet outside. The only sound was a low rumble from the TV. I flicked on the porch light and looked out through the window set at eye level in the front door. I couldn't see anything, and at first I thought it was a prank. The dulcet tones of Elvira's wicked intro was urging me to get ready for some scary shit, and I nearly went back to the living room. But it didn't sit right to ignore the bell. Some kid was waiting for candy. If they were the bad kind of child, they might toilet paper my yard or egg the car. Better to give up a Snickers or two than to cope with that. So I opened the door. I was holding the bowl of candy, and out as the door swung back, I nearly dropped it when I saw what, my brains insisted, was standing just at the top of the steps. It was just one kid, small and fragile looking, not more than skin and bones. Pale as a ghost, though not dressed as a ghost. No old cheek with cutouts for the eyes and mouth. Just a white face with dark sockets where eyes burned in a fiendish fire. I forced out to laugh, though what I wanted to do was scream. Don't be ridiculous, I chided myself. It's just a kid with rather epic skills. That's an awesome costume, little dude. Did you come up with it by yourself? Or is it from some new fandom? The kid just looked at me, those eyes blazing, his mouth, and I say his, because I think he was a boy, was thin, wide slit, and I figured he had done some kind of putty, sharp pointed teeth, peeked out. I nearly jumped out of my shoes when a shadow behind the kid moved. My eyes widened as a taller figure took shape and moved towards me. As it came into the light, I could see it was female, and made up just like the kid. Both were wearing some sort of loose tunic and covered them from chin to foot. Long thin toes with sharp nails were just visible below the hems. Oh, hey there. I didn't see you at first. You know, we don't always get mums who dress up with their kids, at least. Not at this level. Do you guys do cosplays? I've done a few conventions. Maybe we've been to the same ones. The kid's mother shook her head. No, I'm afraid not. This is a special night for us. Her voice was barely louder than the breeze that brought a chill to my skin. For an instant, I lost track of what I was doing. I shook myself and realized I was clutching the ball of candy like a preserver. My hand trembled as I held it out. Well, Halloween is special for kids, isn't it? Better than Easter for the sugary goodies. For sure. Help yourself, kid. I think you guys are probably going to be my last visitors for the night. So get one for your mum, too. The kid's head swiveled around, and at his mother's nod he reached out and took 2 Snickers bars. Only 2. I usually distributed the candy because the little demons took a handful. But this kid just took 2. You can have another if you want, I said, shaking the bowl. He just looked up at me, as silent as ever. His mother moved up and put a pale, bony hand on the kid's shoulder. Thank you, but no. We don't want to spoil his dinner. I looked into her blazing eyes, wondering how she'd done that effect. It would be awesome if I could figure out how that was done. Maybe good for a win at the next fan con. It felt like I was falling into those eyes. I don't know how long I stood there like that, in the yellow glow of the porch light, but after a while she reached out and touched the hand that was still holding the damn bowl out. Thank you for your kindness. You're the only house that would open the door for us. Hey, no problem. Opening doors for all little monsters is what it's all about, after all. Later, while I was watching Elvira's cleavage do some amazing things on a flat screen, I realised I never found out what their costumes were meant to be. Guess I'll have to ask them next year. The end. And that's the end of that bite-sized tale. I'm assuming aliens or the black-eyed people, maybe, I don't know. Something like that, anyway. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and bite-size stories. This is called The Keeper's Daughter by J. Naomi I. The lighthouse didn't look frightening, at least not from the gate, where Clara stood poised, waiting for the guide. Frankly, there was no reason in the world why a lighthouse ought to be scary. What was it but a building composed of blocks with a giant light spinning at the top? Granted, it was perched on a bluff and above the sea, but nearly everything in this tiny corner of the world was the same. The wind never stopped blowing here, and the waves never stopped pounding. Only occasionally was there a day when it didn't rain. A Fresnel lens, Mrs. Roberts was saying, smiling broadly and waving her hands at the brilliant white light above them. For 15 seconds it shone in white, and then, for 5, in red. It was shipped here all the way from France, through Cape Horn in South America. I can't wait for you girls to see it. Isn't this fun? Yes, Mrs. Roberts, Judith gasped, being the only one in the entire troop who liked to do these things. Fun, Mary muttered, nudging Clara in the ribs. Her usual sardonic smirk was plastered upon her face. After all, I had nothing better to do today than climb up 97 cement steps, followed by 14 rungs on a ladder, just to see a light bulb. Do we get a badge for this? Nancy raised a hand, while lovingly rubbing the 42 patches on her sash, a number that superseded any other girl by at least twice. I'd rather be working on the shopping badge, Mary nudged Clara again, winking this time with her devilish green eyes. Have you heard what the requirements are for that one? Clara nodded silently, noting the guide was approaching from the keeper's house. He was an old man, easily a grandpa's age or more, although his feet seemed to move quickly enough. His back was bent nearly double, giving the appearance of a turtle lumbering beneath a shell. Locate the woman's shoe department of Nordstrom's demonstrate the proper way to remove a credit card from your purse. Select 3 pairs of your favourite shoes, or 1 pair and 1 dress for extra credit. Pose in front of a mirror while the alteration lady pins up your hem. Shh, Judith hissed, as Mary snickered. Girls, this is Captain Grayson from the Coast Guard Auxiliary. He'll be taking us up the tower in groups of 2. Now who would like to go first? Me, Judith screamed, raising both hands. Me too, Nancy added, lifting one of hers. Clara and Mary will go next. Mrs. Roberts waved the other girls away, releasing them to dutifully follow the plodding ancient auxiliary captain past the keeper's house and into the lighthouse building. In the meantime, we will wait at the base of the stairway. Adjusting her official Girl Scout uniform cap, Mrs. Roberts proceeded to march across the grassy field, separating the 2 structures. Clara, Mary whispered through the side of her mouth, her eyes sparkling with her latest mischievous plan. Let's skip out of here. We'll do something else. We'll walk into town and get some food. How? Mary nudged her a 3rd time, before raising her head. Mrs. Roberts, she called, I need to use the bathroom. The troop leader spun round, executing a nearly perfect 180-degree pivot to the rear. The ladies' powder room is in the keeper's house. Don't tarry over long. Yes, ma'am. The 2 girls scampered across the field into the neighbouring building. Although it was painted white like the lighthouse, the residence was boring, 2-story structure in the shape of a block. There was a single window on the 1st floor, and 2 peering out from the bedrooms above, each covered by a thick coating of salt water and endless rain. Shoving the unlocked door open, the girls were immediately met in a gust of musty cold air, and the intermittent beeping noise of a smoke detector with the battery gone bad. I wonder where the bathroom is. Mary headed through the mudroom and into the building's main hall, while Clara hesitated, an odd chill sweeping down her spine. Are you coming? Mary hollered, her footsteps resounding on the worn wooden stairs, a noise that, for some unknown reason, set Clara's heart aflutter. A fleeting of regret and profound sadness erupted in her soul, as well as an unexplicable sensation of déjà vu. I think it's up there. I'm going to check the bedrooms. Okay, Clara whispered, refusing to leave her spot. In fact, she decided she'd rather wait outside, and was turning to do exactly that when the door swung open. Auxiliary Captain Grayson stood before her, his bent back bringing his gaze nearly level with her own. You shouldn't be in here, he said, his voice sounding oddly familiar. There was a tone of regret in it, and something else, fondness, pity. The old man's eyes were looking upon her as if he knew her. You need to go on your way. I cannot until you do. What? Clara, please. He held out a hand, gnarled and thin. Clara. Clara! Mary screamed from the floor above. Clara! Get up here right now. You've got to see this. Excuse me, the girl mumbled, hastily running from the old man to the stair, swiftly mounting the steps, her hand on the dusty rail. Once upstairs, Clara walked down the hall to the second bedroom, knowing instinctively that was where she was meant to go. It was even colder than the floor below, the only illumination coming through the salt-covered window, where she found Mary, bathed in the sweeping light of the lighthouse Fresnel lens. Look at this. Now turning red, she handed Clara a framed newsprint from nearly 60 years before. Yellow and wrinkled, it had been sitting on bureau collecting dust. Between the slashes exposed by Mary's fingertips, Clara read the headline, Tragedy at the Lighthouse. Keeper's young daughter, killed in a fall. Below that, Clara saw her own face. It's time for you to move on, Mary said, her skin peeling off her body, beneath that innocent green Girl Scout uniform. Mary exposed herself as a hideous messenger of Satan's army. I ought to get a badge for coming to fetch you, don't you think? Reaching out, she grabbed Clara's arm with a clawed hand, while the room turned again, from Fresnel red to Fresnel white. Clara was sucked into the hideous world below. What did I do? She cried, as the flames came up to meet her. You didn't read the article, did you? The demon laughed. You pushed the keeper's daughter, your baby sister, down all 97 of the lighthouse stairs. The end. Wow, that's not a very nice sister. I don't think you meant to do that. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back. This is Wisteria here. Welcome back to the Bite-Sized Tales. This one's called The Not Wanting by J. David Cole. His father was dead. The old man had never been healthy, so it was only a matter of time before his heart gave out. Still, to his mind, it was somehow shocking, and his father, the man who'd always been there, was gone. His mother died due to complications during his and his twin sister's birth, and his sister died 16 years later, murdered by her cowardly boyfriend. Now he was all alone in the world, which, to him, was shocking. When the last guests had gone, when he'd heard the last platitudes about his father being in a better place, the crypt, when the last of the covered dishes the neighbours brought had been picked through, he gathered his wits, selected a carving knife from the butcher block, made his way to the cellar. To be fair, he wasn't completely alone in the world. Danny was still around, and now he would have time to consider his next move. Also, as shocked as he'd been about his father's passing, he also felt suddenly liberated. His father never allowed him to seek the justice his sister deserved. Now there was nothing and nobody standing in the way. He thought back to that night, 25 years earlier. His sweet, beautiful twin sister, so excited and happy to be attending the homecoming dance with Danny, the quarterback and class president. He'd always liked Danny too. After all, as offensive guard, it was his responsibility to assure Danny's safety, so he'd better like him. In fact, it was Danny who suggested the anabolic steroids, which had ruined his own homecoming experience. After the dance, the four of them skipped the regular after-parties. Danny's family owned a cabin in the country, so Danny invited his date, her brother, and the brother's date, to an intimate after-dance fireside meal of chips, sloe gin, and beer beside the lake. He thought back to that night now, a haunt of memories, the foursome laughing, having fun for a few hours. Then his date began making advances. Danny took him aside, handed him protection, offered to let them use the cabin's lone bedroom. Whether it was the beer, the steroids, or just the excitement, he'd been unable to perform. His date felt humiliated. She'd left, taking the car they arrived in to go home. He was humiliated as well. He stayed in the cabin sulking, drinking more beer for an hour. Then he'd heard the scream. Running from the cabin, he found Danny assaulting his sister. He lunged at Danny, knocking him to the ground. He ran to his sister and found her limp, her skin turning blue. She was dead. Danny had snapped her neck. He turned on Danny in a rage, chasing him into the woods. The next morning, when his father had awoken, he found his son weeping on the couch. He'd finally begun to calm enough to tell his father the story without sobbing by the time the police arrived. Danny's father had reported him missing, so they went to the cabin and found the body. Her neck was snapped, and evidence indicated she'd been violated. They asked him if he knew where Danny had gone. He explained how he chased Danny into the woods. The police launched a manhunt but never found Danny. They never would, and soon it was decided that Danny somehow escaped and made a new life for himself somewhere else. Danny's father had probably helped him, but the police could never prove that. Danny got away with rape and murder that night. It was more than a week before his father, the man who was then his only remaining family, the man he'd just lost to a heart condition, discovered the truth. Danny hadn't escaped in the woods at all. He was a prisoner in the house of the very girl he'd murdered. Beneath the basement was an unused secondary root cellar. His father had caught him sneaking water down late at night and confronted him about why he was keeping the boy who had murdered his sister in captive in their cellar. He explained that when he caught Danny, he wanted to kill him, but was afraid that people would blame him for both deaths. Then when the police assumed that Danny was in hiding, he'd been afraid that he'd be in trouble for kidnapping. So he decided to let Danny slowly starve. But he knew that dehydration was a greater risk, so he was giving him water. His father paced and considered the options. The boy deserved to die for what he'd done. That was true. But was it their right to kill him? Would that be justice or revenge? In the end, he decided that the fact they wanted to kill him meant they could not. Vengeance isn't justice, and the daughter and sister deserved justice. He explained this to his son, but he also realized it was too late to turn him over to the authorities now. Why should his son be punished because of what Danny had done? So they kept him. For a quarter of a century, Danny was fed and watered. They installed rudimentary plumbing and shackles. Other than that, they went on with their lives, forgot he was even there with the roaches and the spiders. However, now things had changed. So now he was coming down the stairs, knife in hand, remembering the lesson his father taught him. We can't kill him, Danny, so long as we want to kill him. However, he had one last secret. One night, several years before, he'd let Danny plead for his freedom. Danny swore he hadn't killed anyone. They were making love. The scream he heard wasn't fear, but rapture. They planned to be married. Her neck must have accidentally broken when a 230-pound god had suddenly burst upon them, wrenching them apart. He was remembering that night and those words now, realizing it was true. He was remembering his father's words as well. He no longer wanted to kill Danny, and the not wanting liberated him into action. And that's the end of that story, guys. I don't know what you believe. Was it justice? Was it revenge? Should it be done? Should it not? And if he knew the truth, that it was something that happened and it was an accident, why on earth did he keep him all them years locked away in the cellar if he knew it was an accident? Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to these bite-sized tales. This one's called The Hudra by J.T. Williams. The problem with the North Sea is that it's so damn cold. Well, that's one problem. You would think to move from the Carolinas in the good old US of A that it wouldn't be too bad to do some technical work for 6 months in the dead of the Norwegian winter. You'd also be wrong. I'm used to working around other men for months on end, but when you struggle to speak a single Norse word about the only thing you might can find is a good Norwegian woman, except on an oil rig there are no women, just me and some guys. In case you're wondering, that's not my thing. Luckily, due to a severe mechanical malfunction, we'd been moved back to Oslo. I took a cab to the outskirts of town near a large woods, something called Helvetor. There's a nice bar here. Seemed like a good, laid-back place. Plus, I'd heard it was frequented by what I do want, women. Attractive women. Something I needed. Like right then. I went up to the bar and ordered a beer. It was a bit more sour than I preferred, but it would get me started. There were plenty of women, and one old man. I sat down at the bar and scanned for those that might notice me. I turned to take another sip from my beer and someone sat down beside me. Good. I turned and to my disgust found the old man. You're an American, aren't you? You assumed that pretty quickly. You sound like an American. I didn't assume shit. You shouldn't either. I see you're looking at these women. Don't bother. You don't want them. This old man is funny. Really? I take it you had personal experiences in that. He glared at me and snorted. No. Then buzz off, Grandpa. I don't need your dating service. Aye. Take care. But the hands of the holder take the willing. The man stumbled out, and I was left alone. What the hell was he spouting off about anyway? What in the hell is a holder? Damn, I need another beer and a shot. At least the bartender seemed attentive. The hours passed and I was getting drunk. The sun was down now, and it seemed it had been up for a very long time to start with. I heard the door open. An attractive blonde came in. I guess another attractive blonde, but unfortunately the others weren't too keen to talk to me. There was one, but she only stared, and not in a good way. She was now glaring at me from the corner of the room. What in the hell did I do? I turned my attention to the girl next to me. Can I just have some vodka? She asked. The bartender served her up a shot and she slammed it. Her accent was familiar. She was American too. I'd say from Northeast. Boston, maybe. Hey, I said. I knew it was cheesy, but it was something. She smiled. You're American? Working in the North, oil. She gave me a coy smirk. Cool. I'm here on a story for a magazine. I'm alone other than my camera guy, but I was trying to find something a bit more fun to do. I have something fun for you. That blonde pushed away between myself and my fellow American. Sorry, the blonde said in a seductive way. I've been watching, and when foreign, you should try foreign delights, not cheap and things like her. I love this accent. Wow. Maybe it's like Russian, I don't know. The American girl turned and stomped off. I think she's crying. What can I say? I guess I'm an asshole. It was love. Maybe it was a mix of alcohol and a sweet scent that drew me away from the bar as she led me out the door. Let's get away from here. I laughed as she laughed and tried to hide her smile. Her eyes moved up and down me. I grinned almost foolishly, and with a jaunt through the snow, she took me into the woods. I thought at first maybe her car was parked at the nearby recreation area, but we went deeper. I stopped. Where are we going? She stood straight, her legs together. A tight skirt formed around her body, and a cleavage poked through a short coat. I watched her as she scanned the area. There was something on her back that I hadn't noticed before. It looked strange. She had been running backwards, or was I just that drunk? She pushed herself against me. I know what you want. I know what all men like you want, and I give it to you. Oh, yeah? Her fingertips glided down my stomach. Something slippery moved up my leg. She kissed me before I could look down. I threw my arms around her neck to feel her body, but her skin was coarse. It felt oddly familiar, but even in my drunken state, no, I shouldn't be feeling that. I glanced around at the trees. That's what it is. Am I pushing her against a tree? Her hands gripped my waist and I gasped. Okay, finally. A tearing pain shot through my stomach and I coughed as a roughness pushed straight up through my throat. She let out a shrill sound and her eyes turned red. Filth of a man, she said in a ragged voice. I give you your release. I tasted blood and the world spun as I fell to the ground. She withdrew something from my body. Have I been stabbed? Shot? I'd never felt this kind of pain. She turned. Her back was tree bark, and a bloody tail whipped behind her as she disappeared into the approaching storm, my blood melting into the snow. Footsteps crunched nearby, and the old man from the bar came into view, laughing, a shovel in his hands. I told you the hold would take the willing. He dumped snow on me, and the light faded. The coolness, oddly comforting. What the hell is a huldra? The old man snorted. Stupid boy. He wanted something local, but didn't study his law. Third one in 2 days. These woods are getting full, and my old back is sore. She doesn't pay me enough for this. The end. And that is the story of the huldra. Huldra. Thank you for listening. And remember, guys, if you're in a bar and a pretty girl entices you, don't walk off with her. You never know what she might be. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to some more urban legends. These will be cautionary tales. The first one is called Stranger Danger. 2 Scottish men travelling on business in Texas were celebrating the end of their trip with a night out in the town. When the bar closed, they decided to continue the party, so they flagged down a taxi to take them back to their hotel. But they soon became paranoid, thinking that they were being driven in the wrong direction. So they asked the driver to stop and headed out into the night on their own, finding themselves lost in a quiet residential neighborhood. This was before mobile phones were commonplace, so the businessmen began knocking on doors to see if they could use someone's phone to call another taxi. Having no success, they ventured into a back garden to get someone's attention. Back home in Scotland, they were used to leaving their doors unlocked, so this didn't strike them as particularly unsafe, and certainly not after drinking all night. The homeowner, woken by the noise, came downstairs and saw 2 men peering in through his back door at 4 a.m. and he didn't think twice about firing his shotgun, killing them outright. The next is a shocking tale. A young extreme sports enthusiast who was covered in a variety of piercings, tattoos, and body modification was always looking for the next adrenaline rush. One day, while he was at work on a construction site, he bet his colleagues that he would clip 2 electrical lines to his piercings and give himself a thrill. They tried to persuade him that it wasn't a good idea, but this only made him more determined. Unaware that by applying electricity directly to his chest, he was at risk of experiencing more than just a funny sensation, he attached the electrical lines to each of his pierced nipples and promptly received a fatal shock through the heart from which he could not be revived. I have pierced nipples. I would never do that. That's crazy. Oh boy. The next is lawn chair liftoff. Sometimes life really is like the movies. In 1982, a man from Los Angeles had a moment of inspiration that almost cost him his life. He had been chewing the fat with friends at a bar, speculating about how many balloons it would take to lift a man into the sky. As flying happened to be a long-held dream of his, he decided to purchase 40 balloons of the type that scientists launch into the clouds to research the weather and give it a try. After all, apart from his life, he had nothing to lose. So he went ahead with the plan and attached the bunch of balloons to his favorite lawn chair. Blasted with plastic water bottles, he estimated that he would be able to hover a couple of stories off the ground and carried an air pistol on board to burst the balloons should the altitude become unnerving. He settled into his chair while he plucked up the courage to tell his friends to let go of the lines, keeping him on the ground. But all of a sudden, the rope snapped, and the balloons were caught by a gust of wind. Before he could do anything about it, the lawn chair had surged to an altitude of 16,000 feet, while its pilot clung on for dear life. He called for help on a radio and began shooting the balloons. But then he dropped the pistol, leaving him at the mercy of the wind. After dodging some surprised birds and being spotted by a concerned airline pilot coming in to land at the airport, he collided with power lines, causing a minor blackout, and eventually landed 15 miles away from where he'd taken off. He had spent more than an hour in the sky, and apart from being a little shocked, he had escaped unarmed. The adventure of a lifetime was over, and he had an unlikely tale to tell his friends. But did he face a fine from the aviation authorities of the unauthorized trip? Once they decided which law, of course, he had broken. Who knows, he may have been fined. The next is always read the label. You should always make sure that a job is done properly. A barman tasked with cleaning the toilets in an old British pub was not keen on the job, so looked for ways to cut a few corners, an approach that almost cost him his life. He had a brainwave and mixed bleach with descaling solution together in order to kill two birds with one stone. However, he almost killed himself as well in the process. When he poured the concoction into the toilets, he was concerned to see an evil-looking vapor rising out of the cubicles that made his eyes sting and his lungs burn, so he made a swift exit. He barely made it out of the bathroom before evacuating the pub and passing out. Firefighters who attended the scene explained that his effort to speed up the job, he had unwittingly created a chlorine gas, the lethal vapor used in the trenches of World War I, and he was lucky to have escaped with his life. Don't mix chemicals if you don't understand them. The next is book binding. An 1852 collection of poems by John Milton, the author of Paradise Lost, which can be found in Devon, England, looks like any other book, but it is unique for disturbing reasons. It's bound in leather made from the skin of a convicted murderer. In 1830, George Cudmore was found guilty of murdering his wife. The rat catcher, a reportedly short and hunchbacked individual, had used poison to do away with his spouse, so that he could be with his lover. George was sentenced to be hanged, and also told that his body would be taken to the local hospital, where it would be used for experiments. It's not entirely clear how Cudmore ended up as a book cover 20 years later. The volume, containing many religious works, bears an inscription that tells readers whose skin they are holding, perhaps as a warning to keep them on the straight and narrow. The next, guilty as charged. Have you ever put a 9-volt battery to your tongue to feel the tiny electric shock it gives you? If so, next time you should probably think twice. That little battery could kill you. A US Navy sailor was in the electronics class when he picked up 2 prongs attached to a 9-volt battery, intending to demonstrate the electrical resistance of the human body. Pressing each probe with his thumb, he made a fatal mistake. He gripped so tightly that the pointed probes pierced his skin, and he got a terrible shock. He learned the hard way that the skin provides most of the body's resistance to electricity, as your insides, being largely made of water, conduct electricity quite well. Bypassing the skin allowed the charge to go straight into his bloodstream, and a fatal shock crossed his heart, killing him instantly. His story is retold to all new recruits, warning them not to fool around with equipment. The next is, don't drink the water. When you are abroad, in a strange country, in a strange hotel, you expect things to be a little different to life back home. Don't drink the tap water is something that you will commonly be told, but you probably wouldn't expect to hear that in Los Angeles. In 2013, tourists at the hotel in LA had noticed that something was a little odd. The pressure was weak, and the water in the shower would run black for a while before turning clear. It also had a funny taste and smelled unusual. Nevertheless, they drank it, as they assumed that was just how water in LA was supposed to taste. Eventually, someone complained to staff at the hotel, who sent a worker to check whether the 4 large water tanks on the roof were in good order. What he found when he opened the lid turned his stomach, but it certainly explained the issues they had been having. Inside one of the cisterns was a partially decomposed human body. The unfortunate maintenance man had found the remains of a female student who had gone missing after staying in the hotel several weeks previously. Guests at the establishment had been using corpse water to shower and brush their teeth for weeks, as well as drinking it. Pathologists determined that the student had drowned in the water, so she wasn't killed before ending up in the heavy-lidded tank. But how she ended up there, investigators were baffled. They had the girl on camera at night. She was last seen by other guests, and she appeared agitated. She was pictured in an elevator, peeking into the corridor, as if she didn't want to be seen, but then pressing all the buttons. It shouldn't have been possible for her to get on the roof, as it was a locked and a restricted area. There were no more leads, and her death remains a mystery to this day. And that's not an urban legend, that actually happened. The urban legend surrounding it is more the death as to why and how she ended up in that water tank. Because it's virtually impossible, guys, unless someone put her there. The next is cruise control. A young couple from France were honeymooning in the United States. It was their dream to hire a big American motorhome and go on a road trip across the country. They found the perfect vehicle, and after the salesman had shown them the 2 showers, cable TV, king-size bed, and cruise control, they wasted no time in getting on the road. A few days later, they were traveling across the desert overnight, and the husband had gone to sleep for a few hours while his new wife took the wheel. It wasn't long before the long empty roads and the warmth of the night made her feel sleepy, so she decided to make a coffee. She didn't want to wake her partner, so she found the cruise control button, flicked it on, and went to make a drink. She never made it back to her seat. The vehicle left the road at the next corner and was found a week later in a mangled heap at the bottom of a rocky ravine. The girl didn't know that the cruise control couldn't handle corners, and the trucker simply plunged over the precipice. Neither honeymooner survived. Wake up and smell the perfume. A warning circulated online. advising American women to be wary of strangers when visiting shopping malls. It followed news reports of a number of middle-aged ladies being approached by smartly dressed men in the car parks of malls who asked them for advice on a perfume that they were thinking of buying their wives or girlfriends. It turned out that the small perfume bottles or handkerchiefs that the men were carrying were filled with the latest fashionable eau de toilette with the intense mixture of chloroform. When the ladies smelled the scent, they became instantly incapacitated. Some were abducted, bundled in the back of a van, driven to remote locations and tortured for the bank details, whereas others were robbed and left for dead in the car park. The report quoted a police source saying that even men who had a female partner with them could not be trusted, as the women were likely in on the scam. Don't try this at home. You may know the trick of making a bottle of cola explode by dropping a packet of mints into it and screwing the cap back on, but you may not know how dangerous it can be. When the internet recently sparked a new cola mint craze, kids in playground around the world started creating bigger and bigger explosions to post online. In one school in England, this led to tragic consequences. The young boy involved, referred to as Billy in the papers, was known as the joker of the class, and renowned at his school for doing absolutely anything that fellow pupils sort of dared him to do. They decided to use him as a guinea pig to see what happened when you combined cola and mints, not in the bottle, but in the human body. The ingredients were prepared: a 2-liter bottle of drink and a big bag of mints, and a large crowd gathered in the playground. Billy ate the entire bag of sweets first and washed them down with as much colour as he could manage. At first, everything seemed fine, and the assembled kids cheered. But then Billy groaned and bent over with terrible cramps, rolling around on the floor. Witnesses reported that his eyes appeared to bulge out of his head. He tried to bring up the noxious liquid, but it was too late. He gave a final sharp cry of pain and died on the spot. Investigators were able to explain the cause of the tragedy. When you add mints to cola, the ingredients in the sweets break the surface tension of the liquid, which is what prevents the pressurized carbon dioxide, which creates the bubbles, from escaping all at once. The mints, therefore, cause a sudden and violent release of gas, which is what makes the liquid explode out of the bottles. By ingesting the cola and mints together in such large quantities, Billy had caused a huge build-up of gas in his abdomen, far too large to escape through the usual channels, and his stomach had exploded in seconds. It was advised that nobody try to recreate this stunt at home. Yes, do not try that at home, ever. Very dangerous. Please don't. The next is a sartorial surprise. Staff at a chain closed stores in Austria were inundated with hundreds of calls from concerned customers after an incident at one of their shops. A woman had been trying on a jacket for winter when she felt a sharp prick in her arm. She assumed it was a stray pin and complained to the assistant, who apologized and said she would look into it. The customer thought nothing of it, but on her drive home, her heart rate suddenly dropped. She blacked out and crashed the car. She was in a coma for a month. The doctors were confused at first. She had no visible injuries from the crash, but her blood results indicated that she showed all the signs of having venom in her system. It was not a pin in the jacket. It was a poisonous snake that had bitten her as she tried the garment on. The store was shut, and police found an adder in the arm of the jacket, which had been put back on the rack so another customer could put it on. The deadly snake had found its way into the lining of the jacket when it was looking for somewhere to hibernate, and it was very hungry. Yes, snakes will get into any kind of places, let's be honest. They're like mice and rats. They will just slither their way in and hide there unsuspectingly. The next is electric blankets. You have to be safe when it comes to electric blankets, guys. Don't try anything weird at home with them. Always unplug them. Don't leave them plugged in. Very important. A warning was put on social media claiming that a certain brand of electric blanket was being recalled across Europe after a safety scare. A mother who had recently bought the item to keep her toddler warm had woken by his screams one night. She rushed in his room and found him clinging to the bars of his cot, trying to escape from a small hissing snake. The reptile was an exotic tiger snake, highly venomous and not native to the country. An investigator discovered that the blanket, which had been manufactured in Asia, had become infested with snakeheads that were not easily detectable from the outside. Cold conditions on the ship that transported the products to Europe had kept the animals in a state of hibernation. But when the blanket was turned on, the pleasant warmth encouraged the eggs to hatch, and the baby snakes were soon looking for their first meal. Oh my days. Imagine doing that. That's horrendous, guys. I'm not a hater of snakes. I like snakes, and it's not their fault. They're just doing what they do to survive. But imagine that, though. It's very scary, isn't it? The next is the envelope. A woman had a job in New York post office where she spent all day attending to customers and licking the awful lot of stamps. One day she lost concentration and cut her tongue on an envelope. Later that day, returning home after work, she realized that her tongue had become swollen and she found it difficult to eat. Visits to the doctors did not reveal the source of the problem, but eventually she reached the point when she could not even drink, so she made an emergency visit to the local hospital. The medics were perplexed and took an x-ray of her mouth. They rushed back to her and told her she needed emergency surgery, or she may soon lose the ability to breathe as well. They put the woman under anesthetic. When they sliced into the swelling, hundreds of baby spiders crawled out onto her face. The doctor had to suck them out of her throat with a vacuum pump. It transpired that the envelope came from a batch which had been kept in South American warehouse, where the paper had been contaminated by the eggs from a highly poisonous wolf spider. When the woman licked the paper seal, the eggs transferred to her mouth in her saliva, and the cut on her tongue became the perfect place for them to grow. They would soon have hatched of their own accord. All of the envelopes from the warehouse were recalled before somebody else suffered the same fate. Geez, that's horrendous. If that really happened, imagine having a swollen tongue, going to the emergency room, and then having it open up and loads of spiders come out of your tongue. Oh, no, 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 no. I love tarantulas, I do. With spiders, I can be iffy with them, and I'll tell you why. They don't really give any warning when they're going to bite. Tarantulas at least give you a warning before they bite. But I'm not afraid of spiders or anything, but something like that's pretty... I mean, it's a wolf spider. You know, they are not very nice, their bite. So that would be quite horrendous. The next is, watch out for the crumbs. Doctors in Taiwan warned of the dangers of eating food in bed after 2 cases ended up in the local hospitals. A man who was admitted to a ward for a routine foot operation was addicted to snacks and was repeatedly told by the nurses not to hide food and empty packets in his bedclothes because they could attract ants. He ignored them. He wasn't scared of ants. But soon after his operation, he found himself back in hospital, complaining of terrible headaches that no amount of drugs could treat. When doctors scanned his brain for abnormalities, they were horrified to discover a mass of black insects inside his ear canals. A colony of ants, attracted by his snacks, had entered his ears when he was recuperating from his operation and were gradually eating away at the insides of his skull. He would have lost his hearing had doctors not located the infestation in time. The authorities highlighted in a similar report. A 14-year-old girl complained of severe earache, and her mother explained that she had a sweet tooth and often ate midnight snacks in bed, despite being told not to. Upon inspection, the doctor found thousands of ants packed deep in her ear. They had crawled there in search of food and died. Ew, that's another awful one as well. Ants living inside and spiders and snakes, oh my. Anyway, I digress. Dangerous deposits. Canadian citizens received email warnings after a woman reportedly died after licking an envelope when making a deposit in a Toronto bank. The message quoted a police officer who said that investigators had found traces of rat poison in the dead woman's system, and by retracing her steps that day, they had narrowed the source down to the glue she had licked while making a deposit at the bank. As a result, the establishment was closed and all envelopes were seized. However, a rumour then spread that this wasn't an isolated incident, so a number of banks announced that, while they had no evidence of any envelopes being tampered with, they had since switched to ones that didn't need licking. I should bloody hope so as well. Geesh, lick an envelope and dying. It's not on, is it? I think this is yours. Police in New York publicised a tale they had heard from a member of the public in order to warn others. A young man visited a 24-hour convenience store late one night on his way home from the city. He found a parking spot some distance away and walked to the shop, checking his wallet as he went. The store was empty. Even the assistant was not there, save for one of the man, an older gentleman with grey hair, who appeared to be aimlessly browsing the shelves as he had nothing in his basket. The young man made his selections, paid at the automatic checkout, and then set off down the road towards his car. He reported later that he felt as though he was being watched. He was just about to start the engine when there was a knock at the window. It was the old man from the store, holding a $20 bill. The driver rolled the window down a little, and the man smiled. "I think you dropped this," he said, waving the money around. "I don't think so. I always know how much money I'm carrying." "Thanks, though," replied the young man politely, wound the wind back up. He had checked his wallet before he went in the shop. He didn't have a $20 bill in there. As he started the car, the man knocked on the window again and repeated, "I think you dropped this." Although the driver wanted to pull away, the road was busy, and as he waited, the man knocked on the window again, still repeating, "I think you dropped this." Why was this old man doing that? Why was he so insistent? While waiting for a gap in the traffic, the driver opened the window to tell the man to keep the money because it wasn't his, but he noticed that it was no longer greeted by a smile but a scowl. As the older gentleman started to tug at the top of the window, trying to thrust a hand inside and open the door, the driver hurried to close it, so the strange man began to bang his elbow on it. The young man thought that the glass was going to break, so he put his foot on the accelerator, almost causing an accident as he joined the busy road. At first, the youngster didn't tell anybody about the incident. He wasn't entirely sure what had happened anyway. Eventually, he decided to go to the police station and make a report. When the authorities heard the story, they agreed that the older man's behaviour was bizarre and checked the CCTV recording from the shop, only to find it had been wiped. There was nothing more they could do, apart from warning the public. Besides, they doubted whether a crime had actually been committed, and were sure that the money wasn't his after all. Several days later, a retired detective rang the station after reading the report in the paper. He said that it probably didn't mean anything, but the story was ringing a bell with him. When he was in the force, he had worked on a case, long since closed, concerning the death of the young man. The victim had been abducted, murdered, and dumped in his own car. The last person to see him alive witnessed him being handed money that he had apparently dropped on the street by a good Samaritan. The police recommended that everybody be aware, at all times, of the money they were carrying. Not to accept it off someone who knocks on your window and simply says it's yours. Always be careful, be safe, definitely check. And if you're alone at night driving and you need to wind that window down, it's probably not a good idea. Maybe just shout at them through the window instead. Yeah, that's what I would probably do. The next is called Goodbye Mum. A young woman from South London posted the following tale on social media as a warning to others. She was in a busy supermarket doing her weekly shop when she noticed an elderly lady following around and smiling. At first, the girl ignored her, thinking that perhaps the old lady was not quite all there. But this went on for a while. The girl asked if she could help her with anything. After all, she had noticed that the lady was pushing a large trolley full of food. The elderly woman apologized for being a nuisance, but said she couldn't help noticing that the girl just looked like someone she knew. The girl became curious and asked who it was, so the lady explained that she was the spitting image of her daughter, who had died several months earlier. Now she was in full flow, telling the young woman how she missed her child terribly, how it was all made more unbearable because she had not been able to say goodbye, and how the last time she had seen her, they had parted on bad terms. Unfortunately, she hadn't been able to make it to the hospital because of her own medical condition. The girl expressed her sympathies and got on with her shopping. She felt guilty for not doing more, but was unsure what to say. Then the old lady started to attract the attention of other shoppers with her crying as the girl walked back to her and tried to comfort her, apologizing if she had upset her. The lady asked if she could walk around with the girl while she did her shopping. She wouldn't be any bother, but it might make her feel a little better. It was the least the young lady could do. So she took her around the shop and tried to make small talk. Once they reached the till, the elderly woman went in line first as the girl helped her unload her trolley. She was asked for one more thing. Could she say goodbye, Mum? As the woman left. The girl thought it an odd request, but felt as if she owed her something and agreed. As the girl packed the lady's trolley items into her trolley, she saw her whisper something in the ear of the cashier before moving towards the exit. The girl called after her, as promised, "Bye, Mum." The lady smiled and went on her way, as the young woman felt as if she had done her a good deed for the day. She packed up her own shopping, and the cashier told her the total. When she saw the amount, she assumed there had been some mistake. Although there was only a few items in a basket, the bill was well over £100. The cashier explained there had been no error. The extra cost was down to her mother's shopping. The girl asked what she meant, but it slowly began to dawn on her what had happened. Your mother said that you, her daughter, were picking up the bill. That's so good of you. The woman looked towards the door, but the old lady was nowhere to be seen. The cashier wouldn't let her look in the car park without settling the bill, so the girl had no choice but to pay up. Wow. All that just to get her shopping paid for. I find that drastically hard to just comprehend. I mean, what a story. If it was, was it a story? We don't even know if it was a story or not, but if that was just a story to have her shopping paid for, then crikey, it was some horrific. What a story to tell, guys, honestly. Wowzers. The next is smart thieves. An email circulated a few years ago warning about how smart criminals were getting in today's digital age and telling motorists to be more vigilant than usual. Car thieves are not just smashing windows these days. A man had parked his car at the swimming pool. He worked as a security guard and followed his usual careful procedure. He parked in the far corner of the lot, where his car wouldn't bring attention to itself. He shut his sat-nav in the glove box after using it, where it couldn't be seen by thieves, and put his wallet in the central console, as he didn't trust the flimsy lockers at the swimming pool. The man returned to the car after the swim and didn't notice anything amiss. The next day he needed to travel to a new office for work. As he needed his sat-nav again, he realised all of a sudden it was not in the glove box. He was sure that was the last place where he'd left it. After a fruitless search everywhere, he realised that it must have been stolen. How could that have happened, though? There was no sign of anybody breaking into the car. He eventually convinced himself that he must have left the vehicle unlocked in the swimming pool car park and accepted the loss of the device. Some days later, he returned home from work to find his front door wide open and his house in disarray. There had been a break-in, and they had taken everything of any value from the downstairs rooms. The police concluded that the thieves were obviously professionals, and that they must have known he wouldn't be home. The officers asked if anything unusual had happened in the previous days, such as someone tampering with his car. So he told them about the sat-nav, and they suggested taking a look at his vehicle. They went straight to the passenger side door and beckoned him over. There was a tiny hole under the lock, barely visible unless you were looking for it, resembled a bullet hole. The officers explained how the scam worked. Thieves used custom-made air guns to punch holes through the lock, opening the car door with no fuss, and only in half a second. It only worked on certain models, but they knew exactly what they were looking for. The criminals even locked the car doors again, so as to not arouse the victim's suspicion of this, leaving plenty of time for them to carry out their plan. Indeed, once inside, they were even craftier. They located the sat-nav, found the car owner's home address in the system, and visited at another time, breaking in when the car was not on the drive, and therefore the owner was unlikely to be at home. The thieves also had a habit of stealing credit cards, and never the whole wallet, never all the cards. He hadn't checked his. It was certain his wallet was safe, but sure enough, one of the credit cards that he rarely used was missing. In a panic, he rang the company and told that the thieves had run thousands of dollars worth of charges in only a few hours on the day the sat-nav went missing. The man asked the police why they had targeted his vehicle, as he never left valuables on display. But they said that it was just bad luck. This method of entry was so quick and easy that thieves tried it on many cars as they dared, and most people never noticed the hole. The email ended by warning drivers to keep a close eye on their door locks, never to leave their home address in a sat-nav, or at least never label it as such, and to park their cars in highly visible places where potential thieves might be noticed. Oh my days. Interesting way of doing things, might I add. The next is opera tickets. A successful middle-aged couple had moved to a neighbourhood in the suburbs. They'd recently bought a new BMW SUV and parked it prominently in front of their new abode. They were going out to the restaurant to celebrate moving into their new house, and some friends picked them up. When they returned, they were shocked to find their car had disappeared off the drive. The police arrived, but officers didn't hold much hope of finding it in one piece. Such desirable motors were stolen by joyriders, ram raiders, or professional thieves. So imagine the pair's surprise when they opened the curtains the next morning to find the BMW parked exactly where they left it, apparently without a scratch. There was an envelope under the wipers. Inside was a letter from a man who said that he was sorry for taking the car without asking, but his own vehicle had broken down in the street with his pregnant wife inside. She'd gone into labour without warning, so they were left with no other option but to find another car. They knocked on the door for help and couldn't help notice that it was open and that the BMW keys were in the hall on the table. So they took the vehicle to get to the hospital. The car owner was understandably suspicious until he read the end of the note and saw what else was in the envelope. The letter ended, "Please accept these tickets as a peace offering." Inside there were 2 tickets to the opera, which the couple happened to love. On the night of the performance, they got dressed to the nines, and thinking they deserved a proper celebration, got a taxi into town. When they returned, they couldn't believe their eyes. Once again, the BMW had disappeared. They wondered whether they had fallen to the victim of some bizarre scam as they went inside the house to call the police. But the night was about to get worse. The front door was open, and they found an envelope in the letterbox. Inside was a note saying, "I hope you enjoyed the opera. The entire house has been ransacked." What a scam. Wow. Oh boy, that's just horrible. But, I mean, you can't trust anyone, can you, these days? Emergency stop. One night in 1970, a young woman was driving on a California highway with a 10-month-old daughter beside her. They were visiting the woman's mother in the next town, and it was late. There were few cars on the road. The saloon behind her had been following a few miles. Suddenly, the driver began flashing his lights and repeatedly sounding the horn. The young mother, assuming that he was just an impatient driver, pulled over and slowed to let him pass. But he stayed behind, still honking his horn. She reluctantly stopped, and the other car pulled up behind her. The driver stepped out of the vehicle and walked up to a window. When she lowered a couple of inches, he was a man, about 30 years old, with spectacles and rather ordinary looking. He told her that he'd been trying to get her to stop because her rear wheel was wobbling. It looked like the nuts were loose, and it would be dangerous to continue. The man offered, of course, to sort out the problem for her, as it wouldn't take long and the woman wouldn't even have to get out of the car. She agreed. She hadn't noticed anything wrong with the way the car was driving, but she didn't want to take any risks with her daughter in the vehicle. The man went to his boot, retrieved a wrench, and got to work. Once he finished, he waved her onto the highway again, and soon she couldn't see his car in her mirrors. But all of a sudden, she heard an unmighty knocking noise on the car. As startled she was, her daughter started crying and she veered onto the hard shoulder, skidding to an halt. She couldn't see in her mirrors that one of the wheels had fallen off. She was wondering what to do next when a car pulled over in front of her. It was a man who had supposedly fixed her wheel. He apologized, saying that it must have been worse than he thought. He wasn't a professional mechanic after all, and offered to drive her to the nearest garage to get help. She decided that she didn't have many other options and climbed into the car with her daughter. They soon passed a garage, but the man missed a turn off. When they passed a couple more, the woman asked why he wasn't stopping. He changed the subject. This went on for some time, and the woman began to panic. Finally stopped at a junction, so she had enough time to grab her daughter and flee the car, running to a nearby cornfield. She could hear him calling for her and saw the light from his torch, but the crops were high enough to hide her presence. Eventually, he got back into his car and drove off. After making sure that he was not going back, the young mother flagged down as a motorist and asked to be taken to the nearest police station, where she recounted the evening's events to an officer on duty. The policeman explained that there had probably had been nothing wrong with her car until the man stopped her and loosened all the nuts on the wheel. Afterwards, all he had to do was wait for it to fall off. As the officer was talking, the woman noticed a wanted poster on the station notice board. The face on it looked identical to the man on the highway. It was a suspect in a brutal murder who would later become famous as the Zodiac Killer. The unknown serial killer who sent cryptic notes to the San Francisco Chronicle about his crimes. A few months later, the paper received one referring to the woman and her baby that had gave a rather interesting ride for a couple of hours one evening. The woman's car was located again. It was burned out. The Zodiac Killer was never identified. May still be at large. He has been identified now, guys. But, yeah. Wow, the Zodiac Killer. I did not know it was going to go that way, but it did. And if you don't know anything about the Zodiac Killer, you should really go on True Crime and have a look. The next is Mind the Gap. A young professional was taking the last train home to the London Underground one night. The carriage was almost empty for once, but at the next stop 3 people boarded who appeared to be high or drunk and were stumbling around. They sat directly opposite the woman and she avoided eye contact, as she didn't want a scene. The train pulled away from the platform, and after a while she began to feel someone was watching her. She saw out of the corner of her eye that the woman sitting across from her was staring blankly in her direction. This made her feel uncomfortable, but she pretended not to notice and didn't react. Nevertheless, every time she looked up, the woman was still staring. She wanted to get off that train, but it was the last train, and moving seats wasn't a solution either, as it might have attracted unwanted attention. Then a man came down the carriage and sat next to her. He leaned in quietly and told her she should get up at the next station. She asked him why, and he told her to trust him, because something wasn't quite right with the train. The next stop was at the busy intersection, so she agreed. As soon as we were off the train, the man apologized if he had scared her, but he had no choice. The woman sitting opposite her wasn't staring. He explained she was dead. She was popped up between 2 men. He had seen them get on the train, and she had a terrible wound in the back of her head. The girl later found out that the 2 men had been arrested for the woman's murder, who, well, it hadn't been their first victim of the night. And that's really scary to think that, isn't it? That a woman's there She's dead in front of you, no idea. That's really sad. The next is razor blades. A water park in Germany with a large pool and many flumes was closed down after its main attraction, the black hole, down which kids used to slide in complete darkness, caused several nasty injuries to members of the public. Razor blades were found embedded in the slide, which was slicing swimmers as they slid past. Many didn't realize they had been cut until they saw the plunge pool at the bottom of the slide turn red with blood. Similar incidents have been widely reported in America and England. I have nothing to say about that. That's the first time I've kind of heard of that sort of activity, razor blades in slides and stuff. The next is Baby Tripper. The replacement babysitter had arrived. She was late, but she was all they could get at short notice. The girl had come recommended by one of Jennifer's friends at work, who said that although she might come across a little ditzy, she was a bit of a hippie. She was great with children. Her appearance didn't quite match what they were used to from their usual prim and proper sitters. She had face piercings and dreadlocks, but they were late for dinner, so they left with no choice. They could always call and make sure that everything was okay. Jennifer told her that there was chicken in the fridge if she was hungry. Later on in the evening, Pete called home to check on the girl, but she said that everything was groovy and that she'd even put the chicken in the oven for them. He thought that was a bit odd, but didn't dwell on the conversation any further and went back inside the restaurant. When they got home, they were appalled to find the babysitter lying on the carpet in the living room, staring blankly into space and murmuring. She was clearly high on something and couldn't be woken from a reverie. They ran upstairs to check on the baby, but she was nowhere to be found. They started to panic, shaking the sitter to get her to talk, but she was not responding. Then Pete noticed the oven light was on. It was the only place where they hadn't looked. He wrenched the door open and to his horror saw the baby inside, wrapped in foil. Luckily, the babysitter had been so away with the fairies that she hadn't turned on the gas. Oh, jeez. I know that's like one of them urban legends that it didn't used to come across as true. Like, it was one of those urban legends that you could probably say, no, that never happened. But these days, now, it has happened. Like, people have done that, and it's just mind-blowing why. But, geez. No, That is something I just can't get my head around something that bad. I can't. It's horrendous. The last and final one in this category is the shopping mall man. A warning was circulated on the internet, issued by a woman who reported an unsettling experience at her local giant shopping mall. She had visited on a Saturday to do a regular shop, and on return to her car, she was upset to find that she had a flat tire, especially as it was relatively new. She opened the boot of her car, retrieved the spare tire and the wheel wrench and set to work. However, as the garage had fitted the wheel using an air gun to tighten the nuts, she was having trouble loosening them and couldn't budge them at all. She was about to give up and call for help when a smartly dressed man carrying a briefcase appeared and asked if she needed a hand. She explained the situation, and he said that he would have a go, suggesting that she could wait in the car. But she wanted to watch how he did it. He was heavily built and managed to remove the tire in no time, chatting to her about how mechanics always fasten the nuts too tightly. She took up his offer of attaching the spare as well, and as he put the flat tire in the boot, and then he closed it. The woman thanked him and was ready to set off on her way, when she noticed that the man no longer had his briefcase. She assumed that he must have dropped it in a boot, and when she reminded him, he said that his own car was actually parked all the way on the other side of the car park, and he asked if she wouldn't mind giving him a quick lift round. Then he would get the case. She thought it was slightly an odd request, but she was grateful for his help, that it would have been churlish to decline. He told her that he was only in the part of the mall because he had got lost when looking for a food court, and ended up walking out of the wrong exit. They both got in the car, and she drove slowly through the car park. The woman claimed to be paranoid about the spare wheel falling off and insisted that she wanted to get out to check the nuts were still tight. The man assured her that, well, it'd be fine, but she stopped the car outside the main entrance and got out. She took a cursory glance at the wheel before running back into the mall as fast as she could, taking the car keys with her. She made straight for the guard's office and explained that there was a strange man in her car who was making her feel uncomfortable. He had changed her tyre, but he was giving her far too many details, which made her suspicious. And he had locked his briefcase in a boot, she believed on purpose. The guard strode out to her car, and sure enough, the man had disappeared, without his case, which they took back to the office to examine. The woman gasped as she saw the contents: her rope, a sharp knife, some kind of bottled chemical. It had all been a front to get inside her car. She wondered what would have happened if she had done as he had asked and stayed in the car. Were she not to notice, dropping his briefcase in her boot, what would happen? Later she learned that the air had been let out of the tire deliberately. There was no puncture. What the man had planned for her was a sinister mystery, but the authorities deemed it a sufficiently serious case to warn the wider public. It failed that time, but of course, it was probably sure to try again, being that type of person. They generally do, don't they? And that's why you should never let a stranger in your car. Strange man of any kind. If you're a woman, don't do it. Even if it's a woman and you're a woman, don't do it. A man letting in a woman, just don't do it, guys. Maybe back in the day it was really safe to do stuff like that, or I don't know, maybe it wasn't and things just weren't reported, but now we know how dangerous it is, right? People can look so innocent and friendly, and they can dress like they're $1 million and that they are gentlemen or ladies as such, and it's not always the case. Sometimes there's something dark and deep inside them that we really don't want to see that side of. So it's always best to keep our guard up and be very careful when it comes to that. Thank you so much for listening to this selection of urban legends. I appreciate it. And of course, many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. You're definitely going to hear the snoring of Storm, I'm afraid, because she's fast asleep and she's snoring her head off, and even though she's small, she's really loud. She snores like I don't know, it's like a truck. Anyway, urban legends regarding death. Road to Heaven. Sandra Elaine West, the glorious ex-model wife of the late Texan oil magnate, lived the high life in Los Angeles. She was reportedly a keen student of Egyptology, and the ancient Egyptian concept of being buried with one's most prized possessions apparently appealed to her. In 1977, when she was only in her 30s, she was found dead of mysterious causes in a Beverly Hills mansion, and it quickly became clear that she had been determined to continue her luxury lifestyle into the afterlife. Her relatives were surprised, or perhaps not, to learn that she had left instructions that she should be buried with her husband, wearing a lace nightgown and sitting in a favourite Ferrari. She had several, with the seat slanted comfortably. Her brother-in-law, who stood to receive $2 million from the estate if her wish was carried out, nonetheless went to court to avoid the elaborate funeral. After weeks of deliberation, the judge eventually ruled that there was no legal reason why someone should not be buried inside a Ferrari, and that Sandra should finally be laid to rest according to her wishes. When the day came, her body was flown to Texas wearing a nightgown and was placed in a powder blue 1964 Ferrari 250 GT, today worth millions, with the seat comfortably reclined. The car was then loaded inside a container, lowered into a 9-foot deep hole, and covered in concrete to deter grave robbers. The simple gravestone beside her husband provides no hint as to a luxurious resting place below. That's good, because you wouldn't want people to try and dig it up, let's be real. Sweet Kiss of Death. An American jockey was riding the 20-to-1 short horse, Sweet Kiss, in a 2-mile race in New York City when he slumped over in the saddle. somehow managing to stay on board as his horse went on to jump the last fence and cross the line in first place by a head. He didn't celebrate his win, the first of his career, as when the horse's owners went to congratulate him on the race, well, they found him dead. He suffered a heart attack during the race, becoming the first and only corpse to win a horse race in the United States. It was thought that the attack had been brought on by the strict weight loss regime undertaken by the horse trainer. He was not a regular jockey, and the excitement of riding a winner, well, there you go. Geesh, that's a bit awful, isn't it? That's not funny, is the next. It was the week before Halloween, and towns across America were being decorated with pumpkins, witches' hats, and spiders' webs, ready for the parties to come. Some householders went further than others, hanging skeletons from windows and even hoisting dummies, mocked up as corpses on trees and garages, or protruding from car boots. Some locals complained that such decorations were tasteless and brought the neighbourhood down, while some were even scared enough to call the police. A few days before Halloween, a frightening figure appeared overnight, hanging from a tree near a busy road. But most of the people who drove past weren't that shocked, and nobody made any calls to 911. Not for a couple of days, at least. Then somebody walking past the decoration thought that it looked a little too realistic up close, and upon closer inspection, discovered why. It was the real dead body of a woman who had hanged herself. Similarly, in another town, a man had shot himself in the head on his balcony and lay undisturbed for several days after his neighbours mistook his lifeless body for an elaborate Halloween decoration. More recently, people in an Ohio neighbourhood were shocked when construction workers realised that a dummy hanging on a fence was not, as they assumed, a stupid Halloween prank, but the body of a murdered woman. So next time you see a gruesome Halloween setup, you might want to check whether it's real. Or maybe you don't. Those are not urban legends. Those really happened. The next one is wake-up call. Early morning phone calls can be such a pain. One Saturday in 1992, a middle-aged North Carolina man was woken early by the sound of his telephone ringing on his bedside table. Still half asleep, he reached for the phone but grabbed instead the Smith & Wesson handgun 38. Oh boy, he had left on the table the night before. Much to the horror of his wife, who was watching from the other side of the bed, he put the revolver to his head as if answering a call, and the gun discharged, killing him instantly. That's horrible. If that's real, that's awful. That's really awful. Whew. The electric chair. A convicted murderer spent several years in solitary on death row, bound for the electric chair, until the last moment his lawyers managed to get his sentence commuted to life. Some years afterward, he claimed to have turned his life around and to have dedicated himself to his studies. He was still kept in solitary, where inmates were allowed a small TV set to keep them company, provided they used headphones. One night, the reformed man was sitting naked on the metal toilet in his cell, trying to fix the earphones that enabled him to hear the television, when he accidentally bit into a live wire and dropped down dead from the electrocution. He'd been killed by an electrical chair of his own making. Perhaps a little more studying had been required. The next is Wakey Wakey. An electronics student from China had reluctantly travelled to the United States to continue his education. He was there at the behest of his family, who had sacrificed much to send him and expected him to be a success. There was one major stumbling block, though. He always had trouble getting up on time. He had tried everything, from drugs to hypnosis and alarm clocks, but he was still missing lectures, and back home his family were wondering why his grades were not up to scratch. One day he saw an advert for an alarm clock that gave small electrical shocks to wake people up, and, as he was desperate for something that could get him out of bed in the morning, he decided to look into it. He couldn't afford the item in the advert, so he decided to use his skills to build it himself. Also proving to himself and his family in the process that he wasn't useless, he began by borrowing some lecture notes from his classmate, who never missed a lesson, on how to construct the required circuits. He then collected a car battery, clock and wires, and worked through the night to put the contraption together, adding the final touches by attaching himself to the device and setting the alarm to wake him in plenty of time for his early morning lecture. Satisfied with his work, he slept easy. He never woke up. Later that morning, his classmate came to his room to retrieve her borrowed lecture notes. She assumed that he was asleep, as usual, but then she noticed the contraption and the burn marks around his head. She found no pulse, and horrified, she saw her notes still out on the desk. The college investigation found that the sleepy student had miscalculated terribly, and the car battery had shocked his heart with a lethal current, killing him instantly. Do not mess with electricity if you don't know what you're doing, guys. Bad idea. Very, very bad. Don't ever try that at home. Ever. It's bad. The next is Mummy Dearest, and you may have heard of this one. It is a very well-known urban legend, in England anyway. A terminally ill taxi driver from England found fame beyond the grave after responding to a newspaper advert looking for volunteers to be mummified in the style of ancient Egyptians. The researchers wanted to see how effective the process really was, and he thought it would give his grandchildren something special to remember him by. When the man's time came, his body was handled according to the 3,000-year-old technique used to preserve the corpse of Pharaoh Tutankhamun. His organs were removed, leaving only the brain and the heart, and sealed in jars. Then his insides were cleaned out with alcohol, packed with bags of spices and sawdust, and stitched back up again. His body was soaked in salt water for several months, and his skin treated with oil and wax. Finally, his corpse was wrapped in linen sheets and left to dry for 3 months. The experiment was judged to be 100% successful, yielding results regarded as extremely authentic. The modern mummy was then taken to its final resting place at a medical museum in London, where it can be studied by archaeologists used to examining rather old specimens. The next is fan death. Some people believe that if you leave an electric fan running in the room where you sleep, you will never wake up. Well, those stories first originated in Asia, particularly in South Korea, where it was said that the technology could suck the life out of unsuspecting people as they slept. Explanations range from asphyxiation, caused by the fan displacing oxygen from the room, to hypothermia, as the contraption drives heat away from the body. Some say that the rumour was started by a government official in a bid to reduce electricity consumption. Fans sold in parts of Asia now have timers to ensure that they turn themselves off after a set period of time. But whatever the truth, South Koreans still remember to turn them off before falling to sleep, just to make sure. The next is the dead phone line. A high school student called Dave, who was planning to attend a top military academy, had been found dead in his room. He was in peak condition, as attested by the physical exam that he'd recently passed, with flying colours. Relatives found him in his bedroom, a telephone still next to his ear, as if he had died before he could end a conversation. He had only been alone in the room for a few minutes, and the person who had been on the other end of the phone line described hearing only a click and then a short gasp. It was months before investigators found the cause of death. A post-mortem revealed no external injuries, but forensic scientists discovered that he had died of bleeding in the inner ear, thus indicating some kind of electrical surge that had shocked the brain by the auditory nerve. Experts suspected that the phone held the clue. There had been a powerful thunderstorm on the night when Dave died, and they had thought that lightning could have struck the phone cables and passed a fatal shock through the receiver. But there was no physical evidence in the boy's room to suggest that this had happened, and not even any burns on the phone line. In the end, it was concluded that the only possibility was that the phone had killed him. Investigators working on the case discovered that a lightning strike can give you a fatal electric shock through a phone line without leaving any evidence of burns or damage on the phone line itself. The electricity passes straight into your inner ear and from there to your brain, without the usual resistance provided by the body. Therefore, it's probably best to avoid using your phone during a thunderstorm. I will absolutely remember that now. That's scary. Yeesh. The next is, I believe I can fly. At least that's Rose Gold. Way out in the Arizona desert, a police patrol looking for a missing man from a nearby town came upon what looked like a car wreck. But this was no normal accident. The vehicle was stuck impossibly high up the side of a cliff, at least 100 feet above the road below. It took weeks for the accident investigators to sift through the evidence and work out what had happened. After inspecting every bit of the wreckage, they eventually found fragments of a driving license and realised that they had found their missing man. The ex-Air Force engineer, who had always wanted to be a pilot, had got hold of a miniature jet engine from the base where he used to work, and he attached it to the back of his family saloon car. His goal was to take it to the Utah Salt Flats and break a land speed record. First of all, though, he needed to test the system, so he headed out into the desert to see what speed he could get up to. As dawn broke, he pointed the car down an empty straight road, estimating he had about 5 miles of straight tarmac before he needed to brake. He started the car rolling with a conventional engine, reaching the speed limit, and then ignited the jet. At first, there was no difference, but then he heard the turbine winding up, and he was shoved back in his seat by the acceleration, unable to lean forward and turn off the ignition. He covered those 5 miles in no time at all, and then the flat road gave way to a canyon. The car destroyed the traffic barrier and flew right over the ravine, crashing into the other side. At the man's funeral, his friends remarked grimly that at least he had died following his dream. The next is your worst nightmare. A middle-aged woman from Kazan, Russia, was rushed to a local hospital by her husband after collapsing at home. She had suffered a suspected heart attack and was declared dead on arrival. The funeral was arranged for a couple of days later, and the coffin was put on display. The relatives had arrived and the ceremony had begun when they heard a knocking sound coming from somewhere in the funeral parlour. They all looked at each other, and when the screaming started, they soon realised where it was coming from. Inside the coffin. The woman was not dead. She had awoken in the middle of her own funeral. Any relief her relatives might have felt after the terrible shock had worn off soon reverted to sadness, as the supposedly deceased was so traumatised by the experience of hearing her loved ones praying for her that she suffered a second heart attack at the scene, which really did kill her. At least, her incompetent doctors hoped it had. Wow. Yeah. You know, there's a lot of stories back in the day, I understand that, when medical things weren't as advanced, they would bury people and they would put bells above the ground, and the string would lead down into their coffins or ground where they were buried, so they could ring the bell if they were actually still alive, because that would happen. They would bury you alive, and you'd need a way to communicate that, hey, you know, I ain't dead. But believe it or not, there are stories of things like that happening today. Absolutely. One of my uncles had a very serious health issue. I'm not going to what the health issue was or whatever, but he was pronounced dead. Like dead. They were taking him to the morgue. He had a tag on and everything. He was going to the morgue, and he sat up. He was alive. Did he die? I don't know. Was it just that his body was in some sort of comatose state? No idea. But that wasn't very long ago. You know, we're talking 1980s. And considering how advanced we are, I don't know, you know, it's a bit weird. Like I said, there's lots of stories like that, but it did happen to my uncle. He was pronounced dead. He sat up on his way to the morgue, scaring absolute living shit out of the person who were pushing him down there. And the first thing he said is, I saw the gates. It's not my time. And that's all he said, and hey ho, here he is. He's still there today. He's still about today. So, you know, there's stories like that out there. The next is called The Crater. In the Godzilla stories, Mount Mahara, a volcano on the Japanese island of Izuwashima, is where the government imprisoned the famous monster. In real life, it is an equally frightening place. The volcano is active, and from a rocky outcrop you can see the boiling crater and clouds of sulphur. In the 1920s, an unhappy schoolgirl hiked up to the viewing spot and committed suicide by jumping into the crater. A few weeks later, another girl heard about the incident and followed suit. The suicides were all over the news, and before long it became a popular place for people to take their own lives in a spectacular fashion. The idea of instant cremation catching people's imagination. Hundreds of macabre sightseers flocked to the island, many of them booking one-way tickets, and it was not unusual for at least one person every day to throw themselves into the lava. The volcano continued to take lives until the 1930s, when more than 600 people committed suicide in 1 year alone. The pull of the island proved so strong that the government stepped in and barred entry to the jumping spot, stopping the sale of one-way tickets and leaving the volcano alone to wait for its next eruption. That's really sad. The next is Screamathon. It was once the tradition at California University to organise screamathons in the dormitories. Everybody in on the joke, sometimes hundreds of students, would holler at the top of their voices at a designated time, usually midnight, or the early hours for no apparent reason, other than to blow off steam in exam season or terrorise unsuspecting classmates and supervisors. The practice happened once or twice a term and had been going on for years. One night, when another screamathon was due to take place, the dormitory suddenly erupted into a cacophony of screaming and howling for 30 seconds, right on schedule at 1 a.m., before everything went quiet again. The next morning, a girl was found dead in her room. Investigators estimated the time of death to be between midnight and 2 a.m., but fellow students knew exactly when she had died. She'd been strangled at exactly 1 a.m., when nobody could hear a scream. That was the last screamathon at the university. The perpetrator was never found, so nobody knew whether it was a student who was in on the joke or an intruder who had slipped in and out without nobody noticing. That's sad. The stag party from hell was the next. A newly engaged man from Minnesota had big plans for a stag party. He and his friends were going to hire a motorhome and drive more than 800 miles across 4 states to Kentucky, Derby and Louisville. They picked out their party ride and went on the road. Only after a couple of hours, his mates started to complain about an unpleasant odour in the vehicle. They thought it might be coming from outside, but closing the windows didn't help, so they turned off the air conditioning to see if that was the culprit, but it made no difference. They had to stop off for supplies, so they took the opportunity to search the vehicle from top to bottom, looking for the source of the terrible stench. They soon found it. One of the men opened a luggage compartment in the body of the motorhome and was almost passed out. There was a corpse stuffed inside, and it wasn't fresh. Immediately, the men's thoughts turned to the person from whom they had rented the van, who had told them specifically that the front luggage holds were not working and were not to be opened. The stag party were held up for several hours as police questioned them. They actually never made it to the horse race they were going to. What a way to go is the next. A group of forestry workers were trudging through the blackened remains of a 1,000-acre California forest that had been destroyed by a recent fire. As they assessed the damage, stepping over the still smouldering, barren landscape and avoiding the bodies of the small mammals that hadn't managed to escape the smoke, they came upon something both shocking and utterly puzzling. The charred remains of a man, unmistakably dressed as a diver, complete with melted flippers, wetsuit, and oxygen tank, which was still intact, despite the fire. When the authorities tried to identify the unfortunate man, they unravelled an unbelievable tragedy. First of all, the post-mortem revealed that the diver did not die from burns or smoke inhalation, but from head and internal injuries. Then the mystery deepened, as it transpired that on the day the fire took hold, he'd been diving in a regular spot near a wreck off the coast, some 30 miles away from where he had been found. Soon the authorities consulted with the fire service and were told that firefighting planes or water bombers had been sent over the same stretch of water on that day. These vehicles skim the surface of the sea and collect thousands of gallons of water in huge buckets, slung from the fuselage. The police realized with horror what had happened. Somehow one of the water bombers had, sucked the diver up into its water bucket and then dumped him in the forest fire. As he was wearing his oxygen tank, it's possible that he was still alive until he actually hit the ground. I have no words for that. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Whew. The next is an extra member of staff. Staff at London law firm had been bothered by flies in their office for days. They opened windows to let the insects out, but they seemed to be coming from somewhere inside the building. Then they started to notice a strange smell, even though the office was clean from top to bottom every morning. They thought that an animal might have crawled in somewhere and died, so they hired pest controllers to search for a possible rat or unfortunate stray cat. By that point, the smell was so bad that the entire floor had to be left unused. The pest control spotted the fireplace. It hadn't been used since the building was converted into an office many years previously, and the chimney had been blocked up to stop drafts. Maybe something had crawled into the empty space. They started to knock bricks out of the wall, and when flies burst out of the hole, they were overpowered by a terrible smell. They knew they had found the source of the problem. They were horrified to discover that there was a dead body jammed in the chimney, in the early stages of decomposition. How he had got there was a mystery, but the coroner concluded that it had been in that space for several weeks. The police had been called to the building weeks earlier to check out what they thought was a failed break-in attempt after builders reported a hole in the roof, which they suspected had been made by thieves looking to steal valuable lead cladding. It turned out that the break-in had been more successful than they'd realised, and the intruder had actually never left the building. It was not known how he came to be inside the chimney, but at some point he'd fallen and become stuck upside down in a narrow opening. He had probably suffocated before he starved. Jeez. The Santa Trap. A man in California lit the fire in his herd for the first time that winter one evening. He noticed that something was wrong when he saw smoke filling the room and assumed that something was blocking the chimney, even though it had been swept only weeks earlier. Then he heard a scrabbling noise coming from the wall and desperate cries for help. To his horror, he realized that someone was stuck up there. He frantically tried to put the fire out, eventually swamping it with a bucket of water and causing smoke to billow up while the person was still frantically trying to escape. When firefighters arrived, they tried to pull the intruder out from below, but he was too high up, so they smashed through the bricks underneath him and pulled him out. However, they were too late. He died from smoke inhalation. Police suspected that he was a burglar, and he'd been attempting to enter the property during the night when he thought the owner would be asleep. Nice. The next is La Pascualita. In 1930, the owner of a shop selling bridal dresses in Chihuahua, Mexico, suffered a terrible tragedy. Her daughter was at the wedding shop on the day she was due to get married, preparing to don the intricate and beautiful dress that her mother had made for her. It was brought out of the back room and laid out carefully for the bride. She put it on, but as it was being fastened, she let out a cry of pain. Holding her back and slumped to the floor, she never regained consciousness. An employee claimed to have seen a black widow jump from the dress after the incident, and the doctor said that the girl had indeed suffered a fatal spider bite that poisoned her blood. This is only the beginning of her story, however. Her mother was distraught and could not bear to part with her daughter, so, in secret, she hatched a plan to keep her close forever. According to legend, she enlisted a local funeral parlour to deploy their skills in embalming the girl so that she looked almost alive, and then, instead of taking the body to church, she installed it in her wedding shop storeroom, where she could look at her all day. Exactly 1 year after her death, which would have been the girl's first wedding anniversary, locals were greeted by a new mannequin in the dress shop. It was wearing the very same dress that the owner's daughter had been wearing when she was killed. When people who had known the girl commented on how the doll looked just like her, the owner claimed that the resemblance to her daughter was just a sad coincidence, but that she couldn't bear to get rid of that dress. The mannequin started to attract visitors who were drawn by her beautiful lifelike features, and so people began to go to the shop just to gaze in wonder at La Pascualita, as she became known. Rumours began circulating that the dummy did not just look like the dead girl. It was the dead girl. It was said that her eyes followed visitors around the shop as they browsed, that she would change her poses when no one was looking, and that she appeared in different places each morning, as if she had been moving around when the shop was closed. One story described how a magician had fallen in love with La Pascualita and would take her out dancing at night. The owner continued to deny it. Who would do such a thing? But people who worked in the store were in no doubt at all that La Pascualita was more than a lifeless mannequin. When they got up close to change her dress, they would break out in a cold sweat, disturbed by her long, delicate eyelashes, slightly wrinkled hands, green eyes that appeared to be wet with tears, and even varicose veins on her legs. Even skeptical observers, determined to prove to others that the figure was only a mannequin, were said to be so captivated by her beauty that they left the shop convinced that she was real. After the owner died, the legend of La Pascualita continued to live on, and today people still travel from miles around to marvel at her beauty and the green eyes that follow you around the room. I wonder if it is. Would she do that though, or would she want her daughter to be laid to rest, you know? Maybe she had a mannequin made of her liking. Like, exactly of her liking. You can do that. They can put, like, even beauty marks and, like, scars on it and everything to make it look extremely real. So it's possible. Next is quiet in the library. Jackie was a student at Penn State University. One evening she told her friends that she was going to the library to revise for an exam she was due to sit. The place was busy, as it was getting close to the end of term, and everybody had deadlines to meet. Jackie was a popular girl on campus and had several witnesses and reporters seeing her in the library. That night, remarked that she was her usual friendly self. Most of the students were keeping quiet, as required by the rules of the place, and had their heads stuck in their books, so nobody heard anything or saw anything unusual. Then a man leaving the library told the desk staff that there was somebody needing medical help on the first floor. They found Jackie lying behind a bookshelf, struggling to breathe. An ambulance was called, but she died upon arrival at hospital. She'd been stabbed with an arrow instrument through the heart. Her red dresser concealed the bloodstains. She was attacked only a few feet from a study group, whose members claimed not to have heard or seen anything. The man who alerted the staff was never identified. Even after thousands of police interviews, the murderer has never been found. The next is underpants. Yes, underpants are dangerous. Next time you try to pull a wedgie on one of your friends and yank their underpants out of their trousers, beware that people have died in similar stunts. An American man fought with his stepfather and gave him what he called an atomic wedgie when you pull the victim's underpants up over their head, causing the older man's death when the elastic from his pants became stuck around his neck and eventually suffocated him. The prankster was sent to jail for 30 years after being convicted of manslaughter. The next is funeral fright. A Brazilian mother was mourning the untimely death of her son, a window cleaner in his 30s, who prior to his death had not been seen for months. At a ceremony at her home in a town near Sao Paulo, when a surprise visitor made an entrance. Everybody present saw that he bore a striking resemblance to the man in the coffin, which caused some to faint and others to flee in horror. Were they seeing a ghost? The previous day, the man's brother had read that a window cleaner had been killed in the area and, fearing it could be his brother, visited the mortuary to find out for sure. He sadly identified the dead man as his missing sibling, and the rest of the family, who probably had other things on their mind, did not notice anything out of place. After all, who knows what death might do to someone's appearance? On the day of the ceremony, the window cleaner, alive and well, and back in town, bumped into a friend in the street, who told him in disbelief that he was about to miss his own funeral. He telephoned another acquaintance who happened to be at the ceremony, but the call was dismissed as a cruel hoax. Back from the dead, the man decided to put things to rest, so to speak. Turned up at his mother's house in person, becoming the guest of honour at his own funeral. The identity of the poor man in the coffin, well, that was never determined. And those are the urban legends that come under death. And quite gruesome, some of them, and quite grisly tales, might I add. And some of them are almost hard to believe, really. Like the wedgie one, for example. And the alarm clock one, I mean, who would put a gun in the same spot as their alarm clock? When you wake up in the morning, you kind of imagine Lee does that. Lee has a gun outside of his alarm clock, actually, so yeah, I'm gonna... You know what, I better tell him not to do that, actually. No, you know what, yeah. Thanks for listening. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. So, these urban legends come under the long arm of the law. So generally it's sort of surrounding court cases and such, I guess. The first is called I Rest My Case. A hotshot lawyer with a long career in politics is remembered chiefly for the last and most important case he ever took on. He was defending a disreputable character accused of bursting into an illegal card game at a local bar and shooting dead one of the players, who happened to be one of his old enemies. It was widely regarded as an open and shut case. But the lawyer refused to be beaten and went to the trouble of conducting his own ballistics experiments, using his pistol, to prove that his client could not have been the killer. He had examined the dead man's gun and was certain that he had in fact shot himself in the stomach when trying to draw it from his pocket. When the moment came for him to declare his theory in court, he assumed the same pose as the victim, placed a gun in his pocket, drew, pulled the trigger, and shot himself in the stomach. "My God, I've shot myself," he cried in pain. He had obviously thought that the gun was unloaded, but he had mixed it up with another that particular morning. His dedicated demonstration won him the case. The accused was acquitted, but the lawyer died the next day from his wounds. Tough Cookie is next. A British lawyer was celebrating winning another case at an expensive Chinese restaurant in London with his colleagues. At the end of his meal, he opened the customary fortune cookie and scoffed at the contents, which read, "Your greatest asset is your sense of humour." The solicitor disagreed and was highly offended that the cookie did not tell his fortune as promised. Displaying that good sense of humour, he began legal proceedings against the restaurant and received his fortune in the end, in the form of £10,000 in damages for false advertising. In a statement, the Chinese restaurant admitted that the fortune cookie had been wrong, as the customer clearly had no sense of humour. The next is bad driver. Police in Ireland issued a warrant for the arrest of a Polish man, described as one of the worst serial driving offenders in the history of the country. He'd been stopped for more than 50 offences in only a couple of years, right across the country, including speeding, dangerous driving, and parking violations. Somehow, he had evaded the clutches of the law by giving a different address each time. A few days after the news had spread, an anonymous Polish man called the hotline to explain that the name they were looking for, a Mr. Prawo Jazdy, actually meant driving license in Polish. In fact, Mr. Jazdy didn't exist. Every time a Polish person was stopped by police and handed over their license, cops mistakenly read Prawo Jazdy as the driver's name, rather than it simply stating driving license of. So you do understand, they'd issued all these tickets to just driving license because they thought that was the person's name. And that person does not exist because it just means driving license. Wow, what a mistake. Okay, this is interesting. The United States versus Satan in court. In the 1970s, an American man filed a lawsuit against Satan and his servants in a Pennsylvania court, asserting Satan has, on numerous occasions, caused plaintiff misery, placed deliberate obstacles in his path, and has caused the plaintiff's downfall. Surprisingly, the court decided that the verdict was prayer denied, and the case was dismissed. The judge explained, "The court has serious doubts that the complaint reveals a cause of action upon which relief can be granted." He questioned whether the court could actually obtain jurisdiction over the devil, and the plaintiff had not included instructions on how Satan could be served with court papers. In the judgment, he referred to a previous case in which Satan was named as defendant, where it was claimed that he was a foreign prince with no standing to sue in an American court. A reference to the short story The Devil and Daniel Webster, about a farmer who sells his soul to Lucifer. Okay then. Animals on trial. In 2016, it was reported that a vulture had been arrested in Lebanon on suspicion of spying for Israel. The unfortunate bird was later freed after it was deemed not to pose a threat. But it wasn't the first animal in the region to be detained as a security threat. Another vulture, And even a dolphin had been accused of the same crime over the years. Putting animals in the dock for human crimes is a phenomenon that has been seen throughout history. For example, 2008, a donkey was jailed in Mexico after kicking two men. It was not free from custody until its owner agreed to compensate the victims for any medical charges incurred in the attack. In the early 20th century, Switzerland, a dog was charged with murder alongside two human accomplices. Rather unfairly, the animal was sentenced to death while the humans got away with life imprisonment. 16th century France, a female pig was put on trial, dressed in human clothes, charged, along with her piglets, with the death of the human child. The sow was executed by hanging from a tree, but her young was spared. 1452, the French town of Rivière suspected a goat of being the ringleader of a group of cows that caused much mischief in the locality. The unfortunate mammal was sentenced to death. 15th century Switzerland, a rooster was found guilty of the heinous and unnatural crime of laying an egg. The public thought it might be the spawn of Satan, and the cockerel was burnt at the stake, presumably in time for lunch. 1519, a group of moles were put on trial in Italy after being suspected of damaging a farmer's field. Thankfully, they had a lawyer and were exiled after escaping death row. In the same decade, that is, 1519, the French town of Outenon charged all rats in the locality with the crimes of damaging crops. The Ronans got lucky because the lawyer assigned to their case, an ambitious politician, decided to make a name for himself and successfully argued that the rats couldn't be expected to turn up at the courthouse, as the threat of attack from the town's cats was too high. Unsurprisingly, the case was actually thrown out. 19th century Croatia, a captured locust was charged with the damage caused by its swarm and condemned to death by drowning. However, it's not all doom and gloom for animal defendants. In 1750, a female donkey was charged with bestiality after a Frenchman had relations with the animal. The man was found guilty and sentenced to death by hanging. In normal circumstances, the donkey would also have been executed, but as locals attested to the honest nature of the animal, she was spared. And that's literally just a brief history of all the animals that have been put on trial, even executed. I mean, that's just bizarre, but it happened. Facial hair is no joke. A Russian man found fame when he copyrighted a particular type of beard. He claimed rights over the style, covering the chin and the upper lip with no sideburns, more commonly known in the West as a goatee. He regarded it as a uniquely Russian fashion that should only be worn proudly by his countrymen. He demanded that if foreigners wore the beard, they would have to pay him a fee. Moreover, he requested that television stations obtain a license to merely feature people wearing goatees, and also that books of famous author Paolo Coelho, a well-known goatee wearer, be removed from bookshelves in Russia, unless the writer paid a beard royalty. Wow. Card shark. An American man who was convicted of embezzling $500,000 from his customers was due to be jailed. He tried to delay the inevitable by claiming that he was a top poker player and, well, therefore, should be allowed to try and repay his victims with his winnings from poker tournaments. Obviously, his luck was in, and incredibly, the judge agreed, allowing him to travel to tournaments across the country to see how his good fortune would hold up. If successful, his sentence would be reduced. If he failed to win anything, it would go straight to jail. After 6 months of games, he admitted that he hadn't won a single penny, so is finally jailed for the full 10-year sentence. Wowzers. And those are some very interesting urban legends indeed. Not so much urban legends, maybe something surrounding them are, but they come under the category because they're just bizarre. Basically, they're just very bizarre. And even though it's stated there's some truth to them, we don't know the whole truth, obviously. And when we don't know the whole truth, it's generally myth, urban legend, a folkloric thing. I don't know, guys. Thank you for listening, and many